Recorded Books and RB Digital present Cult X by Fuminori Nakamura. Narrated by Brian Nishi. O Varuna, what has been my greatest transgression? Rigveda. She's alive. The bar's blue lights faintly illuminated Narazaki's face. Their malicious glow seemed to bleach the color from his body. Has his face always looked like that? Kobayashi wondered. He looked like he'd lost something he needed to go on living. Yet his gaze was terribly powerful and had a strange radiance. She's really alive? Narazaki's voice was rough. I wouldn't lie. And it's no mistake. Ryoko Tachibana is alive. The woman who had vanished from Narazaki's life, who had hinted at suicide and then disappeared. Kobayashi realized quite a bit of his whiskey was gone. His hand was moving his glass to his lips automatically. He was almost unsure he was in control of it. Okay, look. Kobayashi hesitated. I don't think you should get involved. Why? Well, to Kobayashi, Narazaki's relationship with Ryoko Tachibana had always seemed a bit off. When Kobayashi had happened to see her last month, he hadn't had the courage to speak to her, but maybe it was because of the work he did, he'd decided to tail her. She'd gone into an old apartment building. Without a doubt, it had been her. You looked into it for me, right? Tell me what you found. Well, Kobayashi could hear shouting coming from a table at the far side of the room. The voices gradually lost strength and vanished, as if dissolving into the darkness. A few weeks ago, when Kobayashi had told him he'd seen Ryoko Tachibana, Narazaki had looked surprised, but also seemed to have already known. Like it somehow made sense to him. Kobayashi had given Narazaki the address of the apartment building, but for some strange reason, Narazaki had insisted Kobayashi investigate instead. It was true, Kobayashi did work at a PI's office, but he hadn't even been there 6 months. So far, he'd mostly just assisted the other investigators and had never worked a case alone. He'd felt a case like this would be too much for him. But he'd taken the job, if reluctantly, and he had actually discovered quite a lot in a short time. There was something odd about that, he thought. How could someone like me, someone still training, find so much out so easily? Is there some big secret? Something that would hurt me? Not exactly. A peal of laughter from another distant table. In the dim light of the restaurant, Kobayashi could only make out the outlines of the people laughing. He caught himself drinking again. He was trying to get drunk. Why? Should I tell Narazaki what I'm worried about? Kobayashi wondered. He had all the material he'd collected about Ryoko Tachibana in his bag. She'd been born in Nagasaki Prefecture, had attended elementary high school there, and then moved to Tokyo to enroll in Ryoko University. But she'd withdrawn, and that trail of information ended. She next surfaced at a meeting held at the facility of a certain small religious organization in Tokyo, the kind of organization people didn't hear many good things about. But eventually she'd vanished again. She reappeared last year, and that was when she met Narazaki. There were no traces of her life between the time she left that religious organization and when she met him. She just somehow appeared before Narazaki, then vanished again. This religious group also bothered Kobayashi. It was the sort of thing one just shouldn't get involved in. And now she had already moved out of the apartment he'd seen her enter. Kobayashi stared listlessly at the counter. The 3 bartenders looked like triplets. They moved slowly and emotionlessly. Kobayashi shook his head slightly. I understand you're puzzled, but in any case, she's not dead. That I confirmed. And given that, look, what's clear is that she left you. She probably had her reasons. I understand that's not enough to satisfy you, but she left you. Kobayashi's whole investigation of this woman had felt strange. As he traced her history, it was as if a single line had been prepared for him to follow. Like she was somewhere in the distance, beckoning him. Kobayashi took another sip of whiskey. She should have known he worked at an investigator's office. Had she shown herself to him that first time on purpose? But why? Why would she do that? Listen. Kobayashi turned to face Narazaki. Let me say this clearly. I've got a bad feeling about this. You shouldn't try to find her. There's no need for you to get dragged into whatever this is. Why? You have your life. My life? You could get hurt. That doesn't matter. Kobayashi would remember, for the rest of his life, Narazaki's next words. The life I lived. That life has no value at all. Kobayashi stared for a second at Narazaki's face. In the end, he handed him the envelope filled with everything he'd found about Ryoko Tachibana. There was a small commotion at the table next to them. Kobayashi sipped his whiskey. As he drank, he realized he was getting drunk so he would be able to give the envelope to Narazaki. He watched Narazaki open the envelope, wondering what his role was. If this were a novel, he probably wouldn't be anything more than a side character. Whatever happened to whom, it would have nothing to do with him. He'd just be the cog that happened to set things in motion. The other customers gradually headed home. Eventually, only Narazaki and Kobayashi were left in the dim bar. The blue lights illuminated only Narazaki. Though there was no longer any need for him to drink, Kobayashi ordered another whiskey. His life had no value. That's what Narazaki said. That may be true, Kobayashi thought. Even to Kobayashi, Narazaki's life did not seem like a fulfilled one. Certainly, his life was not something anyone would be jealous of, just like Kobayashi's. Part 1. 1. In front of Narazaki was a gate. It was an old, enormous wooden gate. There was something written on it, but the characters had faded, and Narazaki couldn't make them out. Should I go straight in? Narazaki was unsure. There's something strange about this place. But isn't it just a normal house? It seems more like a house than a church or temple. The gate cut through the frigid air and towered over Narazaki. It seemed like it was looking down on him, testing him, about to pass down some sort of judgment. Looking up at the gate, Narazaki was made aware of the smallness of his own body. He wasn't ready to go in, so he walked past. The building was surrounded by tall brick and clay walls, and Narazaki couldn't see inside. He recalled Kobayashi's report. Ryoko Tachibana had certainly belonged to this group. The founder was named Shotaro Matsuo, a man who called himself an amateur intellectual. The group seemed to be some sort of religious organization, but they didn't have a proper name. They weren't registered as a religion, and the whole concept of believing in, their faith, seemed foreign to them. They didn't worship a particular god. In fact, the group's focus seemed to be pondering the question, is there a god? What were they? Narazaki didn't understand. As he passed the gate, Narazaki thought to himself, I always do this. I always hesitate. It was as though he wanted to spend the rest of his life stuck, the days sinking away heavily. Though they were unhappy, he wanted to savor that unhappiness. The languor seemed to be his very flesh, and he could never leave it. But he had decided to stop living that way. He would follow the pull of the gravity he had begun to feel within himself. He would give himself up to whatever came. He didn't care what would come of it. He made one loop around the building. I am walking now, Narazaki thought. Walking, without paying attention to anything. How can I walk this way? Like my heart and other organs just keep moving on their own. like they're strangers wriggling in my body. Narazaki took a deep breath. What am I thinking? It's because of that gate. It's messed up my mind. He was here to find out what he could about Ryoko Tachibana. He was back in front of the gate. It was still too big. Just as he was about to open it, he noticed the intercom. His finger reached toward the button. He wasn't ready. What will happen if this is a cult? Maybe they'll lock me up. His pulse quickened. Maybe I'll be brainwashed and go mad. Maybe I'll wind up one of those paranoid nut jobs without even realizing I've been brainwashed into acting that way. Narazaki pressed the button. He heard a dull chime. I pushed it. It's too late now. Yes? It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Not what Narazaki had expected. Is Shotaro Matsuo in? To whom am I speaking? Narazaki's body tensed up. No going back now. My name's Toru Narazaki. I'm not really anyone. If I ask where Ryoko Tachibana is right away, they probably won't tell me. I'll just pretend I'm interested in their group and ask about her a little at a time. I'm not going to join them or anything. Narazaki realized he was smiling. Not anyone? Yeah. So you're not with the media? No. If you want, you can look through my things. You need to see the old man. I mean, Matsuo-san, about something? Yes. There was a pause, and then the gate finally opened from the inside. 3 people came to meet Narazaki, a middle-aged man and woman, and a younger woman. Narazaki had imagined they'd all be dressed in white shrouds or something, but all 3 were wearing normal clothes. The middle-aged woman had on an apron printed with Rirakuma, the brown cartoon bear. Narazaki was a bit surprised. Please, come in. Narazaki entered. On the other side of the gate was a large open space. Faintly blue gravel covered the ground, which was scattered with stepping stones. It looks like a Shinto shrine, Narazaki thought. But there were no torii gates. There was also a large pond, but there didn't seem to be any koi. The middle-aged woman in the Rirakuma apron said, I'm sorry for asking, but you really aren't with the media? No, I'm just curious about your religion. Religion? Asked the middle-aged man. There was a little white in his short-cropped hair, but the expression on his face was youthful. Well, we don't practice any religion here. You don't? It's hard to explain, the younger woman said. Do you want to learn about healing power? Healing power? Narazaki asked. He was a bit surprised. You're not interested in that? Well then, we should start with his talks. Yeah, that's a good idea. The middle-aged man laughed at Narazaki's confusion. We can let him inside the house, can't we? He doesn't look like he'll cause any harm. Several people were sitting on the wooden veranda that ringed the mansion. Narazaki felt their stares as he was led from the gate into the house. Is this okay? Narazaki wondered. How are they letting me through so easily? He had no choice but to follow. The mansion was large but old, and compared to the exterior, the inside was unimpressive. Narazaki was taken to a spacious tatami sitting room at least 40 square meters in size. Its stillness seemed to be in direct proportion to its size. He took a seat on a cushion. Your name was Toru Narazaki, right? I'm Yoshida, said the middle-aged man. My name is Mineno, and the woman in the apron is Tanaka-san, the young woman added. Mineno had thin eyes. She was beautiful. Where did you hear about us? From a friend. A friend? Ah, I see. What did she see? He had hoped they would press him further. He had answers prepared for them. The young woman spoke again. I know you went out of your way to come here, but I'm sorry to say Matsuo-san isn't in. He's not here? No. He's been sick. Yoshida laughed. It's funny, right? The man heals others, but then goes and gets sick. And on top of that, he can't use his healing powers on himself, so he winds up in a university hospital, getting treated with Western medicine. Shut up, Mineno told Yoshida. But she was holding back her laughter, too. What was going on? They were laughing at their leader getting sick. We should explain, Mineno said. Healing power is mostly just a joke. Matsuo-san doesn't really think he can heal people. She smiled. And it's a bit strange for us to let you in even though he's in the hospital, but we have a rule to not send anyone away. How much do you know about this place? Asked Yoshida, as the woman with the rirakuma apron came in, carrying tea. Narazaki thanked her. He still didn't have the courage to say what he wanted. Honestly, I don't know much. That's impressive. Showing up without knowing anything? Yoshida said, laughing. So, shall we tell you a little about this place? Don't get your hopes up. We're not a religion, so we can't be sure we'll meet your expectations. The people who've shown up lately have come expecting too much. We have to make sure they don't get disappointed and cause any trouble. Here was what they told him. Shotaro Matsuo, the owner of the mansion, often meditated alone in his garden. Long ago, there were no walls and passers-by could see him meditating. He was known in the neighborhood as a weird old man. No one knew about his past or even if he'd always lived there. It seemed he had just appeared one day in this old mansion that everyone had assumed was abandoned. One day, an old woman suffering from an inexplicable pain in her legs stopped by. She asked Matsuo to pray over her. Even doctors couldn't figure out what was causing the pain, so she visited every faith healer she could, but she saw no improvement. You're always sitting here meditating, she said. You might have some kind of power. Won't you pray for my legs just to see? Matsuo was surprised and said he didn't have that sort of power, but he invited the old woman into his mansion for tea. Matsuo lived with his wife Yoshiko. The three of them talked about many things. Both Matsuo and his wife, Yoshiko, sympathized with the woman's pain. Matsuo tried rubbing the woman's legs, but nothing happened. Thank you anyway, the woman said. Can I come again? The Matsuos nodded. She visited for several weeks, and the woman's legs began to get better. But, like I told you, don't get your hopes up. The cause of that woman's pain was stress, Yoshida said. That's how religious healers have been treating illnesses forever. Sure, there may be some people who have actual powers, but I can tell you that Matsuo-san isn't one of them. Like Jesus said, faith will save you. That's at least partially true. There are legends that when Jesus Christ first appeared, he cured tons of sick people. It's probably true. If you really believed from the bottom of your heart that this man had the power to cure, that he really was the Son of God, well, the human body's ability to cure itself is truly amazing, and stress causes so many ailments. If you're overcome by emotion from seeing God right in front of you, that emotion may activate something amazing inside of you. Yoshida smiled. And I think exorcisms are the same sort of thing. Some exorcists may actually drive out evil spirits, but some just convince the subject that all the stress inside their body is a single spirit that they can banish. Look, I'm not criticizing anyone for their beliefs. As human civilization has progressed, we've given up on those methods of healing. We no longer recognize gods and spirits as causes of illness, so we don't try to activate the body's own immune system by invoking those things. I'm sure before modern medicine, this was an incredibly important form of healing for people. The woman whose legs healed spread Matsuo's praise through the town. Gradually, people started visiting, then claiming their mysterious heart palpitations and their stiff necks got better. Matsuo continued to tell everyone that he didn't have any special power, but his insistence began to offend the people who believed in him. Matsuo truly wanted everyone to get better, so he found himself in a dilemma. He was being made a religious figure against his will. Of course, many people didn't get better. Those who didn't began to censure Matsuo. It must be awful to not be healed when others are. Matsuo didn't take money or anything, so there wasn't too much of a problem. But little by little, this organization began to change. "Don't you feel calm here?" Mineno asked. Looking at their smiling faces, Narazaki found it more and more difficult to breathe. "There are plenty of trees," Mineno went on, "and with the gravel garden, all the sound gets sucked up. It's so peaceful, like being at a shrine." "That's very true," Narazaki said, his voice emotionless. More and more people started saying that just being here makes them feel good. They said maybe instead of healing power, there's just something about being here. Maybe this place is what they call a power spot. People have even come from other prefectures. They never seem particularly religious. They're just like, "We heard there's something here." Matsuo-san and everyone opened up the garden, and people would say, "If you got a torii, it would be just like a shrine." Matsuo-san has always had something about him that attracts people. We started holding an event once a month. We set up a bunch of folding chairs and everyone listens to Matsuo-san speak. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. We've been doing it since the end of the bubble, when society seemed so uneasy. Narazaki nodded, although he didn't really want to hear more about Matsuo. Yoshida began speaking again. "Whether you find Matsuo-san's talks interesting or not, they're unique. He never says, 'Believe in this God.' It's more like, 'I wonder if this God's out there.' Even young people like the talks, since he's always questioning. It doesn't cost anything to attend our gatherings, so it's rather low pressure." Narazaki nodded again. "What should I do?" he thought. "Why is Ryoko Tachibana involved with this kind of group?" He couldn't see why she had to vanish. He had no interest in the history of this group. It was not the religious fringe organization Narazaki had imagined. He'd hoped to stumble into something wilder, something that would change him completely. Something that would make him lose all concern for morals and ethics and the confused human condition. Something that would obliterate him and the life he had lived until now. Narazaki had no business with these kind people. There was no need to listen to these boring stories. There was no need to hesitate anymore. He spoke up. "There's a woman, Ryoko Tachibana, who I think came here." They all looked at him. "What? You're looking for someone? You didn't come to hear about Matsuo-san?" "Well, that too, but I'm also looking for this woman." "We wouldn't know her by that name," Yoshida said. "There's no membership or registration system here, and people also use fake names." "This is her," Narazaki said, taking out a photo. Everyone in the room looked at the picture. It was just a few seconds, but it felt infinitely long to Narazaki. The uneasy silence seemed to make the room grow even larger. "This woman?" Yoshida stared at Narazaki. He was no longer smiling. "How do you know this woman?" "Wait," Mineno said, as if to stop Yoshida, but she was clearly unsettled. "I'm sorry, but are you involved with this woman?" "What happened? They're all looking at me." Narazaki took a mindful breath. "It's a bit difficult to explain our relationship, but I'm looking for her." "Why?" Yoshida asked quietly. "Should I tell them everything? Will I get tangled up in something strange?" Narazaki caught himself smiling. "She ran away." "Ran away? Do you know what kind of person you're looking for?
What kind of person? What do you mean?
He doesn't know, Mineno said to Yoshida. If he knew about her, he'd know he wouldn't find her here.
You're right.
The room grew quiet again. The woman in the apron stared at the floor, unsure of what to do. Whatever happens, you should probably listen to what we have to say, Mineno said. It's probably easiest to understand if we explain from the beginning about what happened to Matsuo-san and the people who came here. I think that will be the easiest way to explain who this woman is. And I think you'll want to hear this. 2. The wind began to blow gently, causing the windows of the sitting room to rattle as if in pain.
The air is dry, Narazaki thought. If I lit a fire, I wonder if it would all burn. The pillars, the ceiling, everything holding this mansion together.
Yeah, we should start from the beginning, Mineno said. It's pretty complicated. You were very serious when you showed us this picture, so we should be serious too and explain everything thoroughly. All sorts of people would gather to hear Matsuo-san speak on the second Saturday of every month. Some people were drawn to his personality, but others saw something sacred in him. Most of those people had been involved with some other religion but had lost hope in their various faiths. There were also suffering youths, people who had been failed by their friends or lovers or the companies they worked for, or maybe even another religion. There weren't many, but a few came to study how to start their own religion, to use Matsuo's talks as references for their own sermons. Anyone who had been attending the talks for a long time could spot those types immediately. They were always focused on results, and they had voices that cut right through you. They left unpleasant impressions. There was one man who appeared to be in his 50s who called himself Sawatari, but that may not have been his real name. 5 years ago, there was an incident at one of Matsuo's regular Saturday talks. The talks were the most popular they'd ever been. About 200 people were gathered in the garden. In the middle of speaking, Matsuo suddenly collapsed. Later, we learned he'd had a stroke. The moment he fell over, Mineno and the other longtime attendees panicked and rushed to the stage. But from the audience, a voice declared that Matsuo had been possessed by God. "I've seen this before," the voice said. "A god has descended upon him." Everyone grew frantic. The person who said they'd seen this before revealed they meant they'd seen it at a service at another church. Others who were new to the talks misunderstood and assumed the person meant Matsuo had collapsed before. When some people tried to help Matsuo, others shouted, "Don't get in the way!" and "If you interrupt, he may die." Some attendees thought the collapse was part of a staged act, that this was proof that we were some shady cult, and they were shouting out of anger and disillusionment. There was total chaos. "It was something of a blind spot we had," Mineno said quietly. She seemed scared. "Since we didn't get too involved with the participants and simply gathered instead, no one really knew anyone else. If we'd had officers to manage the group, it probably would have been easier to handle the situation. And at the time, Matsuo-san's wife, Yo-chan-san, was out." Those who tried to rush to Matsuo were stopped by force. Folding chairs collapsed and confusion spread. Thanks to Yoshida, who called an ambulance, medics soon arrived, but some of the audience members tried to stop them from coming in. Fights broke out. The paramedics must have been confused. There was screaming and weeping. But gradually attitudes changed as people realized the old man really had collapsed. Eventually, they managed to get Matsuo on a stretcher. Matsuo's life was saved, but he could no longer move his left arm. If he had made it to the hospital a little sooner, they might have been able to prevent that. But Matsuo didn't blame anyone. No one had done anything wrong. Those who'd mistaken what was happening for a spiritual phenomenon, those people who had experienced so much unhappiness and hoped to be saved, they only wished it could be the truth. They saw things the way they did because of their pure desire to be saved by something great. One could even say that Matsuo's paralyzed left arm was born out of their suffering. "This isn't enough," Matsuo later said. "One left arm can't take on all their suffering. Not that I have the right to do that anyway." Since that incident 5 years ago, the talks had changed. Many people were disappointed that Matsuo was not holy, and others put distance between themselves and the group after experiencing that strange disturbance. While Matsuo was in the hospital, people still assembled every second Saturday, hung around for a while even though there were no lectures. That's when Sawatari showed up. He'd watched the uproar when Matsuo collapsed, unmoved. He saw that those frantic people who believed Matsuo had actually been possessed would be easy to manipulate. Yoshida watched from afar as Sawatari made his way among the gathered crowd, talking to people. In less than a half hour, he had collected a group of people who were crying in front of him. That day, Sawatari took about 50 participants with him and vanished. Many of the people who followed him were highly educated. Later, they would realize they still had more to learn about him. "Matsuo-san was scammed," Mineno said quietly. "Someone asked him to donate part of the land he owned for a charity hospital, and without thinking much about it, he handed it over. But that land was never used for a hospital. Before he knew it, it was sold and resold and was eventually used to build a highway. But that's not all. We don't know the details, but the contract he'd signed had a stipulation sneaked in that required him to give up more and more, and he suffered a pretty big loss. The scam was carried out by a sham investment firm Sawatari was involved with. Matsuo-san doesn't like to talk about it. Really, none of us know anything about Matsuo-san's life before he showed up at the mansion. But it seems Matsuo-san and Sawatari have a long history together. Anyway, Sawatari took a chunk of Matsuo-san's property and a bunch of the people who used to come here and vanished. And Mineno suddenly went quiet. Yoshida finished the story. "That woman you're looking for, she was involved with that investment firm. She's one of the people who scammed Matsuo-san. She vanished with Sawatari, or maybe it's more accurate to say they returned to their own cult." "Their own cult?" Narazaki repeated. "Yes, she's not here. They're part of a nameless cult. They came to the attention of the Public Security Bureau once, and after that they went underground. It seems the Bureau just calls them X, since they have no name. It's a pretty frightening name. Maybe there's some other reason they use it, but I'm not sure. The woman you're searching for, and we're searching for, is there." "This dark room. How much longer will I be here? 1 week? 1 month? This tiny room. Walls all around me. My head hurts. No, maybe it doesn't. I saw it a second ago. Ah, a door. There's a door. Mom? If I just close the door, it'll be okay?" "It's not okay. Not at all. It's not okay because there's a hole in that door. Because I used the drill from the wood shop to make a little hole. I don't feel hungry anymore. There's no strength left in my body. When was the last time I ate something? When was the last time I drank something? A sound. I heard a sound. There's a warmth rising up from deep within my body. It's a happy warmth. A sound. I heard a sound. Just now, I heard someone knocking. But from where? From the other side of these walls? That sound, it's telling me I haven't been forgotten. Knocking. They remember me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Even though it hurts so much, even though there's nothing left for me to throw up, I feel myself far more clearly than when I was working at that company. What should I say? If I just close the door, it'll be okay? Do you think so, Mom? Myself, much clearer. I exist. That should be obvious. But it's not. Now I know I exist. Now I am here, full of pain. No, I exist in this space as pain. I've become pain, and am here in this world. My arms and legs, my organs, my genitals, my body can't move anymore, but my mind feels like it's boiling over. A flood of consciousness. I'm so aware I want to vomit. Where is that woman? Or was that just a dream? If I just close the door, it'll be okay? Do you really think so, Mom? The second floor of that run-down hostess club. The scary second floor, where the windows rattled on windy days. I knew I shouldn't do it. I knew I shouldn't look. But even though I was just in elementary school, I couldn't help it. I wanted to see. I wanted to watch, play with myself. You, taking that strange man in so beautifully with your sturdy hips. You, taking him in so beautifully and liking it. If I just close the door, it'll be okay? I was jealous of those men. If I paid 20,000 yen, could I do that to you? Should I say more? I wasn't just jealous of those men holding you. I can't stop the words from pouring out. I don't feel like I need to stop them. I was jealous of you, too. Those men filled with lust. They didn't care about me in the next room. They didn't care about me. They just wanted you. Those men with those strong bodies, their violent passions. You took them in with your sturdy hips. You're amazing, Mom. You could just keep taking everything those big men had. All of it, with a face that looked so happy it made me burn. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to be wanted like that. No one would ignore me. They'd want me too much. And then after. And then I began to empathize with girls when I had sex. I didn't worry just about my pleasure. I imagined the woman's pleasure that would burn her up. That's why I can drive women wild. So intense, so intense. I thought I was good. I thought I was a coward. But just that part of me, just that part was strong enough to ruin my life. What is this music? Oh, I know this song. I've heard it so many times in this room. It's Bach. Bach. I call to you, Lord Jesus Christ. But why? Why this song with those images? Men gathering around my mother and this song. There's no way. Could Jesus Christ have been there? When I got on all fours and brought my eye up to the hole and watched you in the throes of pleasure, I felt like I was being called by something. I was being led by something. Could that have been Jesus Christ? Was he there? Was he there somewhere? No, was he the place itself? Savior? No, not Savior. Not Savior. Fear. It was fear. Why did Jesus Christ show me fear? Because it's my true being? Is that my true being? Did Jesus Christ show me my true being? Why? To lead me somewhere? To what sort of abyss? Why? Why would he be so cruel? Knocking. Thank you. I haven't been forgotten. But my vision is getting cloudy. The door? If I just close the door, it'll be okay? My true self. My vision. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Nothing comes out. My throat spasms a little. I can't tell if it hurts or if it feels good. What? The door? The door is opening? Congratulations. Light streamed in from the other side of the door. Collapsed on the floor, the skinny man looked up toward that light. It wasn't strong, but he had been in the darkness so long it was bright to him. Is that light? The skinny man wondered. Ah, there are people. There are people. Are you all right? Congratulations. You did well. You did very well. The long-haired believer helped the skinny man up and led him from the small room. There was light everywhere. The long-haired believer was crying. The skinny man felt his body grow warmer. For me? Are they crying for me? Oh. Don't worry. You don't have to speak. Congratulations. The leader will meet you. The leader? Really? The skinny man's body began to tremble. For me? Oh, there are so many people. They are all smiling at me. Some are crying for me. For me? Thank you. You were the ones who knocked for me, right? You were the ones who kept knocking for me to let me know I hadn't been forgotten, right? A warmth spread through the skinny man's body. Have I ever felt this much joy? Congratulations! 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 The skinny man was led by the long-haired believer up the stairs to the 21st floor. The 21st floor where only the chosen can enter. I get to go to the 21st floor. Me! At the edge of his blurred vision, he saw a door. Their steps rang out on the hard stone tile covering the expansive floor. His consciousness faded, but all the sounds resonated through his body. There was a massive door. All he could see was that tremendous door. The long-haired believer spoke again. I cannot go any farther. Congratulations. The leader will meet with you shortly. You must be so moved. You must be so happy. The door opened. It was dark inside. The leader was sitting in a chair. He could tell from just one look that was the leader. I came here to meet you. I came here to meet you. To meet you. To meet you. I was born to meet you. You have overcome. You are wonderful. The leader's voice was low but strong. The skinny man collapsed in tears. Your life of suffering, your unrewarded life, will end today. Yes. The skinny man stared up at the man speaking, tears streaming down his face. No one will hurt you here. Yes. There are no idiots here. No one who will fail to recognize your strength. Yes. There is no one here who will interfere with your life. Yes. You are my disciple. My irreplaceable disciple. To us, to me, you are an irreplaceable friend. The skinny man continued to cry, unable to stand. Your life is here. All your reasons for living are here. I plan to change this world. I want your help. Yes. The skinny man rose to his knees and joined his hands together as if praying to the leader. His tears would not stop flowing. They were so violent and warm he didn't know what to do. Leader, what in this life has meaning? My comforts, dreams, pride? I give you my life, leader. I give it all to you. I am yours. Since they have no name, we have nothing else to call them, Yoshida said under his breath. Cult X. 3. Cult X? What a strange name, Narazaki thought. Like the name of some trashy TV show. Have you told the police about this scam? Matsuo-san didn't want to, Yoshida said, looking fed up. Because of whatever that old connection is between Matsuo-san and Sawatari, I don't know the details. It began to grow dark outside. Narazaki felt as though the lights inside were growing stronger, man-made lights stretching out everyone's shadows. And what about you? Can we hear your story? Yoshida asked. I'm sorry, we can't be of much help to you, but we're also looking for this woman. Well, we're looking for Sawatari, at least. Without Matsuo-san knowing, of course. Maybe there will be a hint in your story. Honestly, I don't know much, Narazaki said. What do you mean? How much can I tell them? Narazaki wondered. But I haven't lied. I really don't know much about her. Well, she just vanished. That's it. So, were you lovers? It's hard to say. In the silence that followed, Narazaki noticed Yoshida staring at him. The woman in the rirakuma apron was still staring at the ground. The clock's second hand moved slowly. Well, thank you for coming. I think you'll be back, Minano said softly, as if exhaling. This is probably a difficult topic for you, so talk to us when you feel ready. Would you like to watch DVD before you leave tonight? We have recordings of Matsuo-san's talks. When Matsuo-san's not here, the people who come to visit always watch them. But, Yoshida interrupted. What? You think we should try to force him to talk? Do you think Matsuo-san would want that? Yoshida looked at Minano, a perturbed expression on his face. Minano ignored him and gave Narazaki a cautious look. I'm sure Tachibana-san is also in the video. Minano stood, and Yoshida reluctantly followed suit. Narazaki followed them out of the room and down the old hallway. The floor was worn, but well polished. It looks nice in here, Narazaki said. He felt he had to make up for not speaking earlier. Oh, we're cleaning. Matsuo-san's coming back. Coming back? So he's not that sick? It's just hemorrhoids, Yoshida said. Minano couldn't help but laugh. Hemorrhoids? Really bad hemorrhoids that required surgery. Unbelievable, right? A religious leader with hemorrhoids? They led Narazaki to a tatami room with a TV and an ashtray. It was smaller than the previous room, and for some reason the heater was already on. He could hardly believe it as they said goodbye, leaving him all alone in the room. Do they trust me? He wondered. And it doesn't look like they can lock that sliding wooden door from the outside. Narazaki stared blankly at a cardboard box filled with DVDs. He had expected them to be lined up more showily, as might befit videos of the group's leader. He picked one up and lit a cigarette. He had started smoking again a month ago. On the cover was a picture of a thin old man. Was he in his 70s? Narazaki couldn't tell. His eyes were large, and his short hair had a lot of white in it, but he had a good-looking face for an old man. His left arm was moving, so this must have been from before he collapsed. He was wearing a gray sweater and beige chino pants. He really didn't seem like a religious leader. He was sitting on the wooden veranda of the mansion, and 50 or 60 people sat in folding chairs in the garden. Since he'd pretended he was interested in their faith, Narazaki felt he had no choice but to watch the video. Matsuo-san's Lectures 1. Part 1. Well, Today I'd like to talk about something rather serious. Everyone, you all know about the Buddha, right? The Buddha. The man who's said to have founded Buddhism. Buddhism is what they practice in temples, not shrines. Shrines are for Shinto rites, and they have their own gods. We're talking about the religion where people ring bells on New Year's Eve. Temples. Temples are for Buddhism. You know about the Daibutsu, right? Those big statues of the Buddha. What do you imagine when you think of the Buddha? You probably at least think he was a good guy, right? Light laughter. He did good things, was filled with compassion, and tried to lead even sinners to heaven. But was he really like that? Was Buddha really a good guy? That's what I'd like to talk about today. That and the most recent theories of neuroscience. These two topics are connected very closely. The Buddha's real name was Siddhartha Gautama. Some say he was born in India in 624 BC. Others say it was 463 BC. No one's really sure. Regardless, he was born between 400 and 600 years before Jesus Christ. He was born into royalty, but when he was 29, he abandoned his wife and children, left the palace, and wandered the world. It's said that when he was 35 or 6, he reached enlightenment. His teachings, what became Buddhism, spread not just through India, but also reached China and Japan. There are plenty of temples in Japan, too, right? Much is said about how the Buddha led his life. Some stories are so fantastic one can only assume they're legends, like the ones that say he flew through the sky without a ship. People later expanded on the early ideas of Buddhism, and there are a vast number of writings from later periods. Of course, all of those books are worthwhile. But in truth, I have no interest in the teachings of Buddhism. I'm interested in the Buddha himself. What kind of person was he, and what did he teach? Unfortunately, none of the Buddha's original teachings survive. The same is true of Jesus Christ. It was his disciples, the people who followed him, who passed his words on to later generations. There is one collection of teachings called the Sutta Nipata. It is the oldest extant Buddhist teachings. I was surprised when I read this work. It was rather far removed from the image of Buddhism I'd had until then. This work had already been mostly lost by the time Buddhism was passed from India to China and then Japan. In other words, it didn't have much impact on Buddhism in East Asia. But this is the oldest of the Buddhist scriptures, and as such may be the one that best captures the Buddha's true voice. It is said that of the books in the Sutta Nipata, the oldest are the fourth and the final fifth book. How these later books wound up being the oldest is thought to be a matter of the editing style. In the case of Islam's Quran and Hinduism's Rig Veda, the older parts come first. There are all sorts of editing styles. Now, let me read a few sections. One must sever oneself from the root of delusion, the thought that thinking brings wisdom. The philosopher Descartes was born in 1596. His famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am," was contradicted by the Buddha here in the Sutta Nipata, about 2,000 years before Descartes was even born. Western philosophers continue to argue over this or that point in Descartes, never even realizing that the Buddha contested his claims millennia before they were made. For whom there is no desire, for the monk who has cut off the stream of existence and abandoned all kinds of works, both good and bad, there is no pain. In other words, they don't do bad things or good things. Religious doesn't mean good. They don't worry about good and bad at all. Under all circumstances, the independent holy man neither loves nor hates anyone. Sorrow and avarice do not stick to him, as water does not stick to leaves. A holy man loves no one. Of course, there's no romantic love either. This text says you must abandon all your romantic desires as well as all other desires. Women are humans. They've got organs, and they get runny noses and take shits. It makes you want to ask, are you serious, Buddha? There really is also a section that says we all shit, so don't act high and mighty. An accomplished man is not led by holy works, nor by tradition. Let a monk not depend upon what is seen, heard, or thought, or upon virtue and holy works. As Bhadravuda and Alavi Gotama have left their fate, so too shall you. How about that? It doesn't sound like a religion at all, does it? To quote Hajime Nakamura, a world expert on ancient Buddhism, Buddhism itself exists in the rejection of teachings. How cool! In the beginning, Buddhism did not preach sada, or the belief in teachings, but rather pasada, or the idea that through listening to teachings, one could purify one's heart. In other words, there's a possibility that Buddhism wasn't a religion at all. The Buddha did not believe himself to be the special founder of a religion, writes Nakamura. And he goes on to claim, if one doesn't abandon Buddhist studies, one cannot understand the Sutta Nipata. So, what about the Buddha's enlightenment? While it's quite difficult to understand, let's turn again to the Sutta Nipata. For him who both inwardly and outwardly does not delight in sensation, consciousness ceases. Name and shape are totally stopped by the cessation of consciousness. Name and shape are, in brief, the body and spirit that give shape to individual humans. In other words, the Buddha rid himself of all desires. There was no comfort or discomfort. He did not gain pleasure from any sensation, and he stopped himself from distinguishing things, thinking this is that and that is this. He achieved a state of nothingness, a state where one does not even think to desire or think to give up a desire. A state of nothingness where even thinking about such things was unnecessary. In the West, they'd call it an absolute nothingness, more absolute than emptiness. One is not attached to anything. Those who achieve that state do not return to the endless cycle of death and rebirth. They are outside the process of samsara. They live in a state of nothingness far removed from comfort or discomfort. To rephrase this, they can find no need to be reborn. They have achieved salvation, or a state of nirvana. Nirvana is the absolute state one achieves after abandoning all desires, eradicating sensation, and not distinguishing between things. It is nothing. It is also a final state where one does not even recognize oneself as nothing. How terrifying! And what comes after salvation? That's what I start to wonder. But maybe not thinking is itself salvation. Buddha was not conscious of becoming a god after escaping samsara, and one gets the impression that he never even considered that possibility. All that's left is a state of ease. How about that? Would that make him the world's strongest man, or what? He was freed from the burdens of the world, and no longer even cared about the gods. In a sense, he surpassed the gods, didn't he? He was free from their demands, their claiming things should be this way or that way. Buddha was totally free. A human had, on a spiritual level, surpassed the gods. At least, I think one could say that. This is what one man thought almost 2,500 years ago. Of course, the teachings of Christ are amazing, but the Buddha was also quite the man. Let one not be with a natural consciousness, nor with a mad consciousness, nor without consciousness, nor with consciousness gone. For him who is thus constituted, form ceases to exist. Nor without consciousness, nor with consciousness gone. These words can be written down easily enough, but they are difficult to comprehend, right? How does one interpret them? Maybe one could say that nirvana is also a state that surpasses the logic of written words. Or one could say that when one reaches nirvana, only then can they understand these words. These words may make one think of Uchoten, the heaven of nothingness. Some say the Buddha flew off to a different world. But at this time, the buds of the middle path had sprouted, but had not risen to the foreground. Many teachings, like that of the three worlds, had not appeared yet either. Those thoughts stem from the Buddhism of later ages. You have all already started to wonder, I suspect, in the end, how could this religion grow? Exactly. In this form, it would be difficult. Everyone would have to live without romantic love. No one would have children. Humanity would go extinct. One can't imagine a world where normal people strive to reach nirvana. Thus, Buddhism was transformed. But I don't mean to say that Buddhism now has completely strayed from the Buddha's teachings. I'll touch on that again at the end. Do you remember the words of the Buddha that I mentioned at the beginning of this talk? One must sever oneself from the root of delusion, the thought that thinking brings wisdom. Those words that contradicted Descartes' famous claim 2,000 years before he made it. I'm an amateur intellectual, and recently I've been researching the brain. The brain and consciousness. What is this thing called consciousness that we've come to use to think about ourselves? During my research, I realized that the Buddha's words closely resemble some of the most recent theories of neuroscience. 4. Matsuo-san's Lectures 1, Part 2. Our brains are composed of over 100 billion neurons and the synapses that connect them all. It is amazing to even imagine. Over 100 billion. That's an absurd number. The human body is made up of countless atoms. Another tremendous number. Let's look at proteins, for example. They play an incredibly important role in building the human body. It's said that the 15 or 16 million kinds of proteins in the human body are made by the combination of just 24 different kinds of amino acids. Amino acids make proteins, which in turn serve as the building blocks of the human body. If we look at just one of those amino acids, alanine, we see it's made up of H3C, NH2, OH, and O. It's a chemical compound comprised of different atoms. And of course, the brain is also comprised of countless atoms on the micro level. Atoms are made up of even smaller parts, protons, neutrons, and electrons. And protons and neutrons are in turn made up of quarks, which are even smaller. The smallest object the average scientist currently believes to exist is the quark. When we measure the size of an atom, we use angstroms, and 1 angstrom measures 1/10,000,000th of a millimeter. You can see that they are extremely small. All of the human body is comprised of chemical compounds. And every time I repeat this, it amazes me, but the 100 million neurons in our brains are likewise made up of these chemical compounds. Neurons are made up of atoms and function through micro-level chemical activities and the firing of countless electrical signals. This is amazing to think about. But it's really how the brain works. So how is consciousness born out of all these chemical reactions? It's quite strange, isn't it? What is consciousness in the first place? It's the me that thinks this or that. But what is this me? We think on our own and act on our own, right? I'm talking now because I am willing myself to talk. But in actuality, there has been some startling research. A scientist by the name of Benjamin Libet conducted a famous experiment. According to his results, before humans are conscious of trying to do something, the parts of their brains responsible for those actions are already activated without their even noticing. What does this mean? Basically, before you are conscious of trying to move your finger, the neural circuitry in charge of moving that finger has already been activated. According to the results of Libet's experiment, 0.35 seconds after your brain tries to move your finger, your consciousness, in other words, you, become aware that you are trying to move it. 0.2 seconds after your consciousness, or you, becomes aware of trying to move it, it actually moves. And plenty of neuroscientists agree this is correct. There is no one part of the brain that controls consciousness, or me. Consciousness and I are born out of the broader work of the brain. Without brains, consciousness and I would not exist. The activity of the brain reflects consciousness and me. But consciousness and I have no causal effect on the actions of the brain. What does all this mean? Of course, there is the possibility that consciousness and I have no agency at all, and my existence is merely a mirror reflecting the activity of my brain. When I and my consciousness are thinking this or that, I am not actually deciding what I will do or what I am thinking about. I am just convinced that it is me deciding those things. In actuality, our brains are working in some realm we can't sense, and we are simply following behind, tracing our brain's decisions. This is the true nature of consciousness and me. It's as if we are all just sitting in seats called the self, watching our own lives pass by. The crowd's gotten a little noisy. You must be thinking, how ridiculous. Yes, it really is ridiculous. We'll come back to this once more at the end, but first, let's go on. Now, I want you to remember the Buddha's words. One must cut oneself from the root of delusion, the thought that thinking brings wisdom. This may mean that, without doing any science experiments or dissecting anyone's brain, just by staring at his own consciousness and meditating, the Buddha discovered that his consciousness, his I, didn't have any true form. And that'd be truly impressive. He might have discovered that what's working is not me, but these chemical compounds that comprise my brain. What starts any activity is not I, but a brain made of chemical compounds, which I cannot even see. I simply follow along. But how did the Buddha observe this? I mentioned earlier that the human body is composed of countless atoms. And since we eat food and then relieve ourselves, within a year the atoms that make up our bodies are completely replaced. In other words, the atoms that make up this finger of mine will all be replaced. My finger maintains the same shape and qualities because of DNA and because the atoms are made to recreate the same specifications. The atoms must be replaced because all materials, and this includes those that make up humans, must obey the second law of thermodynamics. To put it very simply, on the atomic level, if you just leave something alone, it will grow disordered. Even solid objects eventually break down. To prevent that, living organisms must continually replace the atoms that make up their bodies with fresh ones. If they didn't, their atoms would move toward disorder, and their bodies would fail. So eating serves another necessary role besides nutrition. DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is also a chemical compound. It's kind of scary, right? To think the Buddha might have seen the world that way? Even looking at people, maybe he could see them not as humans, but rather as loose collections of atoms that are constantly changing but maintain a solid form. Or maybe even as bodies that are constantly changing, yet somehow convince themselves that there's such a thing as the self. Maybe, when he saw someone bump into someone else, he saw nothing more than one loose collection of atoms bumping into another loose collection of atoms. Because he did not find pleasure in sensation, he didn't feel anything when his brain showed him the world the way people see the world. Of course, he wouldn't consider the meaning or value of it. He would just remain in a calm state where countless atoms moved through space, flittering all around. To tell the truth, when I meditate in this garden, that is the state of mind that I try to achieve. Well, that's a lie. In truth, I want to achieve a state of selflessness while maintaining my interest in women. Laughter. Don't you agree? Women are just so wonderful. Laughter. But there's a contradiction between trying to abandon all desires and wanting to hold on to my desire for women. In a sense, that would be a harder state to achieve than the one Buddha did. Laughter. Well, that's it for the major points today, but let's talk about the brain again for a moment. Earlier I said that when I and my consciousness are thinking this or that, I am not actually deciding what I will do or what I am thinking about. That I am just convinced that I am deciding those things, and in actuality, my brain is working in some space I can't sense, and I am simply following behind, tracing my brain's decisions. So then, why does this thing called consciousness appear in our minds? Do we need it? This has something to do with evolution. According to one explanation, lower-level consciousness without the conception of self, a proto-consciousness, was born somewhere along the evolutionary path from reptiles to birds, and also from reptiles to mammals. At this stage of the evolutionary process, a complex two-way circuit between the part of the brain called the thalamus and the part called the cortical layer was formed, leading to proto-consciousness. Why? It seems that consciousness allows response to all sorts of situations and is thus beneficial for living things. The brain is reflected in the mirror of consciousness, and it becomes easier for the activity of the brain to understand itself. Furthermore, it is said that the reason I came to be is because this system grew even more complex. High-level consciousness arose at a more advanced stage of the evolutionary process. It is said that humans and maybe orangutans have higher consciousness. I think dolphins and chimpanzees may have it as well. Apparently, the reason consciousness becomes an I at higher levels is deeply related to memory. To maintain a large memory, it is necessary to have a sense of unity, an idea that one being experienced all these remembered things. Without that, there'd be confusion. That's why this being called me was born of the loose collection of constantly changing atoms that maintains a solid form. The brain decides all, and my consciousness and I just follow along. However, one mustn't think, well, if it's all just my brain, it doesn't matter what I think. I might as well just destroy myself. This is no good, because if you think that way, your brain will come to think that way as well. Properly speaking, you are your brain, after all. So it does matter if you try to destroy yourself. I will say it again. If you think you should just destroy yourself, your brain will become self-destructive as well. Of course, what I am saying now is not verifiable neuroscientific truth, but there is an argument that the brain is the device that runs things, but our consciousness has veto power. It's convincing, but it's not one of the leading theories. There's also an old explanation that our consciousness can alter the state of our brains. Consciousness is agency. We cannot say for sure if either theory is true. So just remember that there are several arguments for why you shouldn't think negative thoughts. There's no need to worry about this in your day-to-day life. Besides, it might all just be erroneous scientific conclusions. However, if you ever find yourself questioning your consciousness, thinking, maybe I'm not actually deciding anything, or maybe I'm really just a spectator, then the clashes within your ego, the fights and wars, appear truly hilarious. You may be able to see your wallowing, and don't worry, wallowing itself is a good thing, from a different perspective. You could think to yourself, my brain is upset again. This collection of atoms is such a pain. And then one thing becomes clear. How unbelievably incredible the system of the brain that produces consciousness is. 100-something million neurons working non-stop at unbelievable speeds and intensities. Any being with that sort of system of consciousness within itself is truly incredible. Without consciousness and me, the brain wouldn't be able to grasp its own functioning. In other words, it's the same as saying you are your brain. And when I say you are your brain, both you and your brain are unique. I'll talk about this again later. However, if this is true, it leads to a terrifying conclusion. Souls may not exist. That is, if one defines a soul as the way your consciousness goes on existing after you die, that wispy thing that climbs its way up to some heaven. If consciousness is just the product of the mechanisms of the brain, simply a mirror that reflects the functioning of the brain, then there's a good chance souls don't exist. Without the systems in the brain, consciousness wouldn't exist. When the brain dies, consciousness also vanishes. In physics, the existence of the soul is generally rejected. But I think they exist. Souls. And I think they exist without contradicting physics. I will discuss this some other time. Finally, I'd like to mention the Buddha one last time. Obviously, I cannot know if the Buddha I've described here actually existed. I'm just an amateur intellectual, and I've just put together lots of different information and facts. I don't care if you think I'm trying to start a new sort of Buddhism sect or cult, some sort of religion. But as I said before, what I've mentioned about the brain does not contradict Buddhism. I'd like to end by quoting Hajime Nakamura again. I find the fact that the content of Shakyamuni's, the Buddha's, enlightenment, the starting point of Buddhism, has been passed down differently in different traditions to be both a serious problem and one of the defining qualities of Buddhism. First of all, there is no singular teaching in Buddhism. Gautama himself, the Buddha, did not want the content of his enlightenment to be explained formulaically. He explained it differently depending on the circumstances and whom he was speaking to. Redacted, he did not rely on established principles or religions, but rather considered actual people as they were, and attempted to help them achieve a state of contentment. Redacted, this position, which could be viewed as a practical philosophy, allowed for the creative construction of countless starting points. I consider this to be the reason for the proliferation of so many different kinds of Buddhism in later days. In other words, the Buddha said many different things depending on whom he was teaching. To quote further, with his gracious and calm attitude, the Buddha managed to include even heretics in his teachings. I think part of the reason Buddhism was able to spread so widely in later years and provide that warm light to human hearts was because of these aspects of the personality of the founder Gautama, the Buddha. What a beautiful way of thought Buddhism is. The Buddha may have been quite eccentric, but he was a good guy. Well, this talk went all over the place. Let's end here. Mineno went out to the porch. It was already dark outside, and a gentle breeze stirred the trees. So calm, Mineno thought. When I'm here, time passes slowly. Even though my consciousness pains me so much, even though my consciousness shows me all these things. Had he finished watching the DVD? The talks were complicated. She didn't always get them. She heard the sound of footsteps behind her and felt herself automatically tense up. "Why didn't you want to press him?" Yoshida asked from behind Mineno. She didn't have the energy to turn around. It seemed hard for him to talk about. We only had to talk about the group's history. He would have had to tell us about himself. I guess you're right. Even if we'd asked, he wouldn't have opened up right now. I also figured this is how Matsuo-san would handle him. I see. Mineno's heart fluttered. Even though the garden was so still, the trees, the gravel, and the gentle wind seemed to have wills of their own. They seemed to be waiting, menacingly, for something to happen. Hey, Yoshida-san, what did you think of him? Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you. They could hear the wind. It was getting cold. He doesn't seem like a bad person. But he has a nervous face. If we introduce him to Matsuo-san, I don't know what would happen. He seems proud and like he's easily hurt, so it'll probably take some effort before he opens up. But what? I've got a bad feeling about him. I can't quite put it into words, and I don't think it's his fault. But just the fact that he came here now, I thought the same thing. Like he'd destroy something. Without meaning to, just by being here. But to fix the current situation, something had to be destroyed. It would be fine if it was me, Mineno thought. If it benefits everyone else, I don't mind being destroyed. Or do I? Mineno clenched her jaw and scratched her cheek. That's not true, is it? You want to be destroyed, don't you? Look at you. Mineno shook her head. It hurts. Hey, Yoshida said. Mineno caught herself recoiling at the kindness in his voice. I'm sure you can talk to Matsuo-san, even about the things you can't tell us. What? Don't hold it in. If you hold it in, you'll die. Mineno didn't have the courage to turn around. She wasn't sure what kind of face she was making. She breathed in deeply and made herself speak, just like she'd been doing since she was small. What are you talking about, you idiot? Quit goofing off and start cleaning. Not everyone can become happy by coming to this sort of place. Mineno stared blankly at the garden as she listened to Yoshida's footsteps recede. She noticed herself clenching her jaw again. I'm so far from Matsuo-san's ideals. 5. What if we could start our lives over? Ryoko Tachibana had asked. Would you be content to live the life you lived and become the person you are now again?
What did I tell her then? Narazaki wondered. Did I lie? And tell her, of course? No. I must have answered honestly.
It's just as if we are all sitting in seats called the self, watching our own lives pass by. That was what Shotaro Matsuo had said on the DVD.
If that's true, Narazaki thought,
then the show in front of me is truly boring. I paid attention to what was going on around me and lived carefully. I took no risks, even though there was nothing for me to protect. That's why I cracked like that. Narazaki caught himself staring listlessly at all the empty cans on his table, each with just a little something left inside. The smooth aluminum of all those countless surfaces sent a sudden chill across Narazaki's skin. I should just throw them out. Maybe if I clean my room, I'll feel a little better. But I have no energy. I'm drunk. He looked up at the ceiling, at the curtain hiding his window, at his dim bedside light. I'm looking at my room, he thought. If I put it in Shotaro Matsuo's words, my room is being shown to my consciousness, which is me. I'm drunk, with nowhere to go. Because I felt like there was nothing to do but get drunk. What a boring brain I've got. It was strange that he'd even met Ryoko Tachibana in the first place. It was a few weeks after quitting his job, when he was on his way home from the library. In the midst of his feverish lethargy, Narazaki had decided to start reading again. He used to read a lot. If he just turned the pages, the words would take him far away from his tiresome world. Now, no new books really jumped out at him, so he went to the library to get some he'd read a long time ago. He could think of a few books where the main character was unemployed. He checked out some of them and bought a can of coffee. As he took a seat at a bench in a nearby park, someone called out to him. When he thought about it now, that's where the strangeness had started. You have lots of books. What an odd way to approach someone. At the time, he'd been tired. He liked being alone, but part of him wanted someone's company. Maybe it was because Ryoko Tachibana was beautiful. Maybe it was because she knew about Sartre. How many people his age in Japan knew that much about Sartre? How many people had read Nausea? Her appearance was strange as well. There was no sense of nowness in her clothes or hairstyle. Her straight black hair was slightly too long, and her clothes looked less like fashion choices than like things she wore just to cover her skin. As if she were embarrassed to dress herself up, or maybe as if she had no concept of dressing up. Not the kind of woman who approached strangers. But Narazaki understood now, after hearing Yoshida's story. She dressed like someone far removed from this world. He had seen that sort of plainly dressed woman back when the new religions were causing a stir. They parted that day, but when he went to return his books, she was at the library again. Was it a coincidence? Or was she just at the library every day? She had several books by contemporary writers he didn't know, and a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, which she held as if she were trying to hide it. When he looked it up online, he'd found it was a Hindu story. A young Hindu woman? He'd thought. Maybe she was just interested in India. Regardless, in the midst of his loneliness, he'd found himself strangely attracted to her. Was it because I'd quit my job? Narazaki wondered. It felt like my life had hit an air pocket. Back when I was going to work every day, I wouldn't have felt so upended. They'd gone to a cafe and exchanged phone numbers and email addresses. They ate together several times. It had been years since Narazaki had slept with a woman, and he wanted to sleep with her as soon as he could. When they held hands on the way back from the restaurant, her palm had been strangely sweaty. She must not be comfortable around men, he thought. But he didn't feel the need to hold back. They stopped in the dark, and he tried to kiss her. Her body grew stiff, but she tried to accept his kiss. In the end, she turned her face away and said, "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry," Narazaki responded reflexively. He didn't know what to do. Just give me a little time." Was she that inexperienced with men? Narazaki was confused. But he'd seen the lines. When she moved suddenly to avoid Narazaki's kiss, her long sleeve fell back. Under the strap of her wristwatch, which was thick for a woman's, he could see the thin lines. Narazaki stopped himself from trying to pull her in again. Ryoko averted her eyes and spoke softly. "I'm sorry. Will you see me again?" Maybe she was trying to get over something. Narazaki forced a smile. "Yeah, I want to see you again. As long as it's all right with you, that is. I won't do that again." They met once a week after that. What a strange relationship. They'd hold hands, but they wouldn't kiss. There were times when Narazaki would notice she was crying as they walked together. When that happened, he'd ask her questions, but she'd remain silent and shake her head. 2 months passed, then 3. She came to his room, and Narazaki tried to pull her body to his. She went stiff. When Narazaki stepped away from her, she cried. "Did something happen to you before?" Narazaki asked quietly. She shook her head. "I'm sorry. Don't worry. We can sleep together like this, holding hands." Narazaki offered his hand. She just stared at it. "I'm no good. I'm not good for anything. I should just die already. Maybe if I died." "What are you talking about?" "No, don't worry. I can't die. I'm sure I still can't die. And I... Tachibana-san." All the while, Narazaki continued to offer her his hand. She stared at him like he was a dead man, like he was burned into her retina. Like she was looking at a dog she was about to abandon. She cried and stared, and then turned suddenly and left the room, taking her plain clothes and her too long hair. Narazaki didn't have the energy to follow her. The next day, Narazaki was unsure of what to do, but he called her. Her phone number had been changed. He remembered the strange things she'd said about death. Should I go to the police? Yet he was overcome by listlessness.
Come to think of it, I don't know where she lives. I don't know anything about her. What would I even tell the police? She went missing, and she may try to kill herself. Where does she live? I don't know. How can we contact her? I'm not sure.
Narazaki took a coin from the drawer in his desk. EXE had been carved into it. He'd found it on the counter of his bathroom sink. The only people who had been in this room in the past few years were Kobayashi and Ryoko Tachibana. He had asked Kobayashi about it, but he said he'd never seen it. So it must have been hers. Now, for some reason, it began to bother him.
What is this? Some sort of commemorative token?
It was too poor in quality to be foreign currency. Maybe it was a decorative button from a bag or something? A month after Ryoko Tachibana left, Kobayashi told Narazaki he had spotted her. Narazaki felt relieved to know that she was still alive, but he didn't have the courage to go see her. So he asked Kobayashi to investigate her. Part of him was still clinging to something, but to what? To her? What could it be? Cult X. The coin said EXE.
This is too suspicious. Why did she talk to me in the first place?
Come to think of it, he had sensed someone watching him before she'd approached him that day as he was leaving the library. The people at Shotaro Matsuo's mansion had told him Cult X had lured away educated people.
But I'm not educated. They wouldn't scout someone useless like me.
Narazaki didn't know what to make of it all. 6. Because of his headache, Takahara couldn't focus on the words. He put the book he was trying to read down on his desk, placed a cigarette in his mouth, and lit it. He looked at the cell phone he had left on his bed. He thought about picking up the book again, but did not. He couldn't calm himself down. He had promised himself that no matter what life threw at him, he'd remain calm. But here he was, unable even to read because he was waiting on a call. Takahara got up from his chair and turned on the radio. Shostakovich's String Quartet No. 1. He tried to give himself up to the melody, but his head continued to throb. He looked at his phone again. It was already 15 minutes past the time they'd agreed on. It's disgustingly quiet, Takahara thought. The adherents all lead quiet lives. Who would imagine that one of these apartment buildings is actually a compound operated by a religious group? Who would imagine that there was an organization hiding from the Public Security Bureau here? Takahara began to write aimlessly. He heard a knock. Upset with himself for being surprised, he crumpled up the paper and put it in his drawer. A woman entered. She was thin, young, and had short brown hair. Takahara had talked to her 2 or 3 times before. She was one of the Kupro girls, the sex workers who had been recruited by believers. The Kupro girls were here as professionals, not initiates. "Excuse me, I brought you coffee." "Thank you," Takahara replied. Did his words sound gentle as he intended? "But you don't need to do that, you know. You're not a maid. I can make my own coffee." "I'm sorry." "No, don't worry. I'm not mad." "Thank you. I appreciate it." The woman placed the coffee cup on the table. There was no sign she was going to leave. "Where's your cup?" "My cup?" "Since you went to the trouble of bringing this to me, let's have a cup of coffee together. I'll make you one." "No, really, I don't need any." "It's no problem." Takahara forced a smile. She probably didn't drink coffee. He took a bag of black tea from his shelf. "Is it okay for you to be here?" he asked. "It is Monday." "Yeah, I took a day off today. What about you, Takahara-san? Since it's Monday—" "Ah." Takahara forced a laugh. "I don't go. If an officer were there, it would be hard for everyone to do what they wanted." "I guess you're right." Takahara looked at the phone on his bed. Still no call. What would he do when the phone rang? He'd have to send the woman outside. "How much longer are you with us?" Takahara asked as he placed the tea in front of her. 2 more months. "That's great. Congratulations." "Yes. Thank you." "Is something wrong?" "It's just—" "Is something wrong? What am I saying?" Takahara thought. "I shouldn't let myself act so superficially. All of my words are hollow. My whole life is hollow." It's scary." "Going out into the world?" "Yes." Takahara turned off the music. Everything was ready. He'd better hurry to the main act. "I just think that when I leave, it'll start all over again. I think I'll fall for some strange man again. I'll suffer and go broke again." "I see." At times like this, one must not say, "It will be okay." After all, things aren't okay. "I know it'll happen again. That's how it always was. I know in my head, but—" "You don't know anything about what's going to happen. All you know is how it was before." She looked like she was thinking. Takahara took a breath. "In the end, you wound up that way because it's what you wanted. That pain. Pain has its own gravity. Even though it's so awful you don't know what to do, you want to stay in that pain." "That may be true." Instinctively, Takahara faced the woman. He had expected her to disagree. "But why?" she asked. "It may be because you hate both yourself and your partner. And being in that painful situation feels real. It has a certain pull. It's like a bad habit." Takahara stopped speaking. He wouldn't tell her she reveled in her pain because it made the sex better. He wouldn't suggest she did this to make herself feel alive despite her vain existence, which she hated so much she wanted to end herself. He wouldn't say sleeping with a man she didn't love was too great a pleasure, or that sex tinged with hate and love and unhappiness was a wonderful thing. "I'm scared. I might have to stay here a little longer." "So you want to go to the 21st floor? "Would I have to?" "Not necessarily, but probably." Takahara lit another cigarette. His phone still hadn't rung. It was an important call. It was so important it might decide everything. His head began to hurt again. "Of course, the leader is an amazing person. He's amazing, but there's something about him. I can't quite put it into words, but—" "Don't worry. What you say will stay between us." "I feel like I'd lose myself if I was with him, and I'm scared of that." She's smarter than I realized, Takahara thought. Which would mean the scouts had failed. I see. But it's not hard, is it? Being here? No, everyone treats me well, and there aren't any dirty people. And it's just once a week, and I can have time off like this. It's so different from the places I've been before here. Really? Then what kind of happiness are you hoping for? But Takahara didn't say that. Nor did he ask if she'd be satisfied to give herself over to passion. And after that, why not move on, do drugs, and chase the very limits of pleasure until you turn to ash, or compromise a bit and marry some dull man? Words kept racing through Takahara's mind. Then you could have a child and live your life saying, "I found fulfillment in the home."
You could stick your kid's picture on your New Year's card and make a point of sending it to as many people as possible. What about the happiness that comes from your child leaving your side while you try not to let them, continuing to cling to them? What about doing a great job at work, being praised by everyone, and getting interviewed by a magazine, even though secretly you might still be insecure? Or what about giving yourself up entirely to religion? What about the pleasure that comes from despising the external world and believing that God will protect you, and that when you die you'll go to heaven, and then actually dying and becoming nothing more than space dust, but since you're dead at that point, not feeling any unhappiness? What about the joy of believing in that hackneyed message that you must love your everyday life, forgetting about dissatisfactions and material wants, and actually going through with it and loving what you do every day? So what's it going to be? There are other kinds of happiness too. In this life, there are many things that bring people happiness. You can knock down others to achieve your own happiness. Your happiness brings unhappiness to others. Your unhappiness was probably the result of someone else's happiness. Our happiness exists in a space created by ignoring the world's starving people. What do you think about that? Would you like to become a monk in India and transcend everything? Takahara smiled. He wouldn't say any of that. Takahara-san, I think you'll never be satisfied, she said suddenly. She is, Takahara thought. She really is smarter than I thought. I think that no matter what kind of happiness you find, no matter what kind of counseling you do, you'll never be saved. I just get that feeling. Takahara's heart began to race. He smiled. Ah, how rude. I am happy. I'm sorry. I just get that feeling. She took a breath. I want to make you just a little more at ease. I can't save you. I know that. And I'm sorry, but Rina-san can't save you either. What was happening all of a sudden? Takahara looked at her. Her eyes were moist, and her voice had grown louder. What a joke! All she's done is move from the filth of the outside world to the filth here. Why do women always think, I can change this man, I can save him? He asked. Some do, but not all women are like that. You seem to like to categorize everything to make yourself feel better. She's smart, Takahara thought. She says the most irritating things to me, like she's trying to get a rise. The scout really did fail. But I think I can save you. But just for 3 seconds. What? Takahara-san, even if you don't like my body, when you come inside me, for that 3 seconds it takes you to come inside me, I think I can. Takahara stared at her. Her eyes and lips were wet. I see, Takahara thought. She's even more of a handful than I imagined. Just like the leader said, women are the only thing we'll never understand. Her white blouse was open at the chest, her left shoulder exposed. Her smooth white shoulder. Her skirt revealed an expanse of thigh. 3 seconds, Takahara thought. 3 seconds of happiness. I appreciate your intentions, but you know that personal advances are forbidden, right? But Rina-san. She's different. She has permission. Then I want permission too. Please, calm down. You're just anxious about leaving here. But what about those 3 seconds of pleasure? Takahara wouldn't ask that either. Why give that to someone like Takahara, who was already imagining the laziness he'd feel after ejaculating? Takahara smiled as kindly as he could. Calm down and think about this. Look at how you're acting right now. This is why you've been unhappy. This is why. How fake. My words are so fake. There's no way she can calm down.
What good would it do her to calm down? Life's boring if you're calm. Why should she want that? As long as you're just trying to grab at the happiness right in front of you, it doesn't matter if that leads you to hell. Takahata stared at her again. He imagined her when she was innocent. Maybe when she was in middle school, she liked a lot of boys. There were probably lots of classmates who lusted after her too. I haven't had sex with that many women, but that's not what she thinks. If I did break the rules and responded to her advances, all it would lead to is an hour of distraction. Should I make her scream, telling her the whole time, "Don't make any noise, we can't get found out"? Takahata smiled. But pleasure didn't fit into his plan. It would only get in the way. Takahata-san, She stood up, moved closer to him, offering her hand. Suddenly, his phone rang. Takahata's heart began to race. "I'm sorry, my phone. We'll talk about this later." Her hand fell. It had no place to go. Takahata ushered the confused girl out of his room. He'd have to send her to counseling. Takahata answered his phone. This was the call that would decide everything. He spoke as quietly as he could. 7. Matsuo-san's Lectures 2, Part 1. Everyone, today I'd like to talk about the universe. The beginning of the universe. And what is said to be the oldest of Indian scriptures, the Rig Veda. What really is this universe we all live in? How was it formed in the first place? The planet we live on exists in a space we call the solar system. The collection of countless groups of stars and planets like our solar system is called a galaxy. From far away, the galaxy we live in looks like a disk. The radius of that disk is approximately 50,000 light-years. It's so large that it would take 50,000 years to traverse, flying at the speed of light. In this universe, we can currently see about 100 billion galaxies. There are 100 billion galaxies, each with a radius of about 50,000 light-years. This is a tremendous number. Our universe is shockingly large. One of those 100 billion galaxies, ours, is called the Milky Way. And our solar system is about 28,000 light-years from the center of our galaxy, out toward the edge. In other words, even in just the Milky Way, our solar system is way out in the boonies. So, how was the universe created? I'm not sure if this is true, of course, but I will tell you about one theory that is currently quite influential. This theory claims that our universe was formed about 13,700,000,000 years ago. First, everyone, please imagine a vacuum. There's no air, nothing, just space. Of course, there's no such thing as a complete vacuum. If you look closely at that vacuum, there are microparticles even tinier than atoms suddenly popping up and then vanishing in the next instant. This happens constantly. It's quite strange to think about, isn't it? In other words, even a vacuum is not truly nothing. It's constantly fluctuating between something and nothing. It exists as both nothing and something. This is quite difficult to wrap our heads around. Laughter. But, for a moment, let's abandon common sense. In what appears to be nothingness, in that vacuum, there are particles popping in and out of existence. Please, just accept that that's how it is. In that space, the usually contradictory concepts of something and nothing coexist. Further, it is said that the universe did not start in a particular instant. It did not start at a given temporal point. Back then, time as we experience it, as one continuous line where past leads to present, didn't exist. There was no past or present, just imaginary time. Our minds cannot comprehend how time worked then. Our brains were built to sense time as if it flows from past to present. But in this imaginary time, there is no discernible beginning. Our universe suddenly appeared as something incredibly small. How did it appear? This phenomenon is called quantum tunneling. It seems microparticles are able to borrow energy from elsewhere for just an instant. This strange quantum tunneling happened, and the particles that had been popping in and out of existence came to exist. In that instant, imaginary time transformed into time as we know it, and just 1 second after 1,034 minutes, really just 1 instant after that, the Big Bang happened, and the universe expanded explosively. Just 0.1 seconds after the birth of the universe, the temperature rose to 1 trillion degrees. It's said that the nuclei of elements like helium were formed within 3 minutes of the Big Bang. But this leads us to a question. If this is true, what was there before? Since there was only imaginary time, one could simply answer that there was no such thing as before. However, there is another theory that there must have been another, different universe, some sort of mother universe. Our universe may have been tied to this other universe through the effects of quantum tunneling, and the moment they connected, our universe was born. There are still others who think our universe began at this limitless moment, which is called the singularity. In physics, nothing can be limitless, so this singularity would break the rules of physics. However, after that, the laws of physics kicked in, and the universe expanded accordingly. This singularity explanation is generally rejected these days, but I find it to be quite appealing. Now, let's talk about the Rig Veda. The Rig Veda was created sometime between 1200 and 1000 BC and is the oldest Indian scripture. It came before the scriptures of Judaism were written down and is much older than either Buddhism or Christianity. It is the oldest Hindu text. Isn't that exciting? A text that's now more than 3,000 years old. In it is the following passage about the birth of the universe. There was not non-existent nor existent. There was no realm of air, no sky beyond it. What covered it and where? And what gave shelter? Was water there? Unfathomed depth of water? Death was not then, nor was there aught immortal. No sign was there, the day and night's divider. That one thing, breathless, breathed by its own nature, apart from it was nothing whatsoever. Darkness there was, at first concealed in darkness this, all was indiscriminate chaos. All that existed then was void and formless. By the great power of warmth was born that unit. Thereafter rose desire in the beginning, desire, the primal seed and germ of spirit. Sages who searched with their heart's thought discovered the existent's kinship in the non-existent. Transversely were their ropes extended. What was above it then, and what below it? There were begetters, there were mighty forces, free action here and energy up yonder. Who verily knows, and who can here declare it, whence it was born and whence comes this creation? The gods are later than this world's production. Who knows, then, whence it first came into being? How about that? This 3,000-year-old text is in keeping with our most advanced physics. I first picked up the Rig Veda to research legends, but I was truly surprised when I happened to find this passage. I could write a book about just this coincidence. Laughter. One can understand desire as the first particle's desire to be born and to expand. The sages, or wise men, are a mystery, but I believe they can be understood as some sort of metaphor. You could also imagine they actually existed, maybe in the mother universe. Even the claim that gods came after the expansion of the universe is pretty amazing. That means the growth of the universe was not the work of the gods. The most recent particle theory says the following. The smallest elements that make up the world are not particles, not those little dots, but rather incredibly tiny strings. These strings vibrate, and changes in their vibrations alter the 50 or 60 particles we now recognize. This is called superstring theory. Transversely were their ropes extended. What was above it then? And what below it? That quote is from the Rig Veda. There are strings here as well. In this passage, this word ropes appears so suddenly, the timing seems almost unnatural. The Rig Veda's cosmology foresaw our most modern theories of the universe. How is such a thing possible? There are probably people who think it's a coincidence. They probably assume that the person who wrote this passage, whose name we no longer know, was just hallucinating or something. Actually, I think that myself. So why did his fantasy hit on the truth of the universe? Why did people so long ago have such extremely abstract ideas like there was neither nothing nor anything? I believe that the people who wrote this text knew about the structure of the universe. Atoms know about atoms. If the word know, as we usually think of it, doesn't fit here, we could also say that atoms embody atoms themselves. I believe the writer of the Rig Veda was a human, so his brain, too, must have been made of countless atoms. Atoms know about atoms. Atoms contain the secrets of atoms. Could that collection of countless atoms have shown the writer and their consciousness the true nature of this world? People 3,000 years ago had never experienced the overabundance of useless information we all live with now. Could the structure of our brains be completely different from theirs? The people who wrote this passage likely meditated and arrived at a certain state, then saw these images. The truth contained within atoms, just as the Buddha would do several hundred years later to come to understand the true nature of consciousness. In other words, I wonder if the truth of the world is not already contained within our brains. I can't help but think it is. Let's move on. I'd like to talk about how the more you research the universe, the more you find yourself feeling that this universe is just too perfect for humans and other life. First of all, if not for three-dimensional space, humans would never have come to be. And if the dynamics of the universe had not been as they are now, and the Earth did not circle the sun in the fortuitous way it does now, it would have crashed into something. On a smaller level, if the fundamental charge, which determines the strength of electromagnetism, or the coupling constant of protons and neutrons, which determines the strength of the strong nuclear forces, had been even just slightly different from what they are now, carbon, the element that makes up biological life, would have never been formed. Of course, without carbon, there would be no living things. Without protein, we couldn't have DNA, and without DNA, we could never produce proteins. That means that at the origin of human life, both proteins and DNA must have existed. I can give many more examples like these. It's almost like you can say, this universe was created to produce life. Of course, you could also disagree. You could say, it's because humans exist that we can look back and think everything was made for us. Of course, the universe humans came from is good for humans. Or, there are lots of universes besides ours, and it's because this one is good for humans that we were born here. There are countless other universes where we failed, where we were born but then quickly vanished. Of course. But I'd still like to stress that this universe is just too perfect for humans. There must be some meaning behind that. Physicists, for whatever reason, reject the human-centered perspective. And they reject spirits and other worlds and gods. However, can they really say such things definitively? To expand on this, I'd like to talk about some of the mysterious points in modern astrophysics. In 2003, NASA reported that 96% of the universe was made up of unknown substances and energy. According to the most recent numbers, it's actually about 95. The things that make up our bodies, the air, stars, and planets, those compounds and energies we understand, atoms, fundamental particles, make up just 5% of the universe. Well, what is the remaining 95%? About 23% is said to be dark matter. While its true form is still a mystery and no one seems to understand it completely, dark matter has mass, but does not react to other materials. It passes right through other materials, like ghost particles. Does dark matter only exist at the edge of the universe? Apparently not. It seems it's all around us. It's passing through our bodies right now. It's everywhere. Some claim that dark matter can pass through different dimensions. Different dimensions? It sounds like fiction, but the universe itself is as strange as most of our fantasies. For example, there's Einstein's theory of relativity. According to this theory, space bends. Gravity is produced through these bends in space. To sum up Einstein's theory quite briefly, those eternal constants, time and space, are actually relative. They expand and shrink. That's the theory of relativity in a nutshell. And this has been confirmed through experiments. It is also thought that gravity has an effect on other dimensions as well. The remaining unknown 72% of the universe is said to be dark energy. It has the opposite effect of gravity on its surroundings, and is said to be involved in the constant expansion of the universe. This energy also holds the key to the end of the universe. If we could understand this energy, we'd know what the future has in store. But let's talk about that later. Let's discuss one more mysterious point. There's a theory called brain theory in contemporary astrophysics. It claims that our universe is just a thin film floating in a larger 10-dimensional universe. This isn't science fiction. It's something that famous contemporary physicists around the world are actually researching. One dimension is a line, 2 is a plane, 3 is space as we know it. But what about the other dimensions? Some say that the 4th dimension is time. But if there are 10 dimensions, what are the rest of them? There's still no answer to that question. We can see that astrophysics and physics aren't perfect. On the contrary, physicists still have not integrated particle theory, which we so often see in science fiction, with Einstein's theory of relativity. They say that when the two are integrated, we will have a super theory that can perfectly explain the structure of our universe. But that still seems quite far off. Well, we'll discuss the fact that this super theory is still incomplete when I talk about how I imagine the world. 8. Matsuo-san's Lectures 2, Part 2. First, let's talk about the smallest compounds that make up this world. I've discussed this before. The atoms that make up these compounds are made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And protons and neutrons are made up of even smaller things called quarks. Assuming there are even smaller particles, let's imagine there's a smallest unit. What's happening inside those smallest units? It seems to me that there are two possibilities. First, possibility 1. If we assume that the world is not closed, that is to say, that there are other dimensions, I believe the insides of those particles would be something like caves. Properly speaking, we would only be able to see the entrance to those caves, but beyond that would be what we call in human terms alternate dimensions. But there's actually no clear boundary we can point to and say, here's another dimension. I believe it's more like a gradation. In other words, while we usually refer to our world as three-dimensional, it exists somewhere in a reality that includes other dimensions. At least, that's what I think. These alternate dimensions are not separate worlds, but areas where light and electrons, even time, cannot be differentiated. There may not even be time there. Things are born and disappear. The concept of existence may not even exist there. Many other worlds are layered on top of this one. That's what I think. Then there's possibility 2. In this case, there are no alternate dimensions, which means if humans were to look inside the smallest unit, which would be impossible, but let's imagine they did anyway, all they'd see is a black expanse. If they looked harder, they'd see something that looked a bit like light. What I'm saying is, I wonder if they wouldn't see something that looks exactly like this universe. It sounds quite a bit like a fairy tale, doesn't it? When they looked inside this miniature world, they'd see their own universe. How would they react? They would probably be moved by the weirdness of this world. Or maybe they'd tremble in fear. Another reason I believe the universe is too perfect for humans is that there are these two possibilities. Possibility 1. Unfortunately, in this case, there's a chance that everything's a coincidence. If we looked at our world on the atomic level, even our sophisticated human society would look like nothing more than atoms clumping together and separating. Everything would amount to nothing more than the continuous chemical reactions of atoms. In that case, even what we call life would be nothing more than these reactions, and one could go so far as to say it has no meaning. Then there's possibility 2. In this case, there's a chance that the combination of atoms in this world connects back to a certain state. If we trace it all the way back to the beginning of the beginning of the beginning, both life and society just as I said before, would still be nothing more than the chemical reactions of atoms. But there would be meaning behind that. I said before that our brains, which produce our consciousness, are made of collections of atoms. This is what I think that would mean. When atoms arrange themselves in certain ways, they produce consciousness. And atoms have always had the power to produce consciousness. I think this is the truth. Our brains, these collections of atoms, do produce consciousness. And how strange is that? So why wouldn't other atoms have the power to produce consciousness by joining together? Of course, consciousness is a human concept, and some would say it's nothing more than an illusion. But if that were true, one could also say this: atoms always had the power to produce the illusion of consciousness. And that's the same thing as producing consciousness itself. Isn't illusion also nothing more than a human concept? Now I want you to remember something I mentioned before. Human consciousness cannot affect the brain. In other words, human consciousness, which is an abstract thing produced by a collection of atoms, cannot affect the body, a material thing, which is that collection of atoms. Why? Maybe this is one possibility. Consciousness belongs to a different space than the three-dimensional world of our bodies. In other words, I wonder if consciousness exists as part of some other dimension sticking out into our own. The most recent science says that dark matter may be made up of particles able to move between different dimensions. Of course, I don't mean to say that consciousness is dark matter. I said before that maybe many other dimensions are layered across this one, forming a gradation. So some of the tendencies of atoms come from those other dimensions. Maybe they tend to head toward, to overlay themselves on, other dimensions when they combine. These dimensions are not far away, and there aren't any clear borders between them. Instead, they're something like the front and back sides of this world. I think they're laid on top of each other. I also think maybe those things we call ghosts are fragments of consciousness that make up part of this gradation. Life is born from connected atoms, which are made from the collection of many kinds of particles. I believe the evolutionary path that led us from the wavering between something and nothing to the existence of humans was taken in order for consciousness to be born. Atoms naturally want to connect to other dimensions. That's why they try to create consciousness. In other words, they are drawn to that space, to other dimensions. Maybe what we see from an evolutionary perspective, or the perspective of natural selection, as living beings progress toward consciousness is, on an atomic level, nothing more than atoms being pulled to other dimensions. Maybe we came to be like this because we are being drawn into somewhere else. In which case, our consciousness and our existence has meaning. It may not be what we humans usually think of as meaning, but if nothing else, it is more than coincidence. After all, atoms always contained the ability to produce consciousness through their joining together. This would also explain why the universe is so perfect for life and humans. So, what are these other dimensions? I'm not sure. It's easy to imagine they're heaven and hell, and if consciousness is just a channel to those places, the level of consciousness achieved is not likely to matter. The consciousness of ancient animals and the high-level consciousness of humans would differ in type, but their value would likely be the same in such a world. In fact, there may not even be a concept of value. Such a world would resemble something like a thought form, a tulpa, a reality supported by our shared thoughts. Many physicists and neuroscientists say there's no such thing as a soul. But as I said before, science is not all-knowing. Quantum theory and the theory of relativity have still not been consolidated. While some say that alternate dimensions are just too small and simply cannot be seen by humans, I wonder if it's not the entrances to those alternate dimensions that are too small to be seen. If there are alternate dimensions and dark matter all around us, no one can say confidently that there are no entrances we just can't see within these collections of countless atoms that make up our brains. When humans die, that collection of atoms breaks down. However, our consciousness may just slip through one of those entrances into another world. When we enter that thought form, we may learn the whole truth of this world. Or we may not. We may just be absorbed like some sort of nutrient. Either way, that's something to look forward to when we die. There's still much I want to say about the universe and humans. Well, finally, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the universe itself. I've said that there are 1 trillion galaxies. When we look at them all from far, far away, we know they look something like a beehive. But it looks like there's nothing in the cells of that hive. Basically, those membrane-like lines that demarcate the hexagons, those lines themselves are packed densely with galaxies, collections of stars, and seem to shine. And when we look at this structure, it also resembles the neurons of the brain. This is quite extraordinary. I'd like to end today's talk here. Narazaki returned the DVD to its original place and left the room. Mineno and the others had greeted Narazaki warmly when he returned to the mansion. Yoshida looked like he wanted to say something, but he didn't press Narazaki, and Narazaki did not say a word about Ryoko Tachibana. Tanaka, the woman who had been wearing the rirakuma apron, was wearing an apron with a kettle printed on it today. The kettle had a face, and there was a speech bubble that said, "You ready to boil?" Did she make that herself? Narazaki wondered. What is she trying to accomplish wearing something like that? As he walked down the hallway now, Mineno approached him. What did you think of Matsuo-san's talk? Was it interesting? There was a large man next to her. It was the first time Narazaki had seen him. Narazaki smiled. There's a lot I don't get. Are his talks always like this? Mineno laughed softly. No, there are all sorts. Lots of his talks are hard to understand, though. But he also does things like read his story, The Last Cholesterol. The Last Cholesterol? Yeah. It's a short story about old folks whose doctors told them they couldn't eat any more cholesterol. They really enjoyed eating their last raw egg over rice. How surreal. There are other types of lectures, too, the large man next to her added, smiling. There's also one called The Adult Video Revolution. Matsuo-san is apparently always unsatisfied with the way pornos are shot. I guess he hates extreme close-ups and low angles. He said that the actresses work so hard, but the directors have no talent. Anyway, in his talk, he said he came to realize that instead of focusing on them, he could change himself. Change himself? Yeah. If you just focus on pretending that the women are old girlfriends or women who stabbed you in the back when you watch them. I see. Narazaki managed to laugh ambiguously. If you're unhappy with the world, you can either change the world or change the way you see it. He thought he'd talk about that by focusing on adult videos. The talk was a spectacular failure, though. The crowd booed, and Matsuo-san got mad. Anyway, he's finally coming back, so next time you can watch him in person.
He's coming back?
Yeah, he'll get out of the hospital tomorrow, Mineno said. Why hadn't she said that first thing? Her long, thin eyes looked slightly moist. She was beautiful today, too. We'll introduce you to him as well. I'm sure he'll be pleased to know you've been watching his DVDs. Narazaki left through the front gate. Shotaro Matsuo is getting out of the hospital, Narazaki thought.
Will I meet him?
He had an inexplicable interest in the man.
But what will I do? Will I learn how he sees life, be moved, and return to work? Can I even go back to work? Can I go back, even though I've never once thought I wanted to go back at all?
Narazaki kept walking. He felt comfortable in the mansion. He wasn't sure why, but Mineno said the same thing. There was something there that calmed people down. Mineno, he thought.
She's beautiful. What am I doing? What do I want? I guess I should just meet Shotaro Matsuo first. I won't worry about why I'm doing it. I'll just meet him.
You're Toru Narazaki, right? He turned around and saw a young woman behind him. As soon as he saw her, he knew she wasn't from the mansion. But why did he know that? His heart began to race. You've been searching for Ryoko Tachibana, right?
What?
Narazaki looked at the woman blankly. She had brown hair and large eyes. She reminded him of someone. But who? I'll take you to her.
Where?
When Narazaki asked, the woman smiled. For some reason, her smile struck Narazaki as familiar. Several cars passed. The wind was freezing. The woman answered him softly. To our faith. 9. The woman smiled and stepped in front of Narazaki.
What am I doing?
Narazaki tried to get his thoughts straight, but found himself following this woman. His heartbeat quickened. She'd clearly said Ryoko Tachibana's name.
But does that mean Ryoko's called for me? What for? How could she know I was here?
The woman's legs, sheathed in black stockings, moved beneath her black skirt as he followed her. She didn't turn around.
I could run away.
There was a station wagon in the distance. A man was standing next to it.
Is she going to tell me to get into that car?
It was all too suspicious.
He thought about asking, Why'd you choose me? And, Why'd you scam Shotaro Matsuo?
But he could ask those questions whenever he wanted.
Should I ask before I get into the car? Maybe she is listening to my footsteps to make sure I'm following.
Narazaki hoped she was. She stepped into the car. The man waiting next to the car sat down in the driver's seat. Narazaki stopped in front of the station wagon. The woman looked at him, smiled, and offered him her hand from the car. To help him into the car. To help him make a decision. Narazaki stared blankly at that hand. He'd seen this happen many times before. Before she'd left, he'd offered his own hand to Ryoko Tachibana from the edge of his bed. His whole life, he'd been offering his hand to the world, but hadn't been able to hold on to anything. He had been waiting with his hand stretched out, but nothing had grabbed onto it. Of course, no one had offered a hand to him before. He heard a siren in the distance. Narazaki took her outstretched hand. It was warm. He got into the car, putting his weight into his own knees so as not to burden the woman. The sliding door clicked shut. It was too late. The faint smell of the woman's perfume permeated the car. There were sheets spread across the windows so he couldn't see outside. The front and back seats were divided by a curtain. Even if Mineno or Yoshida or Kobayashi were right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see them. The engine revved. The car began to move. Narazaki was transported away from the places he knew. His own life was growing distant. No. Narazaki immediately corrected his thinking. There was a strange feeling of elation within him. It was as if the further the car went, the realer his life became. This moment was different from what he experienced every day. He felt like he was truly living. He felt the air brushing his fingertips, the position of his hips where he sat, and even the clothes he was wearing. He could feel clearly the progression of time. This moment passes, then it comes again, then again, and again it will pass. He noticed the texture of the leather upholstery of the car. It looked too raw to be artificial. Was it some kind of animal's skin? Could an animal's skin be cut into such a shape? The car slowed down, and he felt other cars overtaking them. His ears caught the strain of a jangling tune. Then it faded into the distance. Then a siren flared up, but that sound too vanished quickly. "Where are we going?" Narazaki asked the obvious question. The woman turned and looked at him. Just that slight movement caused her faint perfume to ripple through the air. The smell filled his mouth. It filled his body. "You don't need to worry." She smiled again. His eyes dropped to her soft chest. Her stockinged legs were crossed as if they were squeezing something. "I really don't have anything to worry about. I have nothing to lose. There is nothing in my life I need to protect." The faint light passing through the curtains vanished, and the car finally came to a stop. He wasn't sure how far they had gone. Narazaki opened the sliding door solicitously, as if to save the woman the trouble. The concrete beneath his feet was rough. They were in an underground parking lot. The man opened what looked like the building's service entrance, and Narazaki followed the woman inside. The man stayed behind. The woman led Narazaki down a dim hallway and opened a door on their left. In the dim light stood a woman wearing a surgical mask. He couldn't see her face. She sat Narazaki down and rolled up his sleeve. The room smelled of disinfectant. When he saw the needle, he tried to speak up. "Don't worry," said the masked woman. Her voice was soft, as if to let the frightened Narazaki know she thought kindly of him. "Look, there's nothing in this needle. Look very closely." There really was nothing there. "We're going to draw a little blood, and we'll need a little urine. Just a little ceremony to celebrate you joining us." Could he fail this kind of blood test? It's better than them putting something in me, Narazaki thought. He let them take his blood and walked to the bathroom with a paper cup. Afterward, he continued down the dark hallway with the woman. They waited for an elevator. The sound of it rattling down the shaft rang through the silence, and then came a soft chime. The doors opened as if the elevator were inviting him in with a will of its own. The woman said nothing, but she continued to smile. Does she think it's too late for me to run? Narazaki stopped the thought. She's right. I'm not going to run. She pressed the button for the 18th floor. This building is so quiet. It's like there's no one here. The elevator doors opened, disgorging them reluctantly, and they walked down another dark hallway. On the left side of the hallway were many doors, like the rows of doors in an apartment building. He felt like they had walked quite far. The woman stopped and opened a door, room 1807. He followed her into the room. The woman spoke suddenly. Please, turn around for a second. The room was filled with a dim red light. Narazaki turned around and faced the door he had just stepped through. It looked like the entryway to an apartment. His mouth was dry, but still he somehow swallowed. His heart was racing. The air was damp. Narazaki was sweating. You can turn around now. When he did, the woman was wrapped in just a bath towel. Her body was illuminated by the faint red light, and her posture seemed shy. Behind her was a bed, a large bed, a bed where you could do anything. Narazaki was breathless. Tell me, whatever comes into your mind. What? Whatever you're thinking, Narazaki couldn't take his eyes off her body.
I don't understand what you mean.
Just say whatever you think. Just say it. Don't hesitate. Don't lie to yourself, no matter how embarrassing. Even if you can't say it to anyone else. Your secrets, your ugliness, your past, everything. Tell me everything you think.
You're beautiful,
Narazaki finally managed to say. His throat was dry. What else?
I want to... No. But... No, there's no but. I haven't for 5 years.
She smiled and grabbed both of Narazaki's arms. She pressed her chest against him. Narazaki felt the softness of her body. He tried not to move his hands, but it was hard to resist. She was soft and warm. The scent of her perfume sank into his body.
Music. Music.
Music?
Yes, music.
Words bubbled up in his mind and spread like molten lead. The woman wrapped her arms around Narazaki's neck. He hugged her.
Music. It would block their voices. Angry voices.
The words flowed from his mouth.
My parents, always yelling. Anger is scary for a little kid, isn't it? It's not a big deal. I don't have any special tragedy worth talking about. It's just... I was so weak.
The woman ran her lips along his ear.
When I could hear them fighting in the living room, I put on music. Japanese music, foreign music, any kind of music. Music blocks fighting voices. It replaced them with happy sounds. Sometimes I'd also think about passages I like from books. I like books. Then I'd be okay.
Why was he saying this? His body grew weak. She nodded, as if trying to encourage him.
I was weak. I couldn't really accept my parents fighting. I was so weak, I needed music and novels to save me. Children are all weak. And when you're weak, you're forced to recognize your weakness. Those angry voices make you uneasy inside. When you're exposed to that every day, even little things scare you. It becomes a conditioned reflex. When you hear yelling, you can't help but grow uneasy. I was relieved when my parents got divorced. I didn't have to hear them shouting. I knew that my existence was a burden for them. My first memory is of trying to walk. I reached out to my mother, but she didn't take my hand. Our eyes met. I could see in her eyes that I was a bother. When I heard them yelling, I'd picture those eyes, and I kept thinking they were telling me to disappear. I didn't care about my parents' love. If only their shouting voices would go away. At some point, I grew obsessed with rationality. I used logic to protect myself like a suit of armor. It was like seeing the world through a semi-transparent film. I reasoned that there was nothing I could do. Because we're all just human, there was no point in having high hopes for those around me. I just kept trying to not make anyone mad. I wasn't ambitious. I went to college out in the boonies, and then got a job. It was the middle of the hiring freeze. There were no good companies taking on new employees. I did stupid work with absolutely stupid people. Even that I did because it seemed like the logical choice. I thought there was no helping it. Humans made our society, so there was no way society could be good. My boss kept yelling at me. I tried not to get him mad, but it didn't work. When my boss yelled, I played music in my mind. Bill Evans's Waltz for Debbie. And I also thought about Dostoevsky's The Idiot. That beautiful last scene with Prince Mishkin. I was okay as long as I did that. I did so much overtime. Lots of my coworkers developed neuroses and stopped coming to work. Everyone around me was useless, and since they were useless, they wound up at a company like that one. And since my boss was just a useless idiot who took his own frustrations out on his subordinates, there was no reason to be bothered by his yelling. I played music in my head, but one day the music stopped. I thought it was strange. Prince Mishkin vanished. I wondered what had happened, and suddenly my boss's lips, his lips suddenly looked disgusting to me. Yes, even now I remembered it clearly. It's his lips, I thought. His teeth, they were disgusting. He's talking, I thought. He's so disgusting, he should just die. He's so disgusting, he should just die. And I shoved his face as hard as I could with the palm of my hand, and he fell over and hit his desk hard. There was this loud noise. Do you think I felt better? If I'd felt better, maybe things would have been different. But when I came back to my senses, after I had shoved his face, I worried about what I'd done. No, actually, right when I shoved him, I had already come to my senses. I thought what I'd done was mean. How awful! What should I do? I thought. I was right back in my everyday life. Shouldn't I have stopped myself? Why had I done it? No, why had my brain done it? And why didn't my brain come back to its senses right then? It would be so much simpler if I had just gone crazy. The woman cradled Narazaki's head against her chest. Narazaki was short of breath and realized he was about to fall asleep. But he wouldn't sleep. He had no sense of reason, and there was no music. Why did you come here? What? Why did you come here? I came for a tachibana. No, that's not it. Narazaki caressed the woman's breasts with his fingers. The bath towel had fallen, and her breasts were right before his eyes. Narazaki buried his face in her chest. He put her nipple in his mouth and sucked. He sucked loudly. He heard himself lick that nipple. She allowed it. I hate myself. I don't matter. I hate myself and my life. Yes, she answered. She was panting, exhaling heavily, but she spoke in a whisper. Narazaki couldn't take it anymore. I came here to reject my life. By joining a group everyone thinks is weird. I came here to reject my life and everyone who talks so high and mighty about everything. The woman gestured for Narazaki to come to the bed. She kissed him. Their tongues touched. Narazaki took her tongue into his mouth greedily. He took off his clothes. He felt her suppleness and warmth with his whole body. She was already quite wet. She closed her eyes and moved her hips. She took Narazaki's finger into her body and shivered. He could feel the insides of her body reacting violently. Your finger. How embarrassing. With just your finger. She moved her hips as if she were convulsing, stroking Narazaki's penis and trying to draw him into her body. Condom. Don't worry. No one here has any sexually transmitted diseases. You remember those tests you just did? You passed. Narazaki's penis entered her. It was enveloped in softness. It was as if it were being sucked into her. Narazaki thrust violently. She had become wet again. I'm on the pill. You can come at me as much as you want. Use me as much as you want. She wrapped her long legs around Narazaki's hips. He couldn't separate his body from hers. He had no desire to. His chest and belly were covered in sweat. She looked at Narazaki with shy eyes and exhaled into his ear. She clung to every part of his body. They couldn't even change positions. She kissed him, leaving his lips wet. I remember, Narazaki said, breathing heavily. You look like the first girl I loved. You're not her, but you look kind of the same. That first moment I wanted someone. Was she still smiling? Narazaki couldn't make himself look. 10. Narazaki woke up bathed in dim red light. He was in the same room. He sensed someone else in the room and saw the back of a woman in the darkness. He didn't remember falling asleep. Had he fallen asleep while they were having sex?
Had they just kept going until they'd wound up like this? Narazaki felt uneasy without her right beside him.
I didn't do anything rude to her yesterday, did I? Did I behave properly?
These things started to bother him. This was a constant habit of his.
Hey, Narazaki called out.
The woman turned around, and he let out a surprised,
What?
The woman you were with yesterday has already left. Today I'll be here for you. She smiled. She was wearing nothing but a bath towel.
Today I'll be here? What does she mean? What is this place?
I thought I'd make breakfast, she said.
She's beautiful. I wanted that girl so badly yesterday, but I'm already thinking how beautiful this new girl is.
Narazaki wanted to laugh out of hopelessness.
I'm the worst. But this is me.
The woman opened the front of her towel. Narazaki was breathless.
Look, you're already so hard.
The woman caressed Narazaki's penis. Narazaki kissed her. He buried his face in her chest. He sucked on her nipples, just like he had yesterday.
You're like a baby.
Narazaki began to move his tongue. He touched the nipple he wasn't sucking with his fingertips.
Babies don't do that.
Narazaki ran his tongue over the woman's sweaty body. She giggled invitingly.
I'm becoming a pervert, he thought. But is that wrong? What's wrong with what I'm doing?
Narazaki had just woken up when the door opened and a man with long hair entered. Where had that last woman gone? Even though a man had just walked in, Narazaki didn't feel embarrassed. Was it because his lower half was covered with a blanket? No, that wasn't it. It was because the man was smiling, and his smile showed he had no desire to punish Narazaki. No. More than anything, his smile showed that they were the same. You are going to meet the leader, the long-haired man said quietly.
The leader? I wonder if that's Sawatari, the man who scammed Shotaro Matsuo.
Please get dressed. Your clothes have been cleaned. I'll wait outside. He had been wearing this black tracksuit for a long time. He should have been used to seeing his own clothes, but for some reason they'd looked like someone else's abandoned shell.
How long have I been here?
Women didn't come every day. They came for about 4 days in a row. Then no one came for 2, and then they'd start coming again for another 4 days. Was that about right? It was slightly off from a weekly cycle.
I've really lost track of myself, Narazaki thought. But could I be satisfied just losing myself in women? After one night's sleep, part of me already wants a woman again. It's like an addiction, a bad habit. Have I already been brainwashed?
Narazaki wasn't sure, but he couldn't imagine that all the sex was just some sort of free service.
Is this normal here? Maybe this is just the way things are here.
Narazaki got dressed and opened the door. The long-haired man was waiting outside. Narazaki followed him down the hallway. It was quiet. It was like the building was alive, but the people inside it simply sat silently. The long-haired man opened a door. There were stairs on the other side. It seemed they wouldn't take the elevator. His shoes made a hard clicking noise. The man turned around. I can't go past this point, but you will meet the leader. It was too dim for Narazaki to see the expression on the man's face. Narazaki walked past him and opened the door in front of him. A man sat in the dark.
So this is the leader.
Narazaki couldn't make out his face, but he was certain. This man was different from other people. He was older, but his facial features were sharp.
How old is he? This is Sawatari. There's no mistaking it. To reject life, the man whispered suddenly.
Narazaki stared at him.
What? Isn't that what you said when you first got here? Should I nod? I'm not sure.
You are great.
That's all we need.
Narazaki thought the man was smiling.
Why?
His eyes wouldn't quite adjust to the dim light. His heart was racing.
Why me?
Narazaki finally managed to ask. His voice was hoarse.
Why?
What do you mean?
I'm not good at anything.
The room was too quiet.
Good?
You think there are good and bad humans?
You're still worried about things like that?
The man leaned forward low in his chair, turning his face to look up at Narazaki. He was expressionless.
What is this man?
Narazaki's throat went dry.
What is this place?
Does it bother you? The man leaned back again, deep into his chair. That's strange. Most people live without knowing what the world they live in is, or what their fate has in store for them.
That's true. Why am I agreeing? I don't mean to say I'm satisfied not knowing anything about this place. Or maybe I do. Is there any reason for me to learn more?
Will you choose to go on suffocating in this country of asphalt and exhaust fumes, worrying about what other people think? Or will you join us? Narazaki couldn't take his eyes off the man. It's not up to you to choose. You are my disciple. I need you.
He's trying to act like a father. In that room I was just in, they sent those women to try to act like mothers. They are infiltrating the empty spaces in people's lives. That's how they do it,
Narazaki thought. But he felt there was something deeper to this than what one could find in a manual on brainwashing.
The world is mysterious, and this cult is no different.
Narazaki realized he was kneeling.
When did I do that?
People pray, the man said. In the West, they lock their fingers, and in the East, they put together the flat palms of their hands. This difference represents the difference in their feelings toward God. To lock your fingers represents the strength of your plea to a God who controls your fate. In the East, we are more reserved. It's as if we're saying, if it's possible, I'd like you to consider me as well. Now your hands are on your lap. That's good. Go back to Matsuo.
What?
Infiltrate Matsuo's group. I will send you orders later.
Why?
Why? Narazaki thought he sensed some emotion in the man's empty face, but he wasn't sure what it was. That's how life is. No one can know why they are doing what they do. But there is one difference between me and the rest of the world.
I need you. There's no way I can agree to this.
But Narazaki got up. He was already convincing himself to do as he was told. We will call you back from time to time, the man said, like a father teaching his son a warm life lesson. The women rose up in the back of Narazaki's mind. A little decadence is good for you. 11. Narazaki looked again at the screen of his cell phone, which had been confiscated and then returned to him. More than a month had passed. He'd thought it had been about 3 weeks. His sense of time was off. He left the cult in that same station wagon, its windows sealed off with sheets. That way he couldn't tell where they were. The world inside the cult had seemed like fiction. Narazaki had focused too hard there, and his enervation seemed to warp space. Maybe life in most cults felt like that. Narazaki recalled the crazy terror attack from when he was in high school, when they'd released sarin gas in several subway cars at the same time. The terrorists had been cult members. That day, everyone's lives had felt like fiction. Every day, reality was powerless in the face of that sort of dramatic plot twist. But every day, reality is vast and subdued. Eventually, it dismantles the drama, sentences to death those who enacted it, and returns everything to normal. The dead are forgotten, and the living begin to prepare again for the next work of fiction to appear. Narazaki entered through the open gate. Was it because Sawatari had told him to? Even he wasn't sure. Narazaki could think of nothing except meeting Matsuo. The truth was, he wanted to return to that dim compound, to stay in that tight space inside those women. He heard a voice say, "Pitiful." It might have been his loneliness speaking to him. He could see Mineno from across the large garden. She noticed him too. She was wearing a long beige coat. It's good that I ran into her first, Narazaki thought, but he could see the unease on her face. "Are you okay?" she asked. "You've lost a lot of weight." Narazaki had a hard time speaking. Looking at Mineno, he thought how beautiful she was. As she approached him, he imagined having sex with her. He didn't have the strength to smile. He was useless. "I had the flu." "For a whole month?" "No, but it took forever to get my strength back. I'm finally feeling better," Narazaki said. Mineno did not seem to feel sorry for him. Maybe they knew already. Or maybe they'd thought from the beginning that he was from the cult. "Matsuo-san is here. When we told him about you, he said he wanted to meet you. Come this way." He could sense reluctance in her movement. Maybe she could smell all those disgusting women on his body. He walked down the hallway of the mansion and stopped in front of the sliding Fusuma doors. He didn't see Yoshida. Mineno opened the door. "Matsuo-san, this is Narazaki-san." There was an old man sitting on a cushion. He looked smaller than he did on the DVDs. He was very skinny. His left arm hung limp. From the videos, Narazaki had thought Matsuo was in his 70s, but now he realized he was much older. He was wearing a black sweater and green pants, sitting with his legs crossed. His eyes and ears were huge. He looked at Narazaki. "What did you think of my DVDs?" Do his eyes look big because he's so skinny? Narazaki wondered. His pure white hair wasn't long, but it was so thick it seemed to be overflowing. His chin was narrow, his nose finely shaped. Though it was covered in wrinkles, his face was well put together. He was clean-shaven. "Oh, they were wonderful," Narazaki managed to say. "What did you watch? Did you see The Last Cholesterol?" The old man's voice was thin, but it carried. "No, not yet." "Ah, that's too bad." Matsuo's face went blank, like he had suddenly lost all interest. He grabbed a wood-patterned back-scratcher with his right hand and scratched around his feet. His back wasn't particularly hunched. "Mina-chan," he called out suddenly, "let me touch your boobs." Narazaki looked at the old man, shocked. What was he saying? "No," Mineno said calmly. "In exchange, I'll let you touch my dick." "Absolutely not." Narazaki stared at the two of them, flabbergasted. "Why not? Isn't that fair?" "No, it isn't fair." "Are you saying that men and women aren't equal?" "That's right. Women are better." "Narazaki-kun." "Yes?" he answered, startled at being called on. "Will you ask her?" "Ask her what?" "About her boobs." "What? Really?" "Really. This is your training." "Training? What is he saying? Has he gone mad?" "I can't." "I told you, it's training." "Training?" Narazaki looked at Mineno. She seemed upset. May the leader touch your breasts?" "No." "Failure!" The old man was upset. What is this? Narazaki was getting caught up in something bad, but he wasn't sure what. "You failed!"
failed. And I thought I was going to make you a... what's it called? An officer. But if Mine-chan won't let me touch her breasts, you fail. If you change your mind, you can come back, Mine-chan. Mineno left. What's going on? I thought she was this old man's disciple. But, Narazaki-kun, if I did touch Mine-chan's boobs, if she wanted me to, what would I do then? What? I'm asking you, what would I do if she changed her mind? I'd have to take a Viagra. Oh, really? Really? Well, maybe not. Maybe I could manage without it. The old man scrunched his eyebrows. One of his sleeves was slightly pushed up. Narazaki noticed he was wearing a Doraemon wristwatch. Unbelievable. This group was in the worst possible state. Their leader was going mad. How is Sawatari doing? What? The old man was looking at him, but he hadn't spoken particularly harshly. His voice remained soft. Oh, right. You can't tell me about that. But he's probably doing okay, right? Narazaki was at a loss for words. He couldn't get his thoughts straight. Well? How? Narazaki blurted. His heart was racing. How? Oh, how did I know you were there? Well, you came here looking for Tachibana-chan, right? And then you vanished for a month and showed up again. So, wouldn't it be normal to think that in that time you'd been lured in by them and they sent you back here again? Also, you look so gaunt. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. You don't have to say anything. If you tell me anything, you'll be betraying them, right? But since I know, you can stay here without feeling guilty. I am the leader of this place, after all. Narazaki stood stunned. What was this old man? His heart beat even faster. Come to think of it, he still hadn't introduced himself. If you assume that's true, would that be all right with you? All right? How? Well, I mean, it might be disadvantageous for you to have me around. The old man stared into Narazaki's face with interested eyes and then burst into a grin. Disadvantageous? There's no helping that. But you came here because you wanted to talk to me about something, right? Why would I turn you away? Even if you hate me, I like you. Isn't that good enough? Mineno washed Matsuo's dishes. He seemed to be eating properly, but he was picky. Soon he'll come saying he wants a snack. I wonder if he'll take a manju, but he must be healthy if he can harass me so much. Yoshiko came into the kitchen. Over the past few days, Yoshiko had tried to stay near Mineno, but Mineno couldn't talk to her about it. Don't worry about the dishes. I'll do them, Yoshiko said. I'm almost done. Every time Mineno saw Yoshiko, she thought the same thing, that she must have been very beautiful when she was young. Even now she was rather pretty. She was short, but her back was straight. Yet she must have been well over 70. Don't worry about the snacks. You can leave him. The back of Mineno's head hurt. Maybe she'd tied her hair too tight. No, I'll take them. He's going to harass you again. Mineno smiled slightly. He doesn't have the courage to actually touch me, so it's fine. That's true, but doesn't it bother you? You should just pull out his dentures and shove that manju down his throat. As Yoshiko opened the refrigerator, she began to sing. It felt like the moment was almost right. Will she say something, I wonder? But she might think that if she says something, I'll stop coming here. Cowardly humans. Cowardly and kind. She definitely won't say anything. But still,
You're pregnant, aren't you? Minino looked at Yoshiko, surprised. Yoshiko was smiling. You're really stubborn. You really weren't going to say anything. You can't see it in your body yet, but I can see it in your attitude and your face, and the aura you're giving off. Her face grew wrinkly when she smiled. Something scratched at the edge of Minino's memory. Not an image, but an absence. Minino's mother had never looked at her with a face like that. The father's Takahara-kun, right? That would be my guess, anyway. Minino couldn't say anything. She was about to cry. Her eyes fixed on Yoshiko's thin hand as it shot out and grabbed the faucet handle, turning off the running water. It's hard, isn't it? You know he has another lover, right? Yes. Minino noticed that she was responding as if by reflex. Why does Yo-chan-san even know about Takahara-kun's relationships? Takahara-kun was one of the people who helped scam Matsuo-san. She couldn't get her thoughts straight. Do you know who Takahara-kun's lover is? No. It's Rina-san. Minino couldn't breathe. Her heart began to race. Well, she told us her name was Rina, but we all found out that was a fake name when Narazaki showed up. Ryoko Tachibana. He came here to look for her too, right? How complicated. When Minino had first heard the name Ryoko Tachibana from Narazaki, she hadn't recognized it. But then he'd shown her Rina's picture. Even then, Minino hadn't known that this woman was Takahara's lover. She'd known he had someone, but never imagined it was Rina. She'd thought Rina and Takahara were only business partners. It doesn't matter. I have to apologize. Minino had started seeing Takahara after he'd scammed them. He betrayed us, and it hadn't only been once. So many times I could forget who I was. Don't worry. Shotaro knows too. What? We know everything, you know? You haven't done anything wrong. But, Minino's voice cracked, it was after they tricked Matsuo-san. It's fine. There's no problem. That's love for you. Shotaro was more disappointed that you obviously like young, cool guys. Minino stared at Yoshiko, dazed. Don't worry about it. Just take care of your body. I can tell from looking at your face you're going to keep it. Now you can give birth with one less thing to worry about. Her hand touched Minino's cheek. Minino realized she was crying. I don't have any children, so I can't give you much advice. Yoshiko left, singing another song Minino didn't know. Minino watched her back as she walked away. But Matsuo-san and Yo-chan-san don't know, she thought. They don't know that even though I'm sorry for what I did, I don't regret it. She really did want to apologize to them, but if Takahara called her now, she'd go running to him. She'd happily give herself to him. If he told her to steal something from Matsuo, she'd cry the whole time, but she'd do it. She clenched her teeth. I want to die. Minino had gone to the obstetrician twice in the past few days, and twice had been told that she wasn't pregnant, even though she knew she must be. Takahara's child must be inside her. It absolutely is. Minino placed her hand on her stomach, as she had done many times since her period, which was rarely late, had failed to come. The doctors don't understand. I must be pregnant. I must be careful. I must protect this child. Matsuo was sitting on the toilet. He thought to himself that he was preventing the expansion of entropy, and laughed. Narazaki had looked so young, only a little over 30. A young man trapped in a tiny hell, but probably surrounded by women. That sort of hell was enviable. Matsuo coughed, gently at first, but the cough grew stronger, so he covered his mouth with toilet paper. There was blood. "I know," he whispered. He tossed the toilet paper away unhappily. "I know," he whispered again. "But let me last just a little bit longer. It would be nice if it was painless," he thought listlessly. "How tragic would it be if this long life of mine ended with pain?" Matsuo laughed. How many people really believed it was hemorrhoid surgery? He left the bathroom as if nothing had happened. The air was damp. It was like the moisture had failed to become mist and was just clinging to his body instead. "It will probably rain tomorrow." 12. The lobby of the Publicum Hotel. A massive chandelier hung from the high ceiling. If there was an earthquake, would it fall? If it did, all the glass would shatter and pierce everyone below. Though it wasn't pleasant work, he had to keep track of these sorts of contingencies. Takahara passed through the lobby and entered the adjoining cafe. He was wearing a suit and carrying a newspaper as instructed. He took a seat and ordered an iced coffee. He opened the newspaper like an actor in a play. A thin waitress brought him his iced coffee. He took it with a smile. Her eyes lingered on Takahara. "She's beautiful," he thought. Before sitting down, Takahara had checked his surroundings. There were no cameras. The other customers had grim looks on their faces. It seemed they were all carrying some private burden. Takahara had been told to sit and read the newspaper, that someone would approach him. He lit a cigarette and scanned the paper. All the articles in the politics section reported the successes of government officials. The customer next to Takahara was eating pasta. Takahara imagined the shreds of noodles he bit off, mixing with the saliva in his mouth and falling back to his plate. He felt the urge to vomit, so he turned back to the newspaper to make himself feel better. News of starving people in Africa. Lives that could be saved for the cost of one rich person's dessert. People who killed each other in the name of God. The people who used them. There was a man sitting at a somewhat distant table. He was a Westerner. Takahara's head began to hurt. His pulse sped up. Is it him? It must be. But I can't get flustered. There is nothing at stake. He turned back to the paper. He couldn't read because of his headache. He could process the individual words, but not the overall meaning. I promised myself to always remain calm no matter what. He lit another cigarette. My hand isn't shaking, is it? His headache grew worse. The other tables grew blurry. His vision began to go out of focus at the periphery. With his slightly blurred vision, he noticed that the Westerner was looking at him. The man seemed frozen, like a sticker pressed onto the scene. Was this some sort of signal? I need to understand what he's saying. Outside? Takahara mouthed the word in Japanese. The man didn't respond. Next, Takahara tried English. Outside? Still no response. His hair was long and his eyes were blue. Just when Takahara thought he must be wrong, a Japanese man at a table even farther away moved his fingers slightly. He was pointing outside. Despite his headache, Takahara stood. He paid. The Westerner showed no signs of moving. He left the hotel, and after a moment his phone rang. Takahara answered in a serious tone. There was a lot of noise in the background, but it didn't sound like the cafe he'd just left. You're being followed. I'm sure of it. It was a man's voice. Deep. By who? I don't know. Probably someone from your cult. Takahara tried to think. He had come here by taxi. Who would follow him? The meeting is cancelled. Wait! Don't worry.
We'll contact you again." They hung up.
Takahara could do nothing but listen to his own heartbeat. What was happening? Had his subordinates followed him? Takahara considered the possibility. No, that can't be it. They still don't know that I've been in touch. It couldn't be. Has the leader found me out? Did someone confess to him? No. No one I've involved can contact him directly. I can trust them. They have blind faith. They believe in our cult and the leader and me. They all believe that this plan is the leader's. They believe themselves to be the best of the best, handpicked by the leader. They also believe that if they tell anyone else, they'll lose their position. I couldn't have been found out. Everything must be going according to plan. I have to find the culprit, Takahara thought. I have to find the culprit. 13. Matsuo-san's Lectures 3, Part 1.
Today, I'd like to talk about these beings called humans. First of all, what do you all think happens to our bodies after we die? If your family's Buddhist, you're cremated, so you'll be taken to the crematorium and burnt, and everything but the bones becomes smoke. But actually, even when the human body is burnt in a crematorium, it doesn't disappear. As I've told you before, our bodies are made entirely of atoms. When your body is burnt in a crematorium, the bonds between atoms are broken at the molecular level, but the atoms that make up our bodies are not actually destroyed in that process. Of course, they don't vanish. The atoms that made up our bodies rise into the sky as smoke and spread everywhere. In other words, we continue existing across the surface of the earth. And then those molecules may become part of someone else's body. They may bond with other atoms in the air, become molecules again, be taken up inside some other living thing, and if someone eats that living thing, they may become part of a human again. For example, the atoms that made up the body of Himiko, the ancient empress of Japan, may be in your body now. Please look hard at your hand, your fingers. There is a chance that the parts of people who lived long ago, and even those who died just recently, may be in there. It is thought that since the birth of the planet, none of the atoms here have vanished. To destroy the nucleus of an atom requires certain conditions found in outer space, or special tools like a particle accelerator. So you could also say that all the components of people's bodies have been being reused since long ago. Of course, this includes not only humans, but all living things. All things, generally speaking, have been being recycled since long, long ago. Looking at it this way, don't you think it's sort of amazing? There are many pieces that made up many ancient things inside our bodies now. When some living thing is born, it does not just appear here out of nothingness. Materials that already exist in space and on Earth come together, and as they fit together, they form something larger. That's all. Here, I'd like you to remember something I've discussed before. Within a year, all the atoms that make up a human body will be replaced completely. The materials that make up our bodies have been being reused since long ago and will continue to be replaced. So, what are we? In this world, individuals may not exist, at least not on a material level. We are constantly changing, and when a human dies, the substances that made up their body are recycled to make something else. It's as if we are part of some larger, constant flow that has continued from long ago up to the present.
There really is no such thing as the individual here. People say, we're all one, but that's not just a saying or abstraction. It's actually true on the material level. So, why do we think we exist as individuals? That is the work of the brain. Our brains make us think humans are all individuals. Our brains produce the concept of the individual, me, and even though all our cells are constantly being replaced, that individual, that me, is passed on from instant to instant. How strange is that? Even though the material that makes up our brains is constantly changing, I continue to exist as I was. How is this possible? Remember that my consciousness and I cannot act on the collection of atoms that make up my brain. We have been reusing the same materials that built bodies long ago, and even now they are constantly changing. And yet, this thing called me continues to exist from one second to the next until I die. This I that is passed on from moment to moment, which I recognize as myself, can't act on anything. It is the atoms that make up our bodies that have always had the power to produce this I by joining together. This is too strange. What does this all mean? What are we? We'll think about these questions as I continue my talk. But for now, let's talk about human fate. Imagine you hit a billiard ball. Once it's hit, we can predict what will happen to it. Of course, we can't do the precise calculations, but logically we could figure it out based on the force and angle with which the ball was hit, the friction of the table, air resistance, and, if an earthquake were to occur right afterward, the tension of the Earth's plates, etc. Right after the cue ball is hit, the balls it will go on to strike have already been determined, as have the specific pockets they'll fall into. I've discussed before that the universe began with the Big Bang, a type of explosion, which means that how the universe developed depended on the amount of energy, its force, the temperature, and what kind of particles were emitted. In other words, if there had been a different amount of energy, one would expect a different universe, which means one could potentially argue that it was already determined that the universe would take the shape it did right after the Big Bang, as soon as it was born. I also mentioned before that if the value of the elementary charge that determines the strength of electromagnetism and the coupling constant that determines the strength of the strong atomic force that holds together protons and neutrons had been slightly different from what they are now, humans may not have been born. Can't we rephrase that and say that this world was filled with the possibility of bringing about human life? This universe was filled with the potential to bring about stars and planets and the potential to create the sun. If we put it a little more extremely, can't we say that it was decided this would all happen? Was it not determined at the moment of the Big Bang that humans would come into being? I'd like to assume that this is true. To advance this hypothesis, let's talk a bit about biology. I want to think about the simplest of living things, single-celled organisms. I'd like to get to the root of the problem of free will by looking at these simple organisms. For example, consider the paramecia. These single-celled creatures are used to living in water at a temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, so naturally they gather in areas that are 25 degrees. Of course, they all get there by moving this way and that, and only gradually assemble in those 25-degree spots. And in a very animal way, some of them arrive late. If there were some food outside of that 25-degree spot, the latecomers would benefit. While the paramecia that are already in a spot that's 25 degrees tend to stay there, even they constantly leave and return and leave again. And the more paramecia there are in one spot, the more their movements seem independent. If there are only a few of them, there's less individuality. The larger their number, the more slow ones there are, and the more they circle around showily. There's more variety. And the strange part about this is that it holds true even for bacteria with identical genes. Even though these simple creatures have perfectly identical genes, depending on the number in their group, their movements come to be more or less unique. In other words, the more these simple creatures gather together, the more volition they seem to have. And on top of that, their volition also seems to increase the worse the conditions they live in get. So, what is the origin of these paramecia's volition? We know that it arises from the electric noise within their cells. When there is a large electric vacillation, their direction changes. And this electric noise comes from heat variation within their molecules. Molecules move because of heat. While these movements seem to be completely random and irregular, changes in the surrounding temperature and many other things cause the electricity to fluctuate, and then the paramecia suddenly start to move. In other words, the origin of their volition is heat variation within molecules. How scientific! There is a very convincing explanation that we humans, who have advanced from paramecia to reach the peak of evolution, have a volitional process going on within us and cannot halt it. I also believe this is true. We don't just respond to external stimuli by producing electrical noise and then reacting. Even if there is no external stimulus, advanced animals like humans can produce their own electrical noise and move their own bodies. The electrical noise we produce is the origin of consciousness. Again, please remember that human consciousness cannot affect the brain. In which case, what is free will? Do we have free will? The answer would be no. The origin of free will is the fluctuation of molecular heat. In other words, everything originates as a chemical reaction on the atomic level, which means that from the time of the Big Bang, it was already decided that humans would come into existence. And if that's true, our lives, what every human has done in all of our long, long history, all originated with fluctuations of molecular temperature. And if everything is simply the chemical workings of atoms, that would mean everything was already decided at the time of the Big Bang. But this must be wrong. Or, accurately speaking, it may be wrong. Now we will need to talk about quantum mechanics. 14. Matsuo-san's Lectures 3, Part 2. Quantum mechanics is, to greatly simplify, a theory that describes an incredibly tiny world that can't be explained by traditional understandings of causality, namely classical physics. If you hit a billiard ball, we know it'll follow a certain trajectory. That's true. However, on the micro level, you often can't simply explain things by saying that happened, so this will happen. Let's look at an example. Let's say a proton and an atomic nucleus collide with a certain amount of energy. This doesn't always lead to the same result.
There is a certain chance that proton and nucleus will wind up in state X, and a certain chance they will wind up in state Z. We cannot find conditions under which the collision will lead only to state X. So we can only discuss the results in terms of probability. This means that we don't always experience the more likely scenario. So adopting quantum theory means everything in this world becomes a matter of chance or probability. The current state of the world is the result of many coincidences. To see causality in the motion of physical objects, first we must observe those objects. Unfortunately, it is incredibly difficult to observe electrons, for example, precisely. Even shining a light on particles as small as electrons causes them to move. Light is both a particle and a wave, and it basically kicks the electron out of place. A detailed explanation would be quite long, so I'll be brief. But if one tries to confirm the position of an electron, its speed becomes unknown, and if one tries to confirm its speed, its position becomes unknown. We call this thing the uncertainty principle. And in this imprecise micro-world, it is only natural that we cannot predict causation. We can say that physics principles of causality break down. We can only describe the objects of this world in terms of probabilities. However, this is entirely a matter of human observation, and has nothing to do with the reality of these objects, I think. We need not consider everything based on the limited nature of human perception. There was a famous debate between Bohr, who was a pioneer in quantum theory, and Einstein. Einstein criticized Bohr, saying something like, "God doesn't play dice with the world. We must be able to explain nature more perfectly than by covering everything up with probabilities and odds." However, at the moment, humans cannot grasp this perfection, and we must use probabilities and statistics as they are an effective tool to explain the world. Quantum theory is useful for describing the world, but it is just a tool. It would be silly to make it the foundation of our understanding of the world. Einstein claimed that nature is not controlled by vague sets of probability. There must be a definitive explanation of causation at the root of things. However, these days Einstein is generally considered to have lost this debate. But who was actually right? The concepts of quantum theory cover a lot. The theory is enormous. According to these concepts, traveling back in time is possible, and, though it seems incredible, humans can even pass through walls. However, the probability of such an occurrence would be 1 divided by 10 to a power so high that if you wrote 3 zeros every centimeter, the number would be several 100,000 light-years long. In other words, it's an absurd number. This theory is unmistakably incomplete. I would like someone to appear and solve these mysteries for us. These problems don't stop with physics. It would be quite interesting to combine them with theories of the brain. The brain is also made up of atoms, and if we could understand how cause and effect work in terms of atoms, we'd be able to understand everything about the brain. It would be the greatest discovery in human history, how everything is decided. In other words, we would have discovered fate. Love, work, even the most trivial seeming of gestures would all ultimately become just like that billiard ball. But we cannot make any definitive statements at this point in time. So, we can only discuss things in terms of possibility. First, we have the theory that the fate of everything is predetermined. This is the argument against quantum mechanics, that on the quantum level, everything is undecided. In this scenario,
we can still imagine a future where we've discovered the cause of everything. That would make us nothing more than the audience in the completely scripted show called Our Lives. The second option we have is to rely completely on quantum theory. Everything in this world would boil down to probability and chance. This would mean believing that humans and this Earth came into existence totally by chance, and that there's no such thing as fate. In this second case, we are the audience to an unscripted show that is just a series of coincidences. No, that is not quite accurate. There are limits to what sort of coincidences can come to be. Please remember that the universe was filled with the possibility of producing humans. Even if we suppose that the origin of human life was chance, the probability of it was not zero. To give a contrary example, the chance that now all of you listening to me speak will suddenly grow wings on your back is zero. In other words, the possibilities of this world are limited, and there's no such thing as total randomness. So, we are the audience watching a show called Life that is a series of coincidences with certain limits. That would be more accurate. So, which is correct? I believe that both are correct. In the end, they're the same thing. Everyone, please think about your past. From the time you were born until now, you've followed a single path here. Someone with a deep knowledge of quantum theory would probably say that there are versions of you who have chosen each possible life, and you are nothing more than one of the possible yous. This world was created through human choices, and there are as many worlds as there are choices people have made. But I don't care at all about that sort of stupid argument. Saying that doesn't make anyone feel better. It doesn't change anything, because the you of this world has followed a single path up to this moment. And in the same way, I'm sure your future will follow a single path. At some point, you will do this and not do that, become this and not become that. But those events become one path made up of the succession of choices that you made at those times in those instants. The path will continue until you die. Nothing will change the fact that no matter what sort of choices you make, no matter what you do, when you turn around, those choices will form a single path. You cannot walk two separate paths, and you don't need the burden of imagining you could. You should just follow your path. Whether that path is already decided or is something you can change, in the end, it's still one path. It's decided. It's fate. In the end, fate is nothing more than a human concept. Chance is also nothing more than a human concept. However, there's no mistake. You are walking down a single path. I gave the example of Paramecia before. Like them, we should just live our lives looking for a comfortable 25-degree spot. However, on this path, humans must bear sadness. For we are the only beings that are clearly aware we will eventually die. In other words, to be human is to be conscious of the fact that we will die, and to know that in this great, unceasing flow of atoms, we continue to travel along our single path for 70 or 80 years, and then vanish. If you believe that consciousness cannot act on the brain, then you are simply being presented with that path, being continually made to see that you will die. Human consciousness has grown highly complex, and because of that, our pleasures are immense, as are our sadnesses.
Our breadth of emotion is the greatest among all living things because of our high level of consciousness. But in the end, we will die. Even though we've known such great pleasures in this world, we will die. Trillions of humans have died. Trillions more will probably die. This world was always filled with the possibility of humans coming into being, and atoms have always had the power to create consciousness by joining together. This must mean something. As I've said before, I believe we are part of a gradient that includes other dimensions. It would be strange if we weren't. This world is too perfect for it to all be coincidence. The path we walk cannot be unrelated to that gradient, and that gradient must be connected to countless stories. Since ancient times, humans have had advanced consciousness and have continued to yearn for stories. We don't just create gods, we also always create legends about them. You all watch television dramas and read manga, right? Even gossip about famous people is stories. Humans are the only animals on this earth that desire stories. Our lives are stories, and as we progress through those stories, we seek more stories. In other words, we exist amid overlapping stories. I believe the overlapping nature of these stories has something to do with the gradient. What's important to these layers of other dimensions is not the actual movement of our bodies, what we speak or see. I think what appears in our minds, how our consciousnesses work, is probably more important. Our consciousness is overlaid on those layers. We are staring at ourselves from those layers, and we are experiencing stories. To rephrase this, humans are just stories that appear in that great, unceasing flow of atoms. And I wonder if we're anything more than just the audience watching those stories from a different layer. I wonder if it is this strange balance between existing in this layer and another, this strange balance itself, which makes the world the way it is. Maybe there is something that desires our stories, but we had better live as if at some point there will be meaning. We must strengthen our bodies and pass through this single story, through this flow of atoms. That's what it means to live. This story is difficult. I don't want to sound like I'm saying anything irresponsible or overly optimistic about life. But no matter what, we must pass through this story. If we generalize, there are two different attitudes about life, one found in the East and one in the West. In the West, many people think of this life as God's test. People there live their lives thinking that when some difficulty arises, that is fate, and it is a test from God. God only gave you such a test because you can pass it. You could also just call it a test of fate, without using the word God. It is beautiful to see people challenge fate. I believe it is, at least. In the East, people value the impermanence of all things. Everything returns to nothing. Everything eventually disappears, so there's no need to worry about a difficult life. Suffering and sadness will eventually disappear as well. You must swallow your suffering and sadness and wait for them to vanish into the peace. It is beautiful to see sadness and suffering disappear. I believe it is, at least. There is no choosing which attitude is right. I feel that the truth is somewhere in between. You could also say that both are true. I think sometimes you must challenge fate, and other times you must wait for everything to vanish.
Whether everything is decided or everything can be changed, you must be strong of will and choose the path that appears before you. You need that sort of attitude to keep going. Everyone, please continue along your path and live through your story. Those countless atoms that have been here since the distant past, this highly refined, massive, and complex system, everything is here for your story. The atoms currently giving your body shape will remain after your death. They will be here for someone else's story. The laws of physics, this system of countless flowing atoms, is an incredibly fertile and extravagant thing. May you all find your comfortable 25-degree spot. That's it for today. 15. Excuse me, leader. A man in white dragged a cart through the door. The leader's room on the 21st floor was about 30 square meters. The whole space was dimly lit, and in the back was a door that led to his bedroom. The leader watched the man pulling the cart with blank eyes. There was a box on the cart, and in that box, a bound woman. Here is the woman from the religious organization I told you about. The leader looked at the woman in the box expressionlessly. She was bound messily with layers of the kind of plastic rope used for packing. Is she too scared to scream? The man in white wondered. The leader murmured nebulously. She was tall and beautiful. Was he attracted to her? The man in white wasn't sure. He began to worry. The religion this woman practices forbids sex, also the excessive exposure of skin. The leader got up from his chair and looked down into the box. The woman was wearing a white blouse and a long black skirt. Of course, masturbation is also forbidden.
I see. A cult.
The leader's voice was monotone. A cult? The man in white asked himself. Isn't this a cult too? No, we're different. This isn't a cult. This is... What is it? I haven't trained enough. Recently, I've been led astray by strange thoughts. The man in white looked up and found the leader's grave stare resting on him. His heart leaped. Did he see it? Did he see my doubt?
If they have sex, will they die?
The leader asked suddenly. His eyes showed no sign that he cared about the man's doubt. Confused, the man said, Yes, both the women and the men who sleep with them. 6 of them have actually died. We're not sure how. The leader exhaled. What sort of feeling was he expressing? He didn't seem to be sighing or laughing.
That's simple.
Their god killed them. The leader approached the woman. The man panicked and forced the woman in the box to stand. She struggled and fell over. I'm sorry, I should have put her to sleep.
What for?
The leader asked. What for? The man didn't understand. 2 men entered the room. Where did they come from? Was there a door somewhere? The woman struggled as they carried her to a reclining chair like a dentist's. There was unpleasant-looking pipe stirrups attached to the chair. The men untied her and then used the rope to bind her to the chair. They tied each leg to a stirrup, forcing her to part her legs. The woman struggled, but the men's expressions did not change at all. When they were done securing her in the chair, the men vanished back into the shadows. It was too dark to see where they went.
What is the name of your god?
The leader asked the woman. She glared at him, but the leader's expression did not change at all.
What is your god's name?
She didn't answer. The man answered for her. He has no name. He simply protects his followers.
How boring.
The leader laid his hand on the woman's long skirt and pulled it up. For some reason, the man in white felt as if someone were watching him from above. What if, he thought, what if their god really exists. Not only will this woman die, but won't the leader die as well? This man used to be in the same cult as this woman. He had since joined this religion and learned that everything he had believed was false. He had had sex, and he hadn't been struck down by their god. But deep in his body, a feeling he couldn't completely erase was returning. What about this woman who still believes? 6 believers have died, actually died. 6 idiots who had made their vows to their god, but secretly indulged in debauchery. What if? He kept wondering. What if? Even people who don't believe in God don't go around kicking over other people's family shrines. The woman screamed. She was crying. The leader had pulled her skirt all the way up. The man could see her white underwear. He looked away. No! No! The woman was yelling. He took off her blouse, revealing her forbidden skin. He touched her underwear and bra. She tried to pull away, but the ropes restrained her. He ripped off her bra and underwear. The lights from the high ceiling lit her sweaty body. Though her cult believed there was no need for them, the woman's breasts were supple, overflowing with life. Her nipples were on the larger side. What a body, the man in white thought. This is what her body looks like under her clothes. He realized he had been watching the whole time. The leader sucked on her breasts. Please, stop. Will...
You'll what?
Oh, God! The woman looked up at the lights. Her hair was a mess. It looked lewd. Her thin eyes glistened with tears. From where he was standing, the man in white could see her vulva between her long legs. The leader stuck his finger in her. He moved it gently. God! God!
What are you moaning about?
Why?
Liquid ran down her legs. You, the leader said.
No!
I'm right. This is the kind of woman you are. It's been a long time, so you can really feel it now.
The leader bowed over her and stretched his tongue to her genitals, like a bug lapping up its food.
Hmm?
God!
Yes, God is watching. Death is near.
The sound of her puddling wetness filled the room. Can she hear that? The man in white wondered. Death, it's in this room. The leader ran his mouth over the woman as if he was thirsty and wetting his throat with a glass of water.
Are you going to come? You should come.
No,
Show your God.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Oh, please forgive me.
Hmm?
God.
Do you like it when God watches?
She raised her hips. She screamed. No! Her body began shaking violently. But the leader didn't stop. She screamed, Stop! Stop! Her body convulsed again. She squirted disgustingly far. Drops of liquid reached the feet of the man in white. Her body continued to convulse. She twisted in pain, and her chest heaved wildly. The leader undressed, then put his own genitals inside her writhing, wet body. No!
I think death is supple and round. What about you?
The leader moved his body. Pierced, the woman could only make indistinct noises. Does she feel it? The man in white wondered. Mysterious tears fell from his eyes. How awful, he thought. It had always been hard for him. They said he'd lost his parents because of his ancestors' desires. He had joined a reclusive group of women and lived for years deep in the mountains in a small hospital-like building. He lived under their strict precepts and their ban on desire. He had spent his days feeling the presence of God. The woman clung to the leader as if she didn't know what to do with all the pleasure she was feeling. Her legs were spread awkwardly wide. "You should cling to him," he thought. "Cling to him. Cry out with your disgusting voice and cling to him. Nothing we do is forbidden. It doesn't matter what people think. None of it matters." He felt God watching him. "If you're going to kill me, kill me. We are only human. If you're going to kill me, do it." The leader continued to move his hips and stuck his tongue in the woman's soft mouth. The leader was quite fit for his age. He was beautiful. As beautiful as water, the man thought for some reason. Beautiful liquid. The woman was licking the leader's tongue. The woman shook again violently, and the leader's body also trembled slightly. Existence is trembling, the man suddenly thought. The leader is coming inside her. The man was struck by the look that passed through the leader's eyes. He should be in the midst of pleasure, but he's distracted by something. What is it? What? "You will live on the 21st floor," the leader said softly, pulling out of her. The woman nodded. Her cheeks were red and her eyes wet with tears. She was beautiful. The look of a woman filled with sperm, the man thought. Her body is filled with sperm. "You do her too," the leader said to the man in white. The man nodded so naturally he surprised himself. This isn't good, he thought. She and I, all we've done is leave one mess for another. But, he thought, it's not bad either. All the leader did was have sex with her. The man in white stood before the woman with her legs spread. Their eyes met. At that compound, she had been like a sister. I never thought of her as such a beautiful woman. "Excuse me," the woman called to the leader. Please watch. I want you to watch." The woman looked at the man as if challenging him. She stared straight at him and smiled. Her lips were wet. She was beautiful. She had been set free. This wasn't good or evil. This had nothing to do with good or evil at all. We've been set free. The man touched the woman's cheek gently. 16. The room was dark. Another day with no time to spare. Takahara stared at the believers gathered there. There were 16 people counting Takahara in the 25-square-meter space. They were all looking straight ahead. Their eyes were full of dedication and hope as they waited for Takahara's words. They are happy, Takahara thought. I want to be like them. But is the one who betrayed me here? I'm not sure. Will the leader see through me? Conditions report. Sasahara. Yes, sir, Sasahara said solemnly. He seemed to be barely suppressing his anticipation. There must have been some progress. The exchange of the PPSH-41s, which I reported on last week, will be carried out next Tuesday. The gang members have already received the weapons, so we just need to make the exchange. Where will you make the trade? In an apartment. They took out a weekly rental. Any possible risks? I cannot say there are none, but I don't see how it would be strategic for them to attack us, Takahara thought. As if in response to Takahara's silence, Sasahara continued to speak. If they were to attack us during the trade, it would either be to take our money without giving us the PPSH-41s, or because they do not have the guns and simply plan on stealing our money. For that reason, 5 of us will go to the rendezvous. I'm certain that this much money will not be worth the hassle of having to clean up 5 bodies, Of course, there is the possibility of them stealing the money without killing us, but our associates are well known in the underworld. I assume they wouldn't leave any evidence of making an unfair deal.
Takahara kept thinking, would they really be okay? That wasn't what Takahara was worried about, though. What if this was a trap set by the police or public security? No one could be sure that it wasn't.
And in the case that this is a public security bureau trap, Sasahara said, ready to address Takahara's concerns, we plan to say we belong to an extreme leftist group. We will likely be arrested, but that doesn't matter. The other believers will continue our mission.
The 5 men who were to make the trade looked hard at Takahara. Their expressions were entranced and fulfilled. Takahara couldn't help but be moved by them.
I see. I won't forget your dedication.
Their eyes shone. A collective noise escaped from the crowd, as if the joy inside them had leaked out. Their bodies swayed, and their breathing and voices merged in their sense of elation. They were becoming one. Inside, they were all screaming in rapture.
We are the elite.
Yes.
We are the chosen ones.
Yes. He could feel the heat of their bodies seeping into the air. They were all looking at Takahara. They were lost in their desires and filled with forceful passion. We will need to train to use these PPSH-41s. I'll leave that up to you, Takahara said, looking at Yoshioka. Yoshioka nodded gravely. He had once been a member of the self-defense forces.
You don't need much skill to use an automatic rifle.
Takahara climbed up the freezing stairs. The sound of his shoes echoed, making him feel like someone was following him. He stood before the leader's door, the previous elation still lingering in his body. He couldn't imagine that one of them had betrayed him. He couldn't believe that one of those men with such pure faces could be the informant. All he could imagine was that there wasn't an informant, but he had been found out by the leader himself. But how? Takahara took a deep breath and knocked on the door. An indistinct voice came from inside. When he opened the door, the leader was lying on a couch, sadly petting a woman. Monster, Takahara thought. There was a hell inside the leader. But instead of resisting that hell, he let himself sink into it. How can he hold women like that, with those gloomy eyes? He might as well not sleep with them, but still he reaches out for them as if out of habit, unmoved, like an insect licking sap from a tree. Leader, you called? Takahara asked quietly. This bastard, Takahara thought. Even though he's a bastard, I'm still nervous in front of him. It's because he's a monster. His mind has failed, but his expression doesn't show it. I didn't call you. The leader wasn't looking at Takahara, but rather at the space between them. Were his eyes even seeing? What could he be looking at? I'm sorry to disturb you. You're not disturbing me. Oh, you mean her. The leader slowly stretched his neck out toward the woman next to him and seized her tongue with his fingers. She did not resist. She let him do what he wanted to her. Takahara waited, tense. There are people who type text messages to one person while talking to someone else. This bastard has sex. Takahara felt himself about to smile. That woman, the Kupro girl. She tried to come for confession. She said she had personal contact with you. The leader spread open the woman's legs and studied her genitals as if he were looking at a stain on her clothing. Takahara let out a small sigh. Was she so jealous that she'd lie like that? Just because he hadn't slept with her? I sent her to counseling. You aren't going to punish me? Takahara could hear a wet noise coming from between the woman's legs. She started taking heaving, short breaths. Takahara knew the leader wouldn't punish him for this contact with the Kupro girl. But he wanted to know something else, whether the leader had found out about his plan or not.
He looked at the leader's eyes. He couldn't see any indication one way or another there.
I wouldn't punish you. My successor.
Liar, Takada said in his head. Why hadn't he ever made this cult an official religion? It wasn't just to hide from the Public Security Bureau, was it? You're planning something. You must be planning something. The leader moved his fingers as if it were a great hassle, like he was playing with a loose button on his coat. The woman, twisted in pleasure, shot Takahara short glances. Was she embarrassed at the wet sound coming from between her legs? I sent her to counseling. I'll try to make her want you more. So, you won't bring her up here? This man could probably even lap at a woman who was madly in love with another man, Takada thought. He could probably find a way to sleep with a woman even if she was calling out my name instead of his, just like he was licking sap from a tree, without a single smile, sadly. He was a different breed from Shotaro Matsuo. People flocked to Matsuo. It certainly seemed like people flocked to the leader as well, but it wasn't him they were drawn to. It's like some viscous liquid is pouring out of him. People are drawn to that liquid. Then their darkest secrets dissolve into that liquid. The wet sound grew louder. Was the woman trying so hard to close her legs because she was embarrassed, or because she was about to come? Takada's mind went blank as he watched the woman's thin body rise. She grabbed the sheets she had soaked. Her long hair glinted in the white light. It couldn't have been Ryoko, Takahara thought. Ryoko certainly noticed something, but she doesn't have evidence. But no, that's why he'd told her to leave. If I do the negotiating, she could get out. Probably. There's no need for us to be together. For her to be involved in my life. This irreparable life. 17. Narazaki wound up helping set up for Matsuo's lecture. The organization had no official registry, but there were plenty of people who left contact information so they could be notified next time there was an event. The people who left their email address were easy, because they could all be sent the same message, but calling everyone who left a phone number took quite a lot of effort. Does this flyer look okay? Mineno asked Matsuo. Aren't you going to put a picture of my face on it? Do you want me to? I mean, my face is pretty moving, right? Matsuo said, and stared at Mineno seriously. A tangerine came flying at him, and Matsuo batted it away with his back-scratcher. When Matsuo threw the tangerine back at Yoshiko, she caught it and tossed it again. Matsuo batted it down again with the back-scratcher. Yoshida stepped between them to get them to stop. Get out of the way, Baldy, Matsuo told him. Yoshida got mad. I'm not bald, I'm a monk. Liar. Your hair fell out. Isn't that right? You just became a monk because you went bald. Are you really going to say that? Yoshida challenged. Are you? Yeah, I said it. You went bald. You can't change the fact that you lost your hair. Narazaki and a woman named Komaki still needed to sort through the folding chairs they'd line up in the garden and remove the rusted ones. As he tried to leave the room, the tangerine struck his back. Yes? Where are you going with Komaki-chan? Matsuo asked, angry. Narazaki didn't understand the anger. We're going to sort out the chairs. You're just going to fool around, aren't you? What? You're going to go fool around with Komaki-chan, right? Cozy up in the corner of the storehouse? You'll whisper things to each other like, oh, we shouldn't. Everyone's right outside. Oh, no. Right? Narazaki was shocked. Is that why you asked me to help? Komaki asked. No, of course not. Is that what you've been thinking about me? No, don't be stupid.
Narazaki said to Matsuo. Please, give it a rest.
Well, then, answer this honestly, Matsuo said.
He pointed his back scratcher straight at Narazaki.
Have you really never, not once, thought about Komaki-chan sexually? Even just for a second? If you lie, you get the candy punishment. I'll put my dentures in your mouth like a piece of candy.
Well,
I knew it,
Matsuo said. Komaki let out a yelp and backed away from Narazaki. But this is unfair. When you ask that way, Yoshida-san, help me here.
Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up, Narazaki was suddenly shouting.
Don't be angry because you lost your hair, Yoshida,
Matsuo said.
But if we compare your body to a globe, I bet there's still some hair in Australia.
What? Why are you talking about continents?
Stop,
Mineno said.
Yoshida-san's bald head has nothing to do with Narazaki-kun. Yoshida-san lost his hair all on his own, right?
She had turned to Yoshida as if to start a fight.
You did that all by yourself?
Komaki was staring at Narazaki suspiciously. What's wrong with these people? Narazaki tried to edge out of the room, but Tanaka entered, blocking Narazaki's path. Today she was wearing a Che Guevara apron. Where do they sell these?
Sorry to interrupt, but there are reporters here, Tanaka said with an anxious look on her face. I'll try to get them to leave, but what should I do? There's a little bug spray left in the kitchen. That should do it, said Yoshiko.
You can't do that, Narazaki interrupted.
Why not?
It's fine, Matsuo said. Tanaka nodded and tried to leave, but Narazaki held out a hand to stop her.
Oh, right, Narazaki-kun,
Matsuo said, pointing his back scratcher at him again.
You take care of them. Make them think you're crazy. Go out there without any pants and say this. Are you the dentist? My penis has a pretty bad cavity.
No, thank you.
Okay. Mina-chan, you go.
No. In the end, no one stopped the visitors from coming in. They were reporters from a magazine. There was a female interviewer and a male cameraman. Someone had turned down an interview over the phone, so they had come in person. They claimed to be investigating the renewed activity of this religious organization, but their aim was clearly to expose some suspicious cult activity. Narazaki was wary of them.
While we can't offer much money, we would pay for an interview.
Matsuo's eyes looked strange.
We don't need any money. Instead, will you let me poke your boobs?
What? The interviewer gasped. The cameraman lowered his camera.
Excuse me, but is this a joke? No, I'm not joking. Let me poke your boobs,
Matsuo told the interviewer seriously. Mineno and the others exited the room, abandoning the shocked interviewer. Didn't they care about what would happen? They must know the repercussions of treating the media like that. Narazaki had no reason to, but he stayed in the room. The interviewer was obviously angry.
I'm sorry, but are you making fun of us? I'm not. I just asked if you would let me poke your boobs. After all, that's how it is, right? In life, there are those who poke and those who get poked. Maybe I'm the one who'll get poked. Maybe you are. Everyone has the potential to be poked. Do you follow me?
What?
I'm going to begin the incantation. Mokopen, who will be poked, Mokopen? Please, close your eyes.
No.
What did you say?
Matsuo suddenly lowered his voice.
Why won't you be poked? Why?
What?
Be poked, you bitch!
Matsuo stood up. The interviewer screamed, and the cameraman stepped between them to protect her.
I'm sorry, Narazaki said. He's possessed now.
Possessed?
Yes,
The personalities of all humans reside within the leader, and today...
Narazaki escorted the interviewer and cameraman out of the room, then returned to Matsuo.
What are you doing?
Matsuo was sulking.
They came to make fun of us, so I made fun of them. No, that's not true. You really wanted to poke her boobs, didn't you?
Matsuo waved his back scratcher left and right in front of his own face.
Of course not. It was just revenge. You're lying. You definitely wanted to poke her boobs. At least a little.
Yoshiko watched Mineno as they listened to the interviewers leave. With one hand on her stomach, Mineno looked at the flyers she'd printed.
Maybe, Yoshiko thought. Maybe she's not pregnant at all. Maybe she just thinks she is. Maybe she is that desperate. Maybe.
Mineno turned around, so Yoshiko smiled at her.
If that's true, I need to embrace her. I'll have to hold her close and help bring her back. I'll have to make her forget about Takahara-kun.
When Mineno first joined this group, she had clearly been looking for a home with Matsuo and Yoshiko. She hoped to get what she hadn't had as a child. Yoshiko and the others were aware of this when they took her in. Now, seeing Mineno with her hand on her stomach, Yoshiko thought, that's why we must take care of her. Last night she'd seen a lizard in the mansion. Had it actually been black, or had it just looked that way in the dark? Something was about to happen. There was a fluttering in her chest. Something she hadn't felt in years. 18. There was still some time before Matsuo's speech, but over the past 3 hours, many attendees had already shown up. If they had set up all the folding chairs before people started arriving, things would have been easy. But Matsuo said selfishly that it would look bad if there were more chairs than people, so they had to set up more chairs as people arrived. There was a relatively large number of young people. There were even some who eagerly brought notebooks. People continued to arrive in droves. Narazaki handed out plastic bottles of tea. Matsuo was watching TV in his room, not practicing his speech or anything. The incident with the interviewer the day before still hadn't made the paper. They'd expected there would be more onlookers, but thankfully the talk came before anything was published. Narazaki looked for Mineno, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Strange. He was sure she'd been handing out bottles with him until a moment before. He went to get more bottles, but froze. There was a long-haired man in the audience. The man who had led Narazaki to the 21st floor of that compound. Narazaki stared at him.
Why is he here?
Narazaki-kun, Yoshida called out to him. Narazaki's heart was racing. See that man with his hair tied up in the back?
Yes.
He's from that cult. He used to come here, and when Sawatari disappeared, he vanished as well. There's no mistaking him. Narazaki couldn't look Yoshida in the eyes.
Pretend you don't notice him. We don't want to start a scene before Matsuo's talk, but after it's over, Arayama-kun and Kato-kun will grab him. Don't let Matsuo-san know.
Yoshida's voice was quiet as a whisper.
He already knows what I look like. Arayama-kun and Kato-kun are relatively new, so he won't recognize them. He doesn't know you either, so when the speech starts, I want you to sit behind him with Arayama-kun. Once he's out the gate, grab him.
Narazaki couldn't manage a response.
Don't make a big fuss about it. We can't make a scene. We don't want Matsuo-san to notice. Just talk to him. See if you can get him to go to a cafe or something with you. We want to find out where their cult is located. We thought about tailing him, but we don't know anything about that kind of stuff, so it probably wouldn't go well. You got it?
Narazaki nodded ambiguously, and Yoshida left.
Do they trust me? Narazaki wondered. They must be testing me. If I do anything strange after hearing this, they'll have proof that I'm involved with the cult. Someone is probably already keeping an eye on me.
Narazaki exhaled.
The danger is that the man with long hair might be surprised to see me and give me away. Does he know that I'm here because Sawatari told me to come?
There were flyers placed on the 3 seats behind the man with long hair.
Someone saved our spots, Narazaki thought. I have no choice but to sit.
People streamed into the garden.
How many people is this? About 200?
The noise faded, and when Narazaki looked up, Matsuo had climbed to the edge of the mansion's deck. It seemed Matsuo was just going to start without any introduction. Narazaki rushed to his seat, the one diagonally behind the man with long hair.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming.
Everyone clapped.
He's lost weight, Narazaki thought. Compared to what he looked like on the DVDs, he's lost a lot of weight. I didn't announce this ahead of time, but today will be my last talk.
A quiet rustling ran through the crowd.
I want to talk about the first half of my life. Well, I'll probably wind up telling my whole life story. I want to tell you about my sins.
19. Matsuo-san's Lectures 4.
I was born in Aichi Prefecture. My mother was a housemaid at an inn. My father wasn't a zaibatsu, but he owned an incredible amount of land. Children like me, the products of affairs, are generally kept secret, but I grew up in my father's mansion. My mother lived there as well. I didn't see his legitimate family much, but they provided us with a room in the corner of the mansion. And after my mother died of some illness, I was raised there by a nurse. If my father's wife hadn't had any children, I would have taken over his business as his successor. At least, that's what the arrangement seemed to be. I thought that when they had a child, I'd be chased out or sold off somewhere. I didn't want to stay in that mansion, but I was still a child. I couldn't live on my own. I prayed they wouldn't have any children. I spent my childhood full of twisted thoughts like that. But they did have a child, and just as I thought, I had to leave the mansion. Of course, I wasn't sold off. I was sent away as an apprentice. Following my father's wife's wishes, I left Aichi and went all the way to Tokyo. I had no choice. Of course, they were happy to get rid of me. I was an obstruction. Happiness depends on one's disposition. It also requires the exclusion of many other things. It can only exist in a closed space. From my father's wife's perspective, there was nothing else to be done. She was sad as well. I lived and worked at a factory where they made tiles by hand. The owners of the factory were good people. As for school, I only made it through elementary. Then there came a great war. The Pacific War, or World War II. When I was 20, I got my draft card. I was going to war. The first thing I thought was, shouldn't this draft card have been sent to that kid in that mansion? They are sending me to war so that kid doesn't have to go. Of course, that wasn't the case. I was thinking too much. That's just how twisted I was back then. I had no interest in war. I didn't want to be a soldier. When Japan was heading toward war, the socialists did a lot of underground organizing. I didn't participate in that, but in exchange for distributing their manifestos, they'd lend me books. I wasn't interested in socialism, but I wanted to get my hands on books however I could. English books were hard to get at the time, but I read many of them and tried to study on my own. I often heard the words American devil, but I could never understand what was evil about this country that could produce such amazing literature. I wasn't taken in by progressivism or anything. I just hated Japan, or the soldiers that talked about how great Japan was. They made me think of my father. My father was a staunch jingoist. But that was natural for people of his generation. Basically, at the time, my understanding of the world was framed entirely by my personal likes and dislikes. I was sent to join the Army's 357th Division, the front line in the north-central Philippines. Do you all know that the majority of deaths in the war were caused by starvation and illness? Many Japanese soldiers were sent by their boastful but powerless country to wander in tropical forests, never encounter an enemy soldier, starve, and then die of malaria. After 3 months of training, I joined those forces as a recruit. We were tasked with guarding the central coast, but a scout found close to 100 American ships approaching us, and both my small platoon and the whole larger battalion hid in the mountains. More than half of us already had malaria. There's no way we can win. That's what I thought then. The battalion leader and other higher-ups would never say such a thing, but we lowly recruits were almost all certain we had no hope of winning. The silver of the enemy's steel ships crossed the ocean calmly and surrounded us. The same silver of their warplanes was already flying across the sky. That great dull luster seemed to repel everything that tried to touch it. What could we have done, faced with that tremendous force? All we wanted was to hide in the mountains of that southern country, which was so hot it felt like it was on fire, and wait to lose the war. I wasn't simple enough to believe the military's lies that if we lost the war, our country would be obliterated. However, we received notification that reinforcements were coming, 120 shock troops. But with just a few machine guns, what could we do even if another 120 reinforcements came? Were they telling us to fight the Americans' sophisticated long-range fire with single-loader rifles, swords, and the hand grenades they provided us with to commit suicide? They were sending reinforcements just to die. All while the commanders did nothing. They just watched as this key territory in the Philippines got snatched and sent more living people in as reinforcements so they wouldn't be criticized by the government leaders in Japan. And when the troops all die, our officers will tell the Japanese people that they fought with all their strength, that they fought to uphold the honor of our country. Of course, dying is scary, and we soldiers were resistant to the idea of death, so they kept telling us that even after we died, we'd live on as heroes in the Yasukuni Shrine. People have always egged on soldiers with religion since time immemorial. They were encouraging those in our platoon to go and die. I didn't yet have malaria, so I was part of the group sent to greet the reinforcements. When the 5 of us left our shack, the Americans began shooting. It wasn't a battle. All we could do was run. The platoon scattered. I joined up with a platoon led by a lieutenant with dark eyes. By now, I had gotten malaria. I had a high fever, and on the 2nd day, I began tripping on my own legs. By the 4th day, I couldn't really speak. My tongue wouldn't move like I wanted it to. The lieutenant's platoon left me behind. That was just the way things were.
I had left behind many people as well. I had sworn to my friends that we'd never abandon each other. Friends who stumbled through the jungle using thick branches as canes, who didn't even notice their hands were bleeding from the bark, who didn't notice that they were shitting and pissing themselves. Those friends who had grown so thin and collapsed. I, who couldn't even speak properly, had to lie and tell them we'd help each other go on. Countless men who'd fallen knowing that what I told them was a lie. But still they smiled at me sadly, knowing that I, also walking with stick for a cane, could do nothing else but lie. Incontinence. That's one of the signs that death from malaria is coming. This time, it was my turn. I collapsed, and looking up, I saw the leaves of the jungle. That's right, I remember whispering to myself. The green grass stood up as if to rub my cheek. I didn't know what was real. When the sun rose, the heat pierced through my clothing and burnt my skin. The forest continued on forever, and the branches piled on top of each other out of control. They stretched out irregularly, indefinitely. I was alone in that foreign forest. Maggots popped in and out of a long wound on my arm. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten it. The maggots seemed to hide whenever I spotted them, as if they were ashamed. They were ashamed of me. It was like they were trying to prove a point. I assume it hurt, but I couldn't feel pain. It felt as though it were someone else's arm these maggots were eating. My vision narrowed. Maybe it was one of those special malaria fever delusions, but I could see all those leaves dimly swirling in my vision. The leaves had begun to feel like countless tiny hands on my body. I thought I wanted to die. I wanted to throw up, but even when I tried to, there was nothing in my stomach. My throat was so dry it burned. I had to end the pain quickly. My stomach hurt from starvation, and for some reason, that pain stretched to my chest and throat. My body would sometimes twitch, and I would begin to lose consciousness. But then pain from somewhere would return me to consciousness. I tried again to vomit, but nothing would come out. I had one hand grenade. They were called Type 99s. I thought that's how I would die. I had seen one of my comrades try to commit suicide with a gun and fail. His teeth were shattered, and the bullet pierced his chin and cheek, but he lived on for another hour. I was covered in twisted branches, but there was no wind, so the thick leaves didn't move. I placed my grenade on the ground. It was covered in grass so thick it could cut you. As I stared at it, that hexagonal orange metal canister we used to call the pumpkin, I thought about the reasons I had to die. I put my hand to my cheek. It was so sunken that I could feel the position of each one of my teeth. I tried to sum up my life. I would die in this war. I would die because of my powerless country and their worthless plan. That was clear. So, what was this war? I wondered about it. We were fighting for Japan's victory. What was victory? What would victory get us? If Japan could take control of the Philippines, we would gain control of a route for transporting fuel and other supplies. If we did that, we could continue to send fuel to Japan and fight America much longer. That was all. And if Japan beat America, what would happen? If America and the Allied forces petitioned Japan to end the war and they agreed to Japan's conditions for surrender,
what would happen? We would be able to hold on to our territory in China and the other Southeast Asian countries we had conquered. That's all. Who would be happy about that? The zaibatsu who owned those territories, the business people and politicians, and the top brass in the military who pandered to those with economic power. And what would become of Japan? The people would be a little bit better off, but they'd only be getting the scraps from those deals. That's all. Or instead, if you wanted to be better off, you could just work. By the way, more than 3 million Japanese died in the Second World War. I no longer knew why I had been sent to die. I thought about the opposite scenario. What would happen if we lost? Japan would be forced to agree to unfavorable conditions of surrender and would fall to a low position in the international community. That's all. They told us if we lost, our country would be trampled, women would be raped, and children killed. I wasn't simple enough to believe that stupid military propaganda. If we fell to a low position, we could just work our way back up. We could make ourselves great again from the bottom. Japanese people can work. When the war ended, one way or another, someone would decide the conditions of surrender. The war would decide who got the better deal. Is there ever a case when the conditions for ending a war justify the numbers who died in that war? I'm going to repeat myself. Over 3 million Japanese died in that war. We went to war because of good feelings. We faced death for our country, for the beauty of sacrificing ourselves to destroy our enemy. All this nationalism was about good feelings. Why does it feel good? It's not just because of our qualities as social animals, because when we gather together, we grow excited and passionate. Is it? When this ill-defined self of mine is swallowed up by a greater purpose, I have a position to fill. Providing us with an enemy gives us somewhere to direct all our dissatisfaction. We get deluded into thinking that we are better people than our enemies. Humans love to believe in superiority and inferiority. Humans also become most violent when they assume there's such a thing as being good. We use goodness and justice as a cloak under which we can let loose our violent tendencies. And then I was set free from the militarist thinking that claimed things were this way or that way. The war had nothing to do with what was right or wrong. Instead of giving in to military propaganda, I found comfort in giving myself up to my own thoughts. I convinced myself that my philosophizing would transform into something great. In his novel, The Adolescent, the literary master Dostoevsky talks about how thought can restrain an entire person's being. People consumed inside and out by a certain way of thinking grow hard-headed because of their feelings, and no matter how much they come into contact with people who disagree with them, they cannot change. It is more or less impossible to change their thinking with logic or reason. If there is anything that can change them, it is another feeling. If they experience something that causes their emotions to shift drastically, then they will finally be freed from their way of thinking. Dostoevsky wrote along these lines, and I think it's completely true. People's thinking, their thoughts harden. This is at the root of all the tragedies of human history. The soldiers who felt good shouting, "Nippon Banzai!" would certainly not be moved by logic.
They cut off any other thought before it could enter their minds. Those sorts of single-minded groups still exist. They are psychologically weak and fear really thinking over any possibilities besides the ones they embrace. We could call them ideologues. Those ideologues seem to me the pinnacle of childishness. Having been tossed around and used for the sake of other people's happiness, lying on the rainforest floor, staring at my hand grenade, I found that great principle to be childish. I thought it was stupid. So incredibly stupid. Then there were shots. The spot where I had collapsed was thick with branches. They spread out like they were trying to grab each other. There was a gentle slope. As I tried to climb up that slope, it grew gradually steeper. From the other side of that hill, I could hear shots, and it wasn't only the Americans firing. I could also hear the Japanese firing back. While I criticized the war like some leftist intellectual, right behind me my comrades were fighting. I was just a recruit, but I was still a soldier, and on reflex I gripped my pistol. I remember thinking to myself, but you can't move. Yet somehow my body moved. I couldn't run, but I had the strength to pick up my gun, climb to the top of that hill, and show myself to our enemies. The image of what I would do next floated up in the back of my mind. That image visited me like some sort of revelation. If I climbed this hill, I could get closer to the enemies than my allies could. This Japanese soldier who suddenly appeared at the top of a hill, me, would aim for the Americans and throw his grenade. All that I would be able to do after that would be fire until my life was up. The slope I had hidden behind was a blind spot from the Americans' position. That meant I could at least kill a few Americans, and at least buy time for my allies to escape. Killing just one more American meant saving at least one more Japanese. And I wasn't going to get very far before dying anyway. I gripped my pistol and heard more shots. No, I didn't hear them. I felt their vibrations travel through my body. They shook me so violently I could feel the positions of my organs in my body. I was caught in those vibrations. And then these unexpected words popped into my head. I don't want to kill. I didn't want to kill the American soldiers. They probably read the same books as me. They had people they loved. They spoke a different language, but under the right circumstances, we could have laughed and gotten drunk together. I didn't want to kill them. Thinking that made me feel relieved for some reason. What was I relieved for? What was I thinking? But then another image visited me like a revelation. There was no need to kill. That image told me so. I would show myself to the Americans and throw my grenade to the edge of the field. The Americans would notice me because of the explosion. They would be distracted by me, and they would fire at me while they looked for others, and my allies could run. I was going to die soon from malaria anyway. I could accomplish what I wanted without killing. My heart raced. Still unsure of why it was racing, I felt myself getting dizzy. I placed my gun on the ground and grabbed my grenade. I felt like I was being watched. I tried to stand, but my body wouldn't move. Everyone, I'm sure you already know what I was feeling. I was scared. Even though I was about to die, I was scared of dying. I made up excuses, like not wanting to kill the Americans, but really I was just scared. Those powerful vibrations shook my insides. Would the evil heat of their bullets rip my body apart? If I stayed here, I'd be safe. I thought I heard a voice. Just stay here. Just hide here like a bug. Amid all that gunfire, I stared desperately at the indentation of a footprint, probably mine, in the dirt in front of me. Shouldn't I just run while the Americans slaughtered my allies? My thoughts wandered. Isn't this my chance? Should I crawl from this spot like an actual bug and escape? You work at a tile factory, don't you? That's right. Didn't you promise the owners that you'd come home safe? It's not for your sake. You're going to run away for them. Shouldn't you run so you don't make them sad? This war was wrong. That was obvious. But even though I hung around socialists who opposed the war, I hadn't participated in their protests. I'd watched from the side as they got arrested and suffered and died in jail, but I'd done nothing. It was probably natural for me, who did not die in jail with those socialists, to go off to war. Of course, it was a cruel fate, but I still had to choose how I lived. My innards still shaking from the blasts of American guns, I began to crawl. Feeling proud of my righteousness, saying I didn't want to kill Americans like I was some leftist intellectual, that was all lies. I truly didn't want to kill them, but the reason I couldn't move was fear, even though I was about to lose my life to malaria. Then I heard these words. They seemed to be coming not from outside, but inside me. No, it felt like something outside me used my body to relay those words. Because thou art lukewarm, it seemed to be saying. That was the enemy's God. The book of Revelation from the Bible. The words of the enemy's God. Because thou art lukewarm, and neither hot nor cold, I will spew thee out of my mouth. I tried to flee, crawling from the gunshots. Because thou art lukewarm. As I crawled, I felt the vibrations of the gunshots on my back before my ears heard them. And my back, which had become just like an ear, heard those words, neither hot nor cold. I was a lukewarm being. I was sent to this war not having accomplished anything. I wanted to savor life a bit longer before dying of malaria. I used my life to crawl away, leaving my allies to die. I will spew thee out of my mouth. When the gunshots suddenly stopped, I froze on all fours, dazed. Is it over? I wondered. Had the firing stopped before I even made it to safety? They're coming, I thought. Because thou art lukewarm. They're coming. After the fighting had stopped, some of the Americans must have been dead or wounded, though it was said that they were an advanced country and did not kill their prisoners of war. Would they have the mental composure to treat Japanese soldiers so kindly right after a battle? Because thou art lukewarm. Still on all fours, I stopped moving. Though I read their words and was growing close to their God, I was being repelled by him at the same time. But the soldiers never came. War gave me no bullets and no courage. All it left me with, before it passed over my head, was malaria. All it left me was proof of the ugliness of my existence.
After that, there was no more gunfire. I cried. I don't know if there were any tears, but there was a sharp pain in my throat from sobbing. It was so cruel. Suddenly, the thought rose up within me. Life is so cruel. Of course, I thought that because I hadn't died a beautiful death, but still I wondered why I had to be shown so cruelly how trifling my own existence was. Then it began to rain. In the dry season in the tropics, it rarely rained. But still, it rained a few times on those islands. I lost consciousness while still on all fours, but just for a short time. I collapsed face down, and water began to puddle around me. I should have suffocated, but not being able to breathe woke me up. My body was disgustingly stubborn. There was no beautiful transience. It was ugly, but I drank the water from that puddle, and my body regained a little strength. Next thing I knew, I was standing up. I didn't want to be there. That was where I'd betrayed my allies. But wherever I went, I would be there. I lived in my brain, and I would follow myself anywhere I went. My throat hurt from sobbing. I'd left my allies to die, was forsaken by my enemy's god, and had nowhere to go. There was nowhere I could stay. I felt the grenade in my pocket. I had to die. My life had no value. But soon I remembered what had just happened and thought, if that was true, why didn't I die then? I didn't die when I should have, and now I'm going to die pointlessly. I can't be alone, I thought. But there was no one around me. I remembered something and tried to hold on to it. But I had no one to remember at times like this. My mother had died when I was young. I couldn't remember what she looked like. I'd never had a lover. So the woman I thought of then was my father's wife, the one who'd chased me out. If only she had been kind and let me call her Mom. When I was young, I had fantasized about her being a kind mother. Crawling on the jungle floor, I remembered that fantasy. I held out my hand as if reaching toward her. My left arm, the one without any maggots. It would be rude of me to use the one with the maggots, I thought. I fell. At the time, I thought if I collapsed again, I'd die. My vision narrowed. I couldn't make out anything. An intense pain shot from my stomach to my bowels. I thought I had to say something at the end of my life, something before I fell. What could I say? I couldn't find any words. I had no right to speak. I cried and fell, my arm reaching out for something. But my body didn't fall. Something was propping up my back. Though I thought I had been moving forward, I was in fact leaning on something. Was it holding me up? No, it was more like it had caught me. What was it? My consciousness began to fall apart, but I could feel it against my back. It was a tree. It was a Japanese camphor tree with a big trunk, a sort of tree that shouldn't have been in the northwestern part of the Philippines, on Luzon. The tree was bracing my body. This tree stood in the way of my marching on to death. I broke down, sobbing, my back to that tree. The tears leaving my eyes were probably the rainwater I had drunk leaving my body. My life was so trivial. I was forsaken by my enemy's god. I had rejected the gods of my own country,
but now was being embraced by that tree. Things can change, I thought. Even in the middle of life, things can always change. I had no knowledge of physics then, but now I know that in this great flow of atoms from the past to the present, the drifting of my atoms was being embraced by the drifting of that tree's atoms. Because they were all atoms. Because we were the same. The tree stretched forward. It took in the light of the southern sun and grandly embraced my tiny body. It stood there with such overwhelming presence. It stood so tall. The light slipped through its leaves and fell on my head. Apparently, when the Americans found me, I was collapsed near the edge of a river. That area was dense with mangroves, but their trunks are thin, not thick like the camphor. There didn't seem to be any big trees at all. So, what had I experienced? What was that thing that embraced my tiny body? I became a prisoner of war. After we lost, I returned to Japan. 20. Matsuo-san's Lectures 4, Part 2. After returning to Japan, I spent my days idle. I had internalized all the lives lost at war, as if they had entered into my own insignificant body. I felt as though they'd continue to suffer inside me forever. Most of my interiority was consumed by the past and the dead. I drank questionable alcohol. I'd go out, choose people at random and follow them. For some reason, when I followed someone, it rid me of my loneliness. I felt a connection with a living person. If nothing else, I felt some relation to those strangers. I felt a sort of relief in seeing others living idly or entering a shabby home. But from time to time, I'd remember that great tree. What was it? That towering tree that seemed to have caught me when I was falling forward. That tree that had felt so real. About 15 years later, I joined a certain religion. At the time, you probably couldn't have called it a religion. I became a disciple of the teacher Suzuki. My teacher was a terribly strange man. He was tall, and though he was getting on in years, he had a muscular build. His nose, mouth, and ears were all strikingly large, but his eyes were strangely narrow. He was well versed in every religion, and also knew a lot about natural science. Our group lived in a commune in the mountains of a certain prefecture. We lived off of what we produced. I confessed my war experiences to my teacher. Many of us in that group had psychological and physical wounds from the war. My teacher had me tell him about that tree in detail. He said he had also seen it. My teacher had once been so sick he was on the verge of death. Just when he thought he was at the end of his life in that hospital bed, something caught him. It wasn't a big tree, but what seemed like a dirty black bundle of cloth. It fluttered around my teacher's body and held him there. He had never figured out what it was. A bundle of black cloth? Of course, I couldn't tell him what it was either. I only figured that out much later. There were about 100 members in our group, and we managed to support ourselves. But sometimes our teacher would put on a suit and leave with some of our members to go to Tokyo. They managed the land he owned and also traded stocks. I was surprised the first time I went along. I couldn't believe our teacher was doing something so profane. But I soon learned why. He used that money to create an orphanage for the many Japanese children left homeless after the war, and to send trained members to Africa and Southeast Asia to help provide medical care to people in need. On our commune, all we got was the food we grew for ourselves. But we'll all get a turn to eat something delicious in Tokyo, he would say, smiling. We also drank at hostess bars. It was very comfortable, not being totally pious. I trained hard under my teacher. I trained through meditation. I meditated in the forest, deep in the mountains, and learned to hold on to mental images. For example, I'd look at the grass and flowers in front of me, and then as I meditated with my eyes closed, I'd make myself see those flowers and that grass and work to eliminate the separation between myself and those flowers and that grass until I felt as though those images were actual phenomena. Once I reached that point, when I sat on the ground and meditated, the border between myself and the trees and flowers around me became unclear. I learned to recognize myself as just one part of this great flow. I also trained with other people. Practicing with others, you gradually lose the concept of self. Encouraged by my master, I went to the city, rented an apartment, and found a job. I went to visit him just on the weekends. He told me that I was better suited to training in the real world. He said I should make myself useful out there. Apply my training. He told me that when my borderlessness reached the size of a whole town, I could go even one step further. I worked in a factory and eventually got married to Yo-chan. At the time, I still thought I was disgusting. All I had was my war experience. But even if I was disgusting, couldn't I destroy myself and continue living as just a concept or an action? Could I exist only for the purpose of helping others? Did it really matter whether my interiority or the ugliness of my past had any meaning? I had to at least hope for happiness. What changed me was my teacher and Yo-chan. Yo-chan listened to my confessions and told me they meant something. She told me that I had to make use of my experiences to help others. That no matter how ugly or sad my past was, anything could still help others. Even wretchedness and regret have value. It doesn't matter what kind they are. Experiences are experiences, and there's no way they couldn't help someone. But my teacher began growing absent-minded. I thought he was just getting old, but it seemed that wasn't all. In this world, because of our brains, in other words, because of those collections of countless particles we call brains, there exist countless consciousnesses, my teacher once told me. Of those countless consciousnesses that exist in this world, as many as possible should feel happy. I do not mean that only in a humanist way, but also scientifically. As a universe-wide chemical response. Don't you think so? I'd think I nodded when he asked. But he looked at me with a troubled expression. But what if increasing the number of happy consciousnesses increases the number of sad ones as well? What if that is the nature of the chemical arrangement of our total consciousnesses formed by particles? Isn't that terrifying? It is, isn't it? All we'd be doing is moving happiness from one place to another. To save some people, we produce sad consciousnesses somewhere far away. What if that is the nature of the circulation of particles in this world and we simply can't grasp it? That's the way society is, isn't it? If there are more rich people, there are more poor. It's not quite that simple, but one can generally see it that way. Society is produced through the grouping of these beings called humans. Humans are made of particles. Wouldn't that mean that society is the expression of the nature of particles? Then wouldn't the particle world also be that way? If happiness increases, sadness must as well. This is probably not mathematically accurate, but generally speaking. What would it mean if the evils of this world were not caused by man, but were rather some chemical phenomenon caused by particles? Since men are made of particles, the true origin of evil must be particles, right? These particles are filled with the potential to create all types of evil. To put it more accurately, the humans particles create are filled with the possibility of creating what they perceive as evil. That would mean that evil is not created by humans, but from the moment of the birth of this universe, its existence was desired. But then, what would the world be, and what would evil be? At that time, in the 60s, students were protesting vehemently. They were fighting against the Joint Security Treaty between Japan and the United States. In other words, they were protesting against America. I thought I was uninvolved, living deep in the mountains, but when the authorities learned of our leaders' economic activities, we started getting these absurd threats. You're harboring suspected revolutionaries. You're giving them money. Our group, which had been very open, began to close itself off. Personally, I was angry. The war had ended, and we had taken due responsibility, but because of the Americans, we were being dragged to the front line again. Anyone interested, try searching the term reverse course online. America was so threatened by the Soviets and the communist sphere that they tried to return Japan to a rightist country. They were attempting to use the island nation of Japan as a breakwater for communism. But I didn't care about that. The lives of those who stood up against that great flow of history were precious. But weren't those who tried to save the weak from becoming sacrifices also precious? For example, there were men who had children, and they would say they believed in this or that and run off, abandoning their women and children to protest. Were they right to do that? I can't say. But all we did was try to take care of those abandoned children. My teacher began using the word sacrifice. In our constantly changing history, the world may demand regular sacrifices. There are chosen ones in this world, and thanks to that fact, we may be able to produce much good. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Somehow I understood the words, but I didn't know what he based them on. If we'd had some holy book, that would have been different, but we didn't have anything like that. Don't you think it's scary? All religion's scriptures are trusted just because they were written long ago. They are thought to be unchangeable just because they were written long ago. Even if those scriptures were truly produced by gods, I'm certain those gods must have been speaking based on the conditions of the world they saw then. Yet humans insist on being governed by the past. We will continue to live in the distortions between past and present. That is the situation humanity lives in now. My group gradually became more of a formal religion. That was the natural result of closing ourselves off. At the time, there were tons of new religions. Amid all that, it was only natural for members to get jealous of other groups, and for some reason, my teacher also actively tried to make things flow that way. I'm sorry to digress, but if I were asked why there were so many new religions at that time, I'd say it's because it was a period of rapid economic growth. Many of the new religions promised to help you obtain the treasures of this world. In other words, the people who joined simply wanted the pleasures of everyday life. And in periods of rapid growth, people's lives naturally become more comfortable. Thus, it's easy for religions to proclaim that they'll help you acquire the treasures of this world, and it's easy for those who have grown wealthy from the changing times to think it was thanks to religion. In Japan now, there aren't many new religions being born. In this long period of economic stagnation, it's hard for religions to claim that you'll find happiness if you join their faith. Thus, the religious leaders become fortune tellers. They approach rich individuals and promise them happiness. Maintaining a group requires a lot of money, so by approaching just one person at a time, they can cut costs. It's also easier to brainwash an individual. It's highly effective. Anyway, the student protests grew more and more violent. The longer the revolutionary activities and riots went on, the harder they became to suppress, and the more violent they grew. It was like a chemical reaction. One day, my teacher called for me late at night. He was as old as I am now. I entered one of the rooms in the small hotel where my group, and by this time they were clearly a religious organization, lived. There was one other man there at the time. I believe some of you here know him as well. His name is Sawatari. I didn't know much about him, except that he was young and a talented doctor. He had been sent somewhere on an errand by my teacher and had only returned the day before. In the Edo period, farmers had a custom. My teacher spoke haltingly. He seemed to be scared. When it didn't rain and there were famines, they would damage and dirty the statues of Jizo. It wasn't to anger the gods. They believed that if one of the servants of the gods was dirtied, the gods would send rain to make them clean. They used the gods' servants as if they were hostages here on earth. It's a quite interesting bit of folklore. I must also be dirtied. At that time, my teacher had stopped using the name Suzuki and had started calling himself Ilaya. Because I was only going to visit my teacher on the weekends, I didn't fully grasp how drastically he and the group had changed. I pretended not to notice. The members and our teacher were all of one mind, so the change happened very quickly in that isolated space. The time for me to face reality had already passed. If I make myself horribly filthy, surely God will show himself. We need a sacrifice. Do you understand? I didn't understand. My teacher told me over and over that I must not tell anyone what I heard in that room. As I was leaving, a young woman entered through the door in the back of the room. She went up to my teacher. Did you see that? Sawatari asked me as we were leaving the hotel. I nodded. Sawatari continued, Even though he can't get it up, he's got women like that around him. This is just too much, don't you think? Sawatari said, laughing. I scrunched my eyebrows and said, That's rude. Take it back, even though I didn't really mean it. All right, I'll take it back, but I wonder what he's planning. I'm kind of excited to see what it is. He might have been a doctor, and he might have been talented, but why was this man part of our group? I thought it was strange, but I didn't ask. The next time my teacher summoned me and Sawatari, he told us strange stories. Finally, he got to the main point. I have a list here. He handed us a thick envelope. Next Wednesday at 1. Take this list to Tokyo Station. His voice had changed. It seemed cloudy. You must not look inside. They haven't specified a particular place. Walk around outside the station. They'll find you. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Sawatari lowered his head respectfully and left the room with the envelope. He was also carrying a heavy-looking bag. I followed him. Let's hide out for a while, Sawatari said suddenly when we were about 10 meters from the hotel. That would be best. We shouldn't see each other until next week. I couldn't follow what was happening. Why? I asked. What's in this envelope? Do you know something? Sawatari smiled. You had better take your wife with you. I'll get you a hotel room. Please, just do as I say. Why did I listen to him then? Even though I had no idea what was going on, I didn't trust him. But deep in my heart, I trusted my teacher even less. I gave in to this man, Sawatari. I felt something terrifying inside him, though he was still young. I took Yo-chan and went to the hotel just as he told me to. He came to our room and threw a bundle of papers on the table. It was the contents of the envelope. Just as I thought, it's a list. A list of all the former students involved in leftist activities. The ones who belong to dangerous groups. What? Why does our teacher have that? Sawatari ignored my question. Do I need to say anything else? Our teacher will probably try to kill us soon to get this back. I was confused. Why would our teacher come to get something he had handed over to us? But, as some of you may know, Sawatari's voice has a certain hypnotic power. Even though I didn't understand what was happening, I was somehow convinced he was right. His voice goes right past the part of your brain in charge of rational judgment and reaches deep inside. But I didn't just believe everything he said. I asked many questions, but he wouldn't answer them. I had already decided not to take that list the next Wednesday as my teacher had commanded. I couldn't do something I didn't understand the reasons behind. I told Sawatari we should take the list back, but Sawatari wouldn't give it to me. I'd become involved in this strange incident and knew nothing about what was going on. But surprisingly, Yo-chan sneaked behind Sawatari while I stood there, and you won't believe this, but she brought a kitchen knife up to his throat. Explain what's going on, she said calmly. Yo-chan is small and nimble, but I never expected her to threaten someone with a knife. Everyone, never think you know everything about your wife. But she did that for me. Right now, Shotaro is in trouble. Explain what's happening or I'll cut you. But Sawatari didn't show the slightest concern. Yo-chan with her knife and me watching, we were already panicked. Sawatari narrowed his eyes and looked at me, then smiled faintly. Gnosticism. What? You know about Gnosticism, right? Sawatari spoke as if there was no knife to his throat. I think you know that in 1945, ancient documents related to this faith were discovered in Egypt. Those documents were deemed apocryphal by Christianity and excluded from the Bible. What they found was just a small portion of the Apocrypha, but it was a tremendous find. Now, in Europe and America, research on Gnosticism is booming. Recently, even the teacher's been thinking of nothing else. I may need to explain a bit here. It is said Jesus Christ was born on this earth in 4 BC, performed many miracles, and saved lots of people. However, he was betrayed by one of his disciples, Judas. Because of Judas, Jesus was captured by the authorities, was crucified, and died. In Christianity, Judas is synonymous with backstabber. The Bible was not written by Christ. Those touched by Christ's teachings recorded his words after his death. The church long ago selected some of those writings and compiled them into the Bible. And of course, there were writings that did not conform with the teachings of the church. Those writings were deemed heretical and dismissed as apocrypha. But some of them survived and were later discovered. It's only natural that this caused an uproar. Gnosticism was one form of heretical thought that was prohibited by the church. We still didn't know it existed at the time, but in 1978, the Gospel of Judas was also found in Egypt. Christ is portrayed as he was seen by Judas. This book was first published in the 21st century, but people have been arguing about this heretical Gnosticism for a very long time. The definition of Gnosticism is quite broad, and I won't discuss everything here, but I would like to mention one thing. Gnostics stopped worshipping the God who created this world where they suffered from plagues and starvation. They believed that the God who created this imperfect world could not have been good or omnipotent. They thought that the God who created our world must have been a very low-level deity. It would be strange if that weren't the case. Therefore, there must be other true gods. The Gnostics thought they should worship those true gods who have nothing to do with life on this world. Thus, they came to curse the God who created this world, the one who appears in the Bible. This line of thought gave rise to lots of explanations pertaining to the backstabber Judas. Some say that Jesus and Judas had actually made a secret pact. Jesus thought that by sacrificing himself, he would become a legend, and Christianity would spread and gain strength. So he made Judas betray him. In other words, only Judas knew Jesus' true intentions. And even if we move away from Gnosticism, there's no one as tragic as Judas. Even in the Orthodox books of the Bible, Jesus knew that Judas would betray him. Either way, Judas was being used. It is written both that Judas later hanged himself and that he ripped open his stomach. But what if what ripped open his stomach was actually demons leaving his body? In the Orthodox Bible, it says that Satan entered Judas's body before he betrayed Jesus. If that's true, then Judas was possessed. And as such, he did not betray Jesus of his own will, but while being controlled. That would be tragic. It wasn't Judas's fault. And of course, God also knew that if his son died nailed to a cross, Christianity would spread explosively. Judas was an important piece in making that happen. They needed a traitor, so they set the devil upon Judas, and even though he loved Jesus, he was manipulated into betraying him. This would mean that the true sacrifice that allowed Christianity to spread as a charitable faith was Judas. Yet in the end, he died a violent death. He was used by God, and then squashed like a bug. Sawatari told me that our teacher was growing obsessed with this sort of Gnostic thought. He also said our teacher was one of the officers of the Army's 357th Regiment. I was shocked. That had been my regiment. I don't know what he did in that war, but I guess some pretty awful things must have happened. Quit talking nonsense, I told him. Didn't you ever think that the good he does could be to make up for the bad in his past? Do you think all good people were good all their lives? Are you that simple? I shut up. I'm sure he was put on trial, not as a Class A war criminal, but for some lighter crime. But why was he released? I think the Americans were behind that, to use him in the future for something. That time has come. Japan's student protests are a nuisance to America. They're not a real threat, but they're certainly a nuisance. A few years ago, an officer with the Public Security Bureau approached our teacher. It was after that our teacher started behaving strangely. He must have been told to put together a powerful revolutionary group with his money. And once he got them together, to hand over everything he knew about them. That way, the authorities could arrest tons of radicals all at once. Once they'd been betrayed by the person who funded them, they'd begin to grow suspicious of each other as well. The groups would crumble from the inside. He went on. But that useless do-gooder, he couldn't do anything like that, right? That's why he's trying to justify his actions. His aging brain has started to develop split personalities. I'm a doctor. I know. He is clearly showing signs of multiple personality disorder. In other words, his brain is gradually trying to produce one personality that will betray the students and another that knows nothing about it. What nonsense, I said. You think it's nonsense? You've been watching him quietly fall apart too. There are some people who develop more than a dozen personalities. His consciousness, or rather his unconscious, is trying to act out the Gnostic faith. Although really, it's not Gnosticism anymore. By the way, multiple personality disorder has come to be called dissociative identity disorder. Anyway, Sawatari kept talking. Our teacher thinks that God wasn't involved in what happened between Jesus and Judas. In other words, he thinks it was a symptom of Jesus' multiple personalities. He thinks Jesus was split into one personality that wanted to be betrayed and die as a bringer of justice and make himself into a legend, and another that wanted to serve the people for as long as possible. When he was under the control of the first personality, he told Judas to betray him. However, once he was on the cross, he returned to his normal self, was stupefied, and yelled those famous words, O God, why hast thou forsaken me? Shall I go on? What if the voice of God Jesus heard was just an auditory hallucination caused by a psychological condition? How tragic! he could hallucinate the voice of God in his mind. His personalities divided, and his fate was handed down to him from a hallucination. He told Judas to betray him and headed for the cross, and once there, he came back to his senses. He couldn't hear God. Cruelly, his condition was cured by the shock of being on the verge of death. Jesus probably saw Judas from the cross. He had already forgotten that he had told Judas to betray him. All that remained were vague memories of Judas actually betraying him. He would look at Judas with eyes full of hate. What sadness Judas must have felt seeing those eyes. Our teacher's unconscious is trying to convince him to reenact that historic tragedy. There is no helping it, for this has nothing to do with individual indecency. It is a historical, mythical phenomenon. That's what his unconscious mind is trying to make him think. You must have noticed. What he's trying to do now, it's got completely different implications from what Christ did. One tried to become a bringer of justice. The other is simply being used by the Public Security Bureau. But tragically, he's trying to make himself think that his situation looks like Christ's, even though it's completely different. He may be destroying his own personality. For someone as incompetent as he is to survive such a difficult situation, his only option is to go mad. And? I asked. This is why you said he'd come to get these papers? Because he'll return to his senses temporarily? Yes, that's why we hid. You haven't seen Yanagimoto recently, have you? Yanagimoto was the second in command of our group. He may have been killed. He was the first one this list was handed to. I was amazed. Why us? I asked. You don't know? He asked, smiling faintly. You must at least know that there are members of the group our teacher is unhappy with, right? The only one he's trusted lately are Yanagimoto, me, and you. We're special, you know? We have something that draws people to us. You must be at least vaguely aware. I didn't think there was anything special about me, but I did know that Yanagimoto and Sawatari had that something. We are getting in the way of his plans, so he has an unconscious desire to kill us. Thus, when he comes back to his senses and is full of regret for his decision, the chances of that desire mixing into his thoughts are high. His mind is already in shambles. I probably sat silent for the next 30 minutes, trying to make sense of the situation. Maybe longer. On the table was that thick stack of papers, the list of radicals. At some point, Yo-chan also lowered the knife she was holding and began to think. That's not all, I muttered suddenly. I didn't mean to say it. Our teacher is not just copying these myths because of his failing mind. Deep inside, there's still a clear-headed part that has an idea. If the traitor is not himself but us, he might be able to find a way to escape. Sawatari stared at me, and then smiled slightly. Of course, you think so little of people that you could have that thought. But you're correct. He may be trying to make everything out to be our fault to get through this pinch, as if he were the sacrifice. He may be thinking that even though Christ died, he himself could make it out unscathed. Are you really planning to hand this list over to the Public Security Bureau? Why? We don't have to play along with any of this. Because it's fun. That's why? Shouldn't we be trying to convince him to rethink what he's doing? Is that possible? He asked. Listen, If we hand this to the Public Security Bureau and the people on the list get arrested, what will happen? Can these student protesters really change the world? Of course they can't. Some of them will try to play revolutionary. They'll brainwash themselves, and when they're feeling good, run off to commit acts of violence. And it will all end with a few sacrifices. The ones who wake up will find work at the big companies that are exploiting them. These protests will make the remaining revolutionaries waiting in the wings lose hope, and an unforgiving attitude toward revolutionaries will spread through the public. It will all end as convenient fodder for the conservatives. Don't you think the protesters will probably live more fulfilling lives afterward if they're arrested now? Those on the list may think extreme things, but they've yet to do anything big. They'll be arrested as a warning to the others and then set free. They'll have families and become the sort of idiots who belong to a wealthy nation that exploits poor countries and say things like, "I was a bit wild then," and "kids these days are so pathetic." Wouldn't that be better for them? Sawatari smiled. But I didn't agree. I remembered the war. I couldn't let Japan start leaning right again. I couldn't let us go to war again. I couldn't shake the thought that anything that even slightly slowed down our transformation was good. But at the same time, I also imagined that while some of the people on this list were true radicals who would eventually self-destruct, many of them really would just return to everyday life. I don't want to. That's what I said. I didn't want to betray anyone or get caught up in this. Then Sawatari said, "Because you are lukewarm. You know it, right? That part of the Book of Revelations? Why did you say that?" "What?" "No, never mind." It seemed Sawatari said what he had by coincidence. But it wasn't just a coincidence. In the end, I didn't help Sawatari or try to stop him. I just stayed in that hotel room while my teacher and those around him collapsed. Yo-chan and I watched a whole group of radicals get arrested on TV as if it had nothing to do with us. Rumors that my teacher was involved with revolutionary groups and that he had betrayed them began to spread in the blink of an eye. But he wasn't punished by the authorities. Maybe they had a secret arrangement, even though Christ got nailed to a cross. Maybe he tried to stop the group from falling apart. After the arrests, he had gathered the believers. He was giving his first lecture in a long time. Both Sawatari and I were there. He announced that he had supported the revolutionaries so he could reach ideal sublimity, and then he screamed that he was exposed by his own followers and betrayed. He pointed at me and Sawatari. His face was full of contempt. He had clearly forgotten the orders he'd given us. At the time, he genuinely hated us. The other followers stood up. Amid the screams and yells, many of them reached out for us. Then suddenly, a large voice boomed through the room. It was like the voice of God. "I have a list here." The hall gradually grew quiet. "Next Wednesday at 1, take this list to Tokyo Station. Are you listening? You mustn't—" It was the teacher's voice. Everyone went silent from shock. His voice was coming from the speakers in the hall. Sawatari had recorded it. That was when I realized why he was carrying that heavy bag when we met with the teacher. Back then, we didn't have portable audio recorders like we do now. It was a cheap and simple performance using the hall's speakers. But at certain times, those sorts of simple tricks work the best. "Sawatari-san!" yelled a tall man. Sawatari had planted him in the crowd. "Sawatari-san loyally followed our teacher's orders. You all see, right? Our teacher is mad." Our teacher lost his composure. It was as if the thin old man had gotten caught shoplifting and wanted to resist arrest with his whole being. But he seemed so full of disappointment he couldn't move from that spot. After making a strange motion with his hand a few times, he seemed stunned and stiffened up. Eventually, he grew so stiff he couldn't move at all. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. It felt like such a long time. After that, our group fell apart. Some left, and some followed Sawatari. I took over the orphanages our teacher had managed. Sawatari told me once, "I hoped you would turn out like this." I saw my teacher once after that. He'd been sent to a sanatorium for old people. Even when he saw me, he didn't know who I was. He had forgotten everything. He had a pinwheel in his left hand. He looked like a child. But, to put an end to everything, I asked him why he'd chosen me and Sawatari to be his betrayers. He had sat there dreamily that whole time, not producing any distinguishable words. But then suddenly he said quietly, "Because you're not the kind of person who would let his comrades die at war." After saying that, he turned back to his pinwheel, completely entranced by the spinning. I remembered the dirty black bundle of cloth that my teacher had seen, the one that caught him when he was about to die. Had his life been saved just so he could experience being the person he became? Was it telling him he still had things he had to do? If that cloth had had a personality, maybe it would have told him something like, "I want you to do these things in my place. So keep living." But what for? After that, Sawatari came to meet me many times. He brought along fanatical, dangerous followers, and after sucking up their money, he'd send them away. And when he saw those who stayed with me just barely getting by running charities, he whispered this to me: "You tried to use me to make this group sound again. Your unconsciousness has. By watching silently. You needed someone like me. Isn't that right?" Eventually, I left someone else in charge of that group. Out of the blue, my father had secretly left me. Matsuo collapsed. 21. I don't want to be left alone. Mineno felt a chill on her back and shoulders as she stared at the nape of Takahara's neck. I'm lonely, she thought. Takahara-kun had fallen asleep as soon as they'd finished. I want him to hold me after we have sex. I get so scared. I feel like I've been abandoned. I feel all alone. She felt goosebumps rise on her back and legs. But if she pulled the cover, moved, and rattled the mattress springs, Takahara might wake up. Mineno stared at Takahara while feeling the chill in the air. I'm all alone, she thought. 2 weeks ago, she'd gotten her period. Even though she'd been positive she was pregnant. Even though she had definitely been pregnant. She still couldn't get her feelings straight. Someone probably took it from me. Someone probably took the baby from my stomach. She shivered. I want to shake him awake and make him hold me again, she thought, even though he was right by her side. I want him to be obsessed with me, she thought. 3 times in the middle of the act, Takara-kun had checked whether there was anything wrong with the diaphragm. He's such a coward. He's always been like that. She got wet again. They'd just done it so much she could still feel it down there. Disgusting, she thought. I want more, she thought. Even though we just did it so much. Her mind grew fuzzy. She looked at her cell phone. She'd placed it next to the bed. She'd recorded them with an app on her phone. Her voice, Takara's voice, the sound of the bed shaking, the dirty words he'd purposefully whispered trying to be mean, the wet noises of penetration. She got wet again. When she closed her eyes and listened to it, she could feel Takahara by her side. She'd masturbate, jealous of her own self being fucked by him. I have to hurry and stop the recording. I don't need a recording of this lonely time. She didn't care anymore if she woke him up. She stood up and put on her underwear. When she started dressing, she suddenly wanted to hurry herself up, as if she felt guilty for what they had just done. She put on the short skirt she wouldn't normally wear, the blouse that exposed one of her shoulders. Takara woke up. I hope he's not upset, Mineno thought. I don't want to see that smile he always puts on when he's hiding the fact that he's upset. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. Don't worry, Mineno said, smiling. But I was the one who called you so suddenly. No, don't worry. I wanted... What? Takahara smiled at her. Mineno made an embarrassed face. I wanted to do it too, Mineno said. She leaned down and kissed Takahara. She didn't want him to think she was a burden. If he thought that, he would stop seeing me. Takahara wrapped his arm around Mineno. Laughing, Mineno petted his head as he buried his face in her chest. His hand reached into her skirt and tried to pull down her panties. Can we do it like this? He asked. No. She didn't want to do it with clothes on. She wanted him to undress her properly. But she tried to accept him. She wanted him to think she was an adult, and that they could meet casually. How stupid. Takahara's tongue was in her mouth. But I love this man so much, I can't stand it. I love him so much, I want to kill him. Takahara searched for the diaphragm with his right hand. Mineno held his arm down gently. Leave it alone. It doesn't even matter today. Did her words sound casual? It did matter today. In the morning, she had taken the test in the bathroom. The line was dark. She was about to ovulate. She whispered in his ear. It feels good. It feels good when you come in me. Takahara was still smiling, but he reached for the diaphragm again. He only wanted safe fun. Should I whisper coward in his ear? Her body grew hot. How would he react? Takahara suddenly stopped moving and looked hard at the clock. Mineno kissed him, but he froze completely as if shocked by something. What's wrong? I slept too long, he said, still staring at the clock. I have to call my leader. What? Well, you'd better hurry, Mineno said, even though she didn't mean it. She pulled her body away from his. She looked at him. He's lying, she thought. He's not going to call Sawatari. Must be Rina. I mean, Ryoko Tachibana. I'm sorry, but can you step outside for a second? I can't let other people hear my conversations with the leader. It's a rule. Or I can go outside. It's fine. I'm the one wearing clothes. Mineno was already leaving before she finished speaking. She glanced at her cell phone, still sitting next to the bed. She hadn't stopped recording. I don't want to listen to him talking to Ryoko Tachibana. Or maybe I do. Maybe I do want to listen to it. Even though I know I'll go mad with jealousy, I think I have to hear it. She left the room. What must I look like? A woman standing alone in the hallway of a sleazy hotel like this. I said I'd call at 4 p.m. and I'm already 5 minutes late.
I wonder if it'll be okay.
Takara's mind kept racing. They were strict about time. He listened to his phone ring. They weren't picking up.
It's because I'm late. This is bad.
If I lose their trust, I have no future. Not even a short one.
You're late.
It was a man's voice. Takara's head began to hurt. I'm sorry, he said. It took some time to get away from everyone.
We don't need your excuses. What about your tail?
His voice was low and sounded hoarse. Takara tried to hide his nervousness when he spoke. I'm not sure, but it seems like you worried too much. There are no traitors among my group, and no one else has noticed. Even the leader hasn't. He heard the other man heave a short sigh. Where was he? He could hear bustling in the background. He wasn't sure why, but for some reason that sound seemed familiar to him. His head began to hurt again. It felt like he was being strangled. He felt the same pain when he had sex with Mineno.
These things require extreme caution. I'm sure you know this already, but if you fail...
I know. We've got the machine guns, 15. Once we finish training, we can move.
You're very fast. Any problems?
None. The trade went off without a hitch, thanks to my men. We've also made arrangements to get explosives. We have 8 trailers, and we'll fill them with gunpowder. The trailers themselves serve as bombs. All that's left after that is to do it.
Let me say this is impressive.
Of course it is. All traces of nervousness had disappeared from Takara's voice. We love destruction. Standing in the hallway beside the door to Takara's room, Mineno heard a knock from the inside and stepped back into the room. The call had been shorter than she had expected. What did they talk about? Did he whisper stupid nothings to Ryoko Tachibana? If that's the case, I'll make her listen to me moaning and the sounds he makes when he's inside me. Sorry, sending you out of the room in this kind of place. It's fine. Was that really the leader? The pitch of Takara's voice rose. Mineno stared hard at him. It must have been Ryoko Tachibana after all. It wasn't Tachibana-san, was it? She meant to say it as a joke, but her voice trembled slightly. Did he notice that I'm upset? Why would you think it's her? What? Oh, I heard from Yo-chan-san that that's who you're dating. But why do you know her name? That's right, Mineno thought. She gave us a fake name. It would be strange if we knew her real name. And I don't think they know about Narazaki-kun. I'm not sure. Yo-chan-san just knew it. We broke up. Liar, Mineno made herself smile. As naturally as possible, but just trying that hard already made her seem unnatural. It doesn't matter anyway, does it? To you, anyway. If you're just going to make fun of me, can we do it some other day? My head hurts. I'm sorry. Me too. Oh, I need to tell you. You won't be able to get in touch with me for a while. Mineno looked straight at Takara's face. Her pulse quickened. We've got this plan at the cult. It's a training period for the officers. We have to block all calls to our phones. Why not just turn them off? Why do they need to block all calls? Because he can't turn his phone off in case Ryoko Tachibana calls. He's just going to block my number. He's going on a trip with her. We have to be able to take calls from the leader, but we still have to stop all other communication. Lies. It's all lies. Mineno's body grew hot. So, go see your boyfriend while I'm gone. Well, I guess I don't have a choice. Mineno smiled. She didn't have the energy to stop her face from twitching. I don't have a boyfriend. You're all I have. But if I didn't lie to you, you wouldn't see me. You're actually such a coward and so cold, but kind in all the wrong, weird ways. If a woman didn't have a partner, you'd think treating her the way you treat me was unforgivable. A child, she thought suddenly. If we have a child. Yes, A child. Hey, then maybe we should finish what we started. Mineno reached a hand out to Takahara, but he didn't take it. He didn't pull her onto the bed. I'm sorry. I have to go. What? Mineno just stood there. Never mind. It's fine. Make up for it later, she said, and put her phone in her bag. I'll listen to what I recorded at home and shake with jealousy. But her phone rang suddenly, surprising her. It was Yoshida. I'm sorry. My phone. She pressed a button and answered the call. Yoshida was speaking so quickly she couldn't make out what he meant. The hospital. Matsuo-san. What was he saying? The world went dark. When she came to, someone was holding her. Takahara-kun. Takahara-kun is holding me up. I have to go, she said. She noticed she was crying. I have to go. Matsuo-san is going to die. 22. The moment Matsuo collapsed, Narazaki ran to him. Yoshida called an ambulance. The audience stood and made a bit of a fuss, but when the ambulance got there, they cleared a path, and Matsuo made it to the hospital without any trouble. They managed to save his life, but he was in critical condition. According to the intensive care unit doctor, given the state of his health, the very fact that he was alive was surprising, and though he might regain consciousness, he would only last a few more days. Even his wife, Yoshiko, was not allowed to see him. She was surprised at how calm she remained, but when she thought about it, she realized she'd been prepared for this. Both she and Shotaro had lived too long already. Considering his age, this would make for a peaceful death. Yoshiko remembered the first time she met Shotaro Matsuo. She'd lost her parents in the war, and in the confusion that followed, she'd been chased out by her relatives. She sold her body to make ends meet. Just like today, that hadn't been a rare position for a woman to find herself in. She lived in a huge house that served as a restaurant and also had rooms for prostitution. Her body was small, but she quickly grew used to the garish makeup and kimonos they wore. She had never really liked sex, but she considered herself good at her job. What was I thinking back then, living like that? Yoshiko wondered. I can only remember it vaguely now, but that's thanks to Matsuo. He was a war vet and a member of a strange religion who worked in a nearby factory. The second she saw him arrive as a customer, her pulse quickened. He'd looked at Yoshiko vacantly, talked quietly about his life, and then left without sleeping with her. That night, Yoshiko realized that there were still things in life that could unsettle her. She hated Matsuo. But if she'd really been so shaken up, she wouldn't have been able to stand the days that followed. The smell of oil from the factory that clung to his clothes lingered faintly in the small room. When he appeared again the next day, she was shocked. And out of the blue, he said, I've fallen for you. He said, please date me, on the condition we eventually get married. What is this man talking about? Yoshiko had wondered. Is he playing a trick on me? But he seemed nervous, as if he were confessing his love to some high-class lady. He kept scratching his head the whole time. He was even sweating. I'm sorry, but I work in this sort of establishment. He looked at her strangely when she said that. And is there a problem? What? Is there someone else you like? They didn't understand each other. Yoshiko had no choice but to say it again. I'm telling you, I work at this sort of establishment. And? Doesn't that bother you? Bother me? Oh, right, I forgot to mention that. If you date me, please leave this place. I'll support you. They still didn't understand each other. The small room went quiet. The floor was tatami, and the only furniture was a simple futon and a low table for drinking sake. They could hear the voices of some bureaucrat and a noisy drunk woman from the next room. Yoshiko's heart was racing. She couldn't breathe, and she didn't know what to do. That's not it. I mean, I'm this kind of woman. My past.
Your past? That doesn't matter. Matsuo looked at Yoshiko as he spoke. Whatever kind of life you've lived, whatever happened in your past, it doesn't matter. That is, if what you choose in the end is me.
Yoshiko stared at Matsuo, flabbergasted.
You may have painful memories, but the thing about memories is, if you make new ones, those old ones will fade. We'll just have to make more memories together and get rid of the painful ones. He kept speaking. The cells in your body, they'll all be replaced with new cells. Your memories don't even have a physical form to replace. You can change.
And after that, when Yoshiko found out it would be hard for her to have children, Matsuo did not seem the least bit depressed.
I'm married to you, he said. I love you. I don't need children.
Remembering all this, Yoshiko cried. What a great life they'd had together. Tears welled up and wouldn't stop. What Matsuo said was right. The older we grew, the more the memories of before I met him faded. Only the memories I had with him increased. They'd lived together in the decades that followed, fighting, leaving the house, thinking about how they wanted the other to die, and making up. It was a long, long time. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Yoshiko began to cry again. What a great life. At this age, even memories of fights make me want to smile. Before she knew it, she was telling the other old members who were sitting with her in the hospital about first meeting Matsuo. The only one here who doesn't know I used to work in a brothel is Narazaki, I think. But he came here because he was interested, so of course he's not the least bit surprised. Men, Yoshiko said, smiling. This may just be the wish of a selfish woman, but men should be like Shotaro. If you can, be like Shotaro. Yoshiko knew from the sound of hurried footsteps that Mineno had arrived. The second she saw Yoshiko, she collapsed in tears as everyone watched. A man's presence lingered on her body. Why? Yoshiko wondered. Why does this child take everything out on herself? Yoshiko held Mineno, stroking her hair. She's warm, she thought. She's just over 30. Her real life has just begun. She smells good. Yoshiko tried to comfort Mineno, but she knew she herself was the one being saved by that lingering warmth. Everyone, please go home, Yoshiko said, but none of the old members made any signs of leaving. Everyone still at the house is probably worried. Narazaki-kun, Yoshiko said, smiling. At this rate, Mine-chan will collapse, so take her home. Tell everyone waiting there the truth, that Matsuo won't live much longer. Narazaki teared up, and seeing that, Yoshiko almost cried again too. This one too, Yoshiko thought, looking at Narazaki. This one also needs saving. Narazaki-kun. He was already supporting Mineno, who couldn't walk properly, when Yoshiko called out. She came up to him and said softly, If anything happens to me, take care of her. 23. In other words, you failed. The man with long hair was standing directly in front of the leader. The room was too quiet. It was so quiet he was careful even to avoid swallowing his own spit. It was dark and his legs hurt. The leader was lying in bed, facing the ceiling. What was he looking at? He probably wasn't looking at anything. He collapsed, so He couldn't say any more. Anything more would just be an excuse. All the leader wanted was to hear that they'd succeeded. He had no interest in the reasons they hadn't. Bring Shotaro Matsuo to me. That had been his order. The man had been certain Shotaro Matsuo would come on his own. All he'd have to do was hand him a note with the leader's name and address. They could just take him in their car. There was no problem with the plan. The man with long hair knew Matsuo very well. He'd once looked up to him as his teacher. But Matsuo had collapsed without any warning. There was no way he could have brought him.
Will he die?
The man with long hair swallowed quietly. I just spoke with Narazaki. He said they're not sure.
In that case, he'll probably die.
Narazaki feels for Matsuo, the man with long hair thought. The whole time he was here, Matsuo was in his heart. When he took my call, he was clearly unhappy. Leader? The man with long hair asked. There was no reply. But the man with long hair didn't give up. He wanted to talk about the secret he and the leader shared, just for a moment. Why did you want me to bring Shotaro Matsuo here? His voice began to shake as he spoke. The room suddenly grew cold. He dropped to his knees in a fit. I'm sorry. He was shaking. He was scared. Unbelievably scared. If he was kicked out, he'd have nowhere to go. If the leader abandoned him, there'd be no reason for someone as pathetic as himself to go on living. It's no good. I'm no good. I don't want to go back to the outside world. The world is trash. It fails to recognize my greatness and the possibilities within me. I can't stand to live surrounded by that trash any longer. Why? Why did I just do something so pushy? That's right. It's because of Matsuo. Because I heard that story about the leader when he was a young man. He seemed almost like a different person. I can see him. I can imagine when he was young. What is this feeling? What is it? Can I say it while I'm kneeling? What? What do I want to say? Leader? What am I saying? Leader? What did you do? He stopped breathing. But his mind was full of words. Where did you go after leaving, Matsuo? What did you do? What did you do to become the way you are now? No, I must ask more clearly. How did you become like this? His vision narrowed. What am I doing? Am I resisting? Am I an obedient insect? If the leader gets mad at me, I'll die. I'm confused. What should I do? What should I... I'm sorry. He pressed his forehead to the ground. Please, end the silence. The silence. He pushed down with his forehead. The floor was hard, but he had no choice but to press down with his head.
Don't worry.
The leader's voice was kind. The man with long hair began to cry.
I'll tell you one day. Just you. You are my special pupil.
Tears streamed down his cheeks.
Thank you.
Go.
The long-haired man left the room. The confusion he had felt until a moment ago, that was certainly because of Matsuo. I got confused because of the things he talked about. Iron will. That is what I need. Iron will that will not heed any other thought. The harder it is, the more beautiful. The leader has told me that before. I gave myself up to the leader. Everything. My suffering, my sadness, my confusion. I no longer have to think. I no longer have to worry about anything. The leader will lead me. All I must do each day is carry out his commands. What beautiful days. So beautiful. Someone was coming. At this hour? He was slightly startled. Rina-san? Rina was standing in front of him. Where are you going? The man brought his right hand to his chest. I may become an officer. An officer! Just like you and Sugimoto-san and Takahara-san and Maeda-san. One of the officers who have the coins. Really? Is the leader here? I have to see him. Oh, Yes, he's in. It was too dark for the man with long hair to make out the expression on her face. However, her voice was trembling. I have something urgent to report. 24. When Matsuo woke up, he told Yoshiko he wanted to move. He didn't want to be hooked up to machines like this. He wanted to die at home. Yoshiko brought her ear to his mouth and listened. She had known he would say that if he came to. The doctor let him do as he pleased. Matsuo had known him for a long time, and they had already talked about what they would do at the end of Matsuo's life. When they heard that he had woken up, the old members wanted to come to the hospital, but Yoshiko stopped them. She could just imagine not only the old members, but many others rushing there and making a scene. As Yoshiko began preparations to leave the hospital, Matsuo, staring off absent-mindedly, said suddenly that he'd stay there for the day by himself. Though his voice was thin, Yoshiko heard him clearly from the doorway. "Why?" she asked. "I've come to understand a lot of things," he responded vaguely. No normal wife would have allowed such a thing, leaving her husband who could die at any moment alone in a hospital room. But Yoshiko nodded. Matsuo had his own way of thinking. "But, Yo-chan, I promise," Matsuo said slowly, "I won't die today. I'm sure of it. Don't worry." That night, it began to rain. Matsuo heard another faint sound mixed with the sound of rain. The careful footsteps of someone trying to sneak around. He was lying in bed, but he could have sworn he'd heard those steps the moment they crossed the hospital threshold. The man walking, too, could sense every sound he made being picked up, as though every step were part of something out of his control. The sound of footsteps finally stopped in front of the door to Matsuo's room. Matsuo was waiting with open eyes. When the door opened, Takahara was standing on the other side. Takahara saw that Matsuo was awake, and his body instantly went stiff. This old man was waiting for me. His pulse quickened. The room was small and dark. Matsuo was in bed with a blanket spread over him. His body was partially raised, and he leaned back, his head pressed against the wall. This room is terribly cold, Takahara thought. Maybe this old man can't feel the cold anymore. I heard you're about to die. Takahara roughly placed the shabby bouquet he'd brought on the windowsill. Through the curtain leaked the lights of the city. Lights that never go out, even at night. And now you won't be able to expose us for what we did. Even after we took your money, you didn't tell the police. You like people too much. You won't be able to sexually harass anyone anymore either. Takahara stared at the flowers. Your talks, they were pretty good. I heard there were lots of people who thought they were boring, but I thought they were good, at least. Takahara was nervous. Why are you crying? Takahara wiped his cheek with his finger. He had been crying since he arrived at Matsuo's door. Who knows? I guess there's some human blood in me too. From the other side of the wall, they could hear a motor vibrating. Do you still have nightmares? Takahara couldn't look at Matsuo. I don't need your help. I don't... Probably not. But still, Matsuo said. Takahara's body grew stiff again. How can he speak so clearly even though he's half dead? The problems you have now, they have no physical form. Takahara's head suddenly began to hurt. It was so bad he felt dizzy. He thought he was going to vomit and crouched down right where he stood. What do you know? Oh, if I could only move right now. What would you do? Kill me? I'd grab you by the shoulder and shake you. I'd take you somewhere, just the two of us, and I'd give you a good shaking. Takara finally looked at Matsuo. His body began to tremble slightly. Why am I losing my nerve in front of this half-dead man? I feel more pressure than when I'm with Sawatari. This generation, Takara thought. This generation is terrifying. The times they lived through were different. You're too late, Takahara said. The floor shook slightly. It was a small earthquake. Neither Takahara nor Matsuo paid the shaking any mind. I feel like I've come to understand a lot, Matsuo said. There are these lines. Lines? Countless thin lines stretching everywhere. They're all tangled together. There are lines for the powerful people who control the world, and lines for those people who don't leave their homes. But believe it or not, they're all the same. Takara stood there, unable to move. The lines intersect and make all these things happen. Stories keep overlapping. I don't know what will happen, but there will be a great tragedy soon. And I know I can no longer stop it. Even you all may not be able to stop it. Your consciousness. Even though you're one of the main characters caught in the whirlpool of this story, you're also just a spectator. The particles are making a lot of noise now. They're going to keep going. But Matsuo looked straight at Takahara. All I can do is ask you to help me. I'll start with the things closest to me. I'm not sure I can do what you say. Matsuo took a shallow breath to steady himself. First, give back Mine-chan. What? Give Mine-chan back to herself. Takahara stared at Matsuo. He was trying to smile. She likes me. She's not such a serious girl. And she has another proper boyfriend. You must at least realize she's lying about that. Matsuo exhaled. You know she's lying, but you stay with her. Leave her. And, Matsuo continued, make Ryoko-chan happy. Ryoko? You're going to destroy yourself, so you don't want to get her involved. That's what you must be thinking. You're siblings, but strangers. Takahara's father had married Tachibana's mother. On paper, they were siblings, but they weren't related by blood. They'd started having sex when they were 13, in that small room, without anyone noticing. Even after their parents got divorced, they'd stayed together. If you told Ryoko-chan you wanted to break up, she wouldn't listen or believe you. That's why you started dating Mine-chan, to put distance between the two of you. What a stupid plan. And you pretend that you don't know Mine-chan is seriously in love with you. You're an idiot. It's like you're one big bundle of all men's stupidity. Matsuo's voice dropped. But even if you go through with this, even if there's some sort of mistake, the great flow will swallow it all up and keep going. We're powerless in the face of that flow. There is a great tragedy before us. But please just remember this. Matsuo stared into Takahara's eyes. Takahara was overcome by fear. He had come to Matsuo wanting something. He had wanted to hear hopeful words, but he rejected everything the old man said. It was like he was being sentenced for a crime. Whatever Matsuo does, whatever I do, that great flow will swallow it up and keep going? Matsuo's eyes grew dim. His face and the upper half of his body stiffened. Stand up straight and be strong. Takahara stood, stunned. His fear grew even greater. Matsuo opened his mouth as if to say something else. Suddenly, Takada couldn't understand him. Was that really Matsuo there? Was it something else taking his shape? Who? No. There is one way. Takada's heart was racing. He felt as if it were Matsuo's heartbeat. He could tell that that thing taking Matsuo's shape, was growing excited. He opened his mouth. On-off switch. The words sprang to his mind. He was trying to reach for some switch, for something he should not. Matsuo's mouth kept trembling. Words were still falling from his lips. Several seconds passed, but it felt like minutes. Matsuo was still talking. There was a siren blaring somewhere in the distance. Takada's ears started ringing, and his arms and shoulders felt light. The room grew more relaxed, and he could hear his own breathing. Takada couldn't understand what had happened. Matsuo's body was losing strength. Matsuo was turning back into himself. Takada could do nothing but stand there. But I can't ask anyone to do that. I can't say it. It may make this tragedy even worse. You may be saved, but many others would die. Sawatari is too much for me to understand. What should I do? Takada grabbed the bouquet he had brought and left. He wasn't sure why he was leaving. He walked down the hall. It was as if he were simply watching himself walk away. The hallway was also cold. Just as cold as the room. His heart was racing. How much time had just passed? For some reason, the flowers he had thought he left Matsuo were in his right hand. When did I pick these up again? Takada kept walking. Matsuo will probably die tomorrow, he thought. 25. A man lay on the floor of room 1603 on the 16th floor of the Nameless Cult's compound. No one had found the body yet. In the room was a bed, a plain black desk, a small table, and 2 chairs. The man lay on top of the rug. Maybe he had been sitting, for one of the chairs on the side of the bed had toppled over, and a glass had also fallen to the ground. His name was Yoshioka. He was one of Takahara's secret cell, a former member of the self-defense forces. The cushion of the chair that hadn't fallen was indented slightly, and was still warm. Around Yoshioka's neck were vertical red scratches. Maybe he had scratched himself. They were so vivid, as if each was an expression of fear and desperation. Scars of fierce resistance. An attempt to force out of his body something that he couldn't spit up. There was still some translucent liquid in the glass on the ground. 2 believers walked past room 1603, chatting. They passed by the room and continued to their own rooms. The indented cushion of the chair that hadn't been knocked over began returning to its original shape, little by little, so gradually that one couldn't see it happen. Everything had been left where it was the moment Matsuo collapsed. Now that news had reached the mansion that Matsuo would return, the members began putting away the chairs in the garden. Some people remained at the mansion, and others left gloomily, saying they would come back the next day. About 30 people in the mansion remained. Mineno was asleep on a futon in a room on the 2nd floor. She had a dream of when she was young. "Sit there," her mother said. Mineno, who had just returned home and still had on her dirty backpack, sat on a cushion. Her mother always seemed to be glaring. Mineno couldn't avoid that glare, even by averting her eyes. Mineno forced herself to look down, even though she wasn't the one who had been bad. "No one will listen to what I say. You're all I have left. You understand, right? Your father never came back yesterday." Just like she did in this dream, Mineno's mother used to tell her in detail about the bad things Mineno's father had done. What her mother had to deal with every day. She told Minino that he was a pathetic human. He was filthy, made her mother unhappy, and had ruined her future. Telling a child things like that must be one of the things one absolutely must not do when raising children. Because their hopes will vanish. Their hopes for adulthood. Their hopes to love someone and start a family. That woman is just obscene. Your father keeps going to her, and you know what they're doing, right? I have to tell you, even though you're just a child, so you can understand. Your father takes off all of her clothes. He gets her naked, then he licks her body all over. He sticks his red tongue right out of that thick beard he can't even shave off, and he puts his mouth on that vile woman's body. Isn't it disgusting? And filthy? That's what your father is. Her mother always said, your father. That made Minino feel like she was being blamed, even when she was little. While her mother talked, she scratched her cheek. It was a habit. She was always scratching one of her cheeks. It was like there was something in there, and she was trying to dig it out with her long nails. But her mother wasn't the only one who upset Minino. Her grandparents did too. They were also cold to her mother. When they visited her grandparents' house, Minino could sense that acutely. Her mother had always been either tortured or neglected. That's why Minino had to stay by her mother's side. But gradually, Minino came to see her mother as an obstacle. She'd get irritated listening to her speak and wanted to scratch her own cheek just like her mother. When she started high school, her grades, which had been really good, suddenly dropped because she started hanging around boys. She tried to get away from her mother, but her mother clung to her. "You're all I have," she'd say. "It's because I gave birth to you. Because I gave birth to you, I lost my future. I don't have anything. That's why you can't abandon me." But Minino continued to run from her mother. Then once, when she spent 4 days at a man's home, the cell phone her mother had given her rang. "Come home today. I'm getting in your way, right? Well, I'll give you what you want then." When Minino got home, she found her mother unconscious. She had taken sleeping pills. Minino called an ambulance. Maybe her mother had purposely avoided taking enough pills to die. When she woke up in the hospital, she saw Minino and wept. "You saved me," she said. "I'm so happy. I knew you'd save me." Minino felt scared then. Her mother's health declined rapidly, and a few years later she died of pancreatic cancer. When she was in the hospital, Minino would visit, and her mother would be happy, but she also noticed Minino had already lost all love for her. And Minino noticed that her mother was aware of that. "You are your father's child," her mother said quietly, as if to get revenge for the suffering she felt from her illness. "Even though I was the one who gave birth to you, you're such a cold child. My life was so unhappy. There's no God. There's nothing." When her mother died, Minino did not feel like she'd been set free. She felt guilty. The roots of this guilt went deep, and no matter how much she scratched her cheek or clenched her jaw, she couldn't get rid of it. Minino woke up on the futon. There were tears streaming down her face. She wasn't sure if they were tears from the dream or for Matsuo. There was a break in her memory. Narazaki had taken her from the hospital, and then what? "I feel like I shouted at someone, crying, and then, that's right, the recording." Before falling asleep, her mind hazy, she had tried to listen to the recording of herself and Takahara. She wasn't sure why she wanted to listen to it then. But no matter how much she listened, she couldn't understand. Well, she understood, but it wouldn't stick in her mind. She put on earphones and played it again. She couldn't focus, but her heart beat fast as though it understood everything. Machine guns? Trailers filled with explosives? What was this? What does he mean, the leader hasn't found out? We love destruction. What is he saying? She picked herself up suddenly. Her heartbeat even faster. There's something wrong with Takara-kun. Takara-kun. Now is not the time to sleep. She called him, but he didn't answer. That's right, I can't contact him. If he'd blocked her number, she couldn't send a text message either. What should I do? I can't just sit here. Even if I talk to him, would anything change? My head hurts. What should I do? Oh, I'm almost ovulating. Mineno sat there dumbfounded. My child. Yes, I was pregnant. Wait, no, I wasn't. I wasn't pregnant? That's right. That's definitely it. My head hurts. If I had a child, Takara-kun would come back to me, wouldn't he? He would. He definitely would. That's how my mother married my father. But Takara-kun was always so careful when they had sex. He's a coward. But diaphragms aren't perfect. There was a knock at the door. Mineno almost shrieked in surprise. Narazaki came in. He said some worried words, but Mineno couldn't hear them. Her mind had wandered far away and was only gradually returning. Yes, this man always looks at me so lustfully. Maybe this man can help me have Takara-kun's child. Yes, this man. Narazaki looked at Mineno, and his mouth dried up. Were her eyes always like this? Is she herself right now? She certainly hadn't been in her right mind when he'd brought her there. For some reason, she had screamed at Komaki and then, crying, apologized. Narazaki placed the tea he had brought in front of Mineno. She reached for the buttons on her blouse and undid one. Narazaki stared, shocked. Smiling, Mineno watched Narazaki with vacant eyes. Still sitting on the futon, she spread her legs and rolled up her skirt. Her mouth hung open. She undid more buttons until Narazaki could see her white shoulders and her black bra. Narazaki-kun, Mineno said quietly. Narazaki was breathless. Take me. When he had finished recording his last DVD in his hospital room, it was already night out. Matsuo and Yoshiko left the room together. Yoshiko held on to his arm, but Matsuo walked with confidence. The hospital staff loaded their things into the trunk of a taxi, and Matsuo and Yoshiko sat in the back. The driver asked for directions, and Matsuo answered. Toyotama in Nerima. His voice was relatively clear. Yo-chan, let's go see the place where we used to live. The cab started moving. 30 years ago, they'd found out that Matsuo's father had left him a considerable inheritance. His other relatives had hidden that fact, and Matsuo wasn't notified. But one of the honest descendants appeared at Matsuo's home one day and split the fortune with him. Included in it was the mansion he now lived in with Yoshiko. Matsuo thought about donating all of it, but he knew that by managing it he could make larger, regular contributions to charity. That's how Matsuo had become wealthy after he was already quite old. The taxi got on the highway. Yoshiko's right hand touched Matsuo's left. His left hand shouldn't have been able to move, but Matsuo squeezed her hand back gently. Yoshiko was surprised, but she didn't say anything. If she pointed it out, she might jinx them. Oh, the moon! At Matsuo's remark, she looked out the cab's window and saw an enormous full moon rising over the city. Its color was deep, and its light so strong she thought it would enter deep inside them. Just like her heartbeat, the moonlight twinkled, strong and then weak. Driver, Matsuo said. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? The driver took a short glance out the window and said something. I want to keep looking at it like this, so can you please stay on this highway till it ends? The driver nodded, and slowed down the cab so it ran steadily along the highway. Nature is fair. The moon will shine even on someone like me at the end of their life. Yoshiko held his hand tight. She could smell him. When Matsuo said that, Yoshiko began to cry. I was happy to be with you. Yoshiko kept crying. Matsuo's hand was just too warm. Any man who gets to tell that to his wife, he's a winner. Matsuo laughed. I was happy too. Thank you so much. Yoshiko smiled. There were just 2 nights that I didn't feel that way. What are you talking about? He. Yoshiko leaned on Matsuo's shoulder. Though he should have grown weak, he supported her firmly. His shoulder had no flesh on it, but its core was strong. I can see it. I can see it. Nature is amazing, Matsuo said, staring out the window. All the particles. They're shaking. They're going to tell stories. This world is amazing. Yoshiko nodded. The large moon shone on them. Our story happened in this world too. Yes, it did. The moon shone bright outside their window. Take care of them, everyone at the mansion. I will. They still need help. Yes. Yo-chan. Yoshiko, Matsuo said, her heartbeat faster. Will you kiss me? Yoshiko wrapped her arm around Matsuo's shoulder and kissed him. Thank you. I love you. I love you too. They kissed again. Their second kiss was long. The longer they kissed, the larger Matsuo's smile grew. Yoshiko sensed his death from the feeling of his lips. Part 2. 1. The leader was sitting in the dark. At first, the woman thought he was sleeping, but then he made a slight movement, as if something small had gotten caught in his throat. His eyes opened briefly. She examined his face carefully, but the leader closed his eyes again. It was like he had already forgotten the previous moment's discomfort. He kept his eyes closed, even though right in front of him were many naked men and women with only bath towels covering their bodies. Today is Monday, Maeda-kun said. His voice carried well. He had good posture. He was kind. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone here was kind. There is no need to think. The leader will take on all your suffering, your sadness, your doubt. You are free. You have been released from all the shackles of your lives. Become nothing. Today is Monday, the day the leader grants us. She remembered having sex with Maeda-kun. He had moved patiently, gently, kindly until she came, completely devoured by sensation. She got wet just remembering that. So set it free. Set your madness free. And your love. We are one. We are all one being. There are no borders here. There is no need for the indecision you felt in your lives. His voice grew a little louder. When the God of the West first created man, Adam and Eve were naked and happy. When they ate the forbidden fruit of knowledge and gained reason, they grew embarrassed by their nakedness. As punishment, they were banished from paradise. God wanted us to be naked. Christianity's strict rules about sex fundamentally contradict God's wishes. We must spew back up the fruit of knowledge. Let's forget ourselves. Those words served as the signal, and men and women threw themselves together. The woman started kissing the man in front of her. She wanted to call to the leader, "Fuck me. We've started. We want to too, leader. The room pulsed with movement. Men and women sucking each other's genitals, devouring them. A man offering his finger and a woman accepting it inside herself. She twisted and moaned, wrapped tenderly in this man's strong muscles. The woman watching was jealous. Leader. Leader. The leader's finger moved silently. It touched her chest. He woke for me. The leader. The particles in front of her were reacting frantically. Her breasts weren't very large. She wanted him to like them, though. As he touched her chest, she squeezed her arms into her sides to create more cleavage, hoping he didn't notice the trick. "Ah!" she cried. The middle finger of her right hand was in his mouth. "Leader!" She was wet. His mouth was moist and shrunk around her finger. He sucked it forcefully. This feeling. It was what her finger felt like when she did it by herself. Her body suddenly grew hot. She hadn't been able to wait for Monday, and yesterday... She felt the sensation inside her, even though he was just sucking her finger. His mouth was mimicking what the inside of her body feels like. A feeling he knew so well. Next, he sucked on her ring finger. Her body had turned to liquid. Go. What? Do it with those men. Countless hands reached for her body. They pulled her away from the leader. They ripped the bath towel from her body. She was naked in front of the leader. Countless hands reached for her and touched her body. They played with her like she was a toy. Who were they? Their faces were beautiful. They kissed her. They smelled sweet. One of their tongues moved in her mouth. She accepted it. She wrapped her arms around the neck of the man kissing her. She was kissing one man, and another was sucking on her breasts feverishly. They were all mad for her body. She cried out. There were fingers inside her. Whose fingers? Why was he so good? They were moving inside her, gently but persistently. You're wet, the man playing with her pussy whispered in her ear. His fingers moved inside her as if he were searching for something. No, no, she cried. If he kept going, she was going to squirt in front of the leader. The noises were so embarrassing. Her body was quaking. I'm going to come. I'm going to come. It's all right. Come. No. Liquid gushed from her pussy. It wouldn't stop. She felt so ashamed, but she wanted that man to finger her more. The women around her were watching and commented, "Amazing," and "Wow" in their thin voices. No, she didn't want other women to see her pussy. Did she? The more she thought about it, the more she actually wanted to be seen. It was too much. The leader was watching. I give everything up to you. I offer myself to you as a sacrifice. This pleasure, the squelching coming from my pussy, everything, I give it to you. I want to be embarrassed. I want to feel more. She whispered to the man gently sucking her nipples. Do me. Put it in my pussy. His penis entered her. She gushed liquid again. He moved inside her violently. She couldn't think anymore. You're so wet. This is too much. It's amazing inside you. My pussy. Do you like it? Do you like my pussy? Oh, I'm going to... The man humping her closed his eyes. She felt tenderness for this man in the throes of pleasure. She kissed him. Until a moment ago, he had so much energy, but now he was already going to come. How cute, she thought. This man is so cute. Come. You want to come, right?
You want to come inside me, right?
He came inside her. He couldn't help it. Even though he was so strong, his body was shaking, and it was because of her pussy. Leader, I give this to you as well. This pleasure will also be joined to the master through me. The leader's nerves will tremble. Us, our pleasure. The exhausted man pulled himself from her, and the next man's penis entered her.
Wait, stop,
she said, even though she didn't want him to stop. She was smiling. She was glad he started right away. She still hadn't come. He flipped her over and pierced her relentlessly. There was another penis in front of her, which she took tenderly into her mouth. She made loud sucking sounds for him. The man behind her kept going. It felt good. She screamed. She could feel the shape of his penis. That's how tight her pussy was wrapped around him. Her legs went numb. This man can probably make me come. She was going mad. She couldn't think. She'd always been a perverted girl. She remembered realizing how much she liked the climbing poles in elementary school. She'd begun masturbating by rubbing up against furniture. She used to only be able to come when she masturbated. She'd been scared of coming in front of men. Does the leader feel something? Does some small fraction of his nerves connect to this feeling? I give this to the leader, this terrible pleasure. I give it all to the leader, and we will become one great being, a great being. My sex. I give him my sex. She was going to come. She vanished. Hey, are you gonna come again? She asked the man on top of her. Watching another woman squirt, she had begun to feel it rising inside her again. She might be a little bit of a lesbian. She was cute, that girl. But now the woman was looking up at the desperate face of the man above her as he fucked her. Hey, do you think you're gonna come again? I'm sorry. You left your job and your family to join this religion, didn't you? Yes. And you must be at least 20 years older than me. And are you planning to come twice? Inside a little girl half your age? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He kept humping her. She didn't know why, but suddenly she thought of the girl who had killed herself because she had stolen her boyfriend. She had showed up at the girl's funeral like nothing happened. That useless man had blamed her, made her out to be the bad one, to try and erase his own feelings of guilt. She hadn't cared about that man. She just hated that other girl. She'd had no interest in him after she stole him from her. The woman thought now that she'd probably actually been interested in the other girl. She'd probably loved her. That's probably why she'd done it. But then, why wasn't she sad when the other girl died? She'd lit a cigarette off the incense in her funeral offering, like she was making fun of her death. What had she been trying to get out of it all? Cruelly killing the person she loved. Are you going to come? Inside a little girl? Oh, you're so wet. Your pussy is so wet. It's you. You made me this wet. Are you going to come again? Are you going to come in my pussy? Yes. Oh, hi. Her eyes met the leader's. When she'd first seen him, she'd felt the kind of shock that could change someone's whole being, a complete change of heart. She'd reacted the moment she saw his face. The evil in her could never compare with what was in him. What she'd done, it was just a tiny fraction of what he was capable of. No one here would run from her. There was no one here like her father, who took her virginity and then told her she had to go to school. Did he think it was normal for him to fuck her just because he could? Even though he had a wife and children? His evil was nothing. He was strict with her because he didn't want to think her failure was the result of his own crimes. If his crimes hadn't been so trivial, she might not have killed him. She hated that the men who had ruined her life were all so pathetic. She had been working in a brothel when she was scouted by the believer who brought her here. Here, she would never be rejected. The murder she had committed was erased by the leader's evil. Her eyes met the leader's again. That instant, she was on the verge of coming. He was the person who had changed her. She used to hate sex. She was shaking.
You're so rough. Do you want to come that badly?
She started to smile. My vices will be swallowed up by the leader. They will melt along with the pleasure I feel, and I will give them up to the leader. They will become part of him. It felt good. She didn't want to think. She didn't want to think about anything. She wanted to be part of the great being.
Hey, are you going to come? Are you? I came.
Her body quaked. She was reduced to the sensations of her body. Her body was falling. Her mind went blank. There was something on top of her. It was dark, and there were people around her. She was having sex. Her pussy was tingling, and she was moaning. The motion of the man's hips grew more violent. It felt good. It felt good. Even when she came, he didn't stop. He licked her nipples and kissed her roughly as he moved his hips. Her body was being devoured by him. She felt like she was going to come again. The smell of this man. The intervals between orgasms were getting shorter. There was no end. He pierced her again. He squeezed her tight and thrust his hips roughly. He kept hitting somewhere deep inside her, over and over and over and over. The tingling heat made it up to her head. She came again. She lost her mind. She vanished. I'm going to...
No, my pussy. I can't take any more.
She died. Her pussy was so happy. It came again. I'm so vile. I'm so vile. I'm... Are you still coming?
You're still coming. That's amazing. Still coming. I'm going to come again.
Someone collapsed on top of her. Their body, wet with sweat, moved up and down as they breathed. Her mind was blank. Her body was still trembling. Was it good? She asked, smiling. She could feel the warmth of his cum inside her. When he pulled his dick out, another wave of pleasure ran through her body. It's great, right? To do whatever you want. She petted his head and kissed him gently. Their tongues met. His was soft and warm. Even though they were surrounded by vice, because they were surrounded by vice, she wanted to treat someone kindly. After we take a little break, we can do it again. Let's do it as many times as we can. I love you. What is this? Takahara was looking down at Yoshioka's corpse. On his neck were several vertical red lines, as if he'd scratched his throat. There was blood and skin stuck to the tips of his fingernails. If this were suicide, why is there a second glass? Someone else was in the room, Sasahara said quietly, looking at the glass left on the table. The glass that Yoshioka seemed to have been drinking from lay on the floor. Maybe he tried to make his suicide look like murder. Suicide is forbidden here, but still. Adachi was in the bathroom throwing up. Could someone have pressured Yoshioka into suicide? Takada wondered. He had an important job. Sasara was looking at him with confusion and concern. Maybe I looked too calm, standing in front of a dead body. He couldn't tell them he was used to it, or that he'd seen people killed in far more horrible ways. If he said that, he'd have to explain. His head began to hurt. It was worse than usual. Does anyone else know about this?
I don't think so. Today is Monday, so everyone's in the hall. Adachi and I only came here because we had to talk to Yoshioka about the trailers. We can't just leave them there. And he was the only one with a license for large vehicles.
And the door?
It was unlocked.
I see. Takada felt his heart leap when he looked at the ashtray. His body reacted faster than his mind could process things. These butts are Yoshioka's, right? He always smokes these. But no, Takada thought to himself. It was Yoshioka's brand, but there was too much ash for that number of butts. Yoshioka always cleaned out his ashtray with water. He was a meticulous man. He would never just pick out the butts and leave the ash. But why would an intruder take the trouble to remove their cigarette butts but leave their glass on the table? His head hurt. Yoshioka had obviously been murdered, but why? And by whom? Was this the doing of the person who'd caught wind of their plan? Even if that were the case, why kill Yoshioka? I'll report this to the leader, Takada said, his voice trembling. Don't say anything to anyone, and make sure Adachi knows not to either.
But we leave his body here?
We have to get it out of here. There must be something in the basement. Something we can put it in?
It?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm upset. Something we can put Yoshioka in. Corpses are such trouble, Takada thought. Living humans are bothersome, and so are their dead bodies. I wonder if there's anything as hard to deal with as a dead body.
Is it too dangerous to take him outside?
We can't. What would we do if someone noticed? Remember, we're hiding from the Public Security Bureau.
So, there are planters. We can fit him in one. We could cover him in dirt, but...
Takada's thoughts were swirling. The leader can't learn about the body. We can't let anyone else find out. Right. We can't leave him for long. Let's hurry. We don't even have 3 hours until the party is over.
And the leader?
I said I'd tell him. Takada exploded. The situation had gotten to him, even though he had vowed to remain calm no matter what. This is it, Takada thought. This is it. We've used up all the time we had to sit around. We have to go through with the plan, even if we have to force it to happen. 2.
You need to think about your breathing, Narazaki-kun.
Narazaki was sitting on the mansion's veranda, smoking a cigarette and recalling one of the last conversations he'd had with Matsuo. The two of them had been alone, preparing for Matsuo's last talk. He'd been sitting cross-legged on a cushion, poking Narazaki's shoulder with his back scratcher.
That's the Zen way of thinking, anyway. In Zen Buddhism, breathing plays a very important role. When you feel uneasy or have evil thoughts, you take slow, deep breaths and focus only on your breathing. Imagine you are nothing more than a vessel that inhales and exhales.
Narazaki nodded uncertainly. Matsuo's back scratcher was irritating him.
The main point is not to suppress your unease or your evil thoughts. Suppressing them means you're taking them too seriously. Don't chase unease or evil thoughts with your mind. Just let them flow away, and then focus on only your breathing. Breathing is a quiet activity. If you do that, your unhappy thoughts will vanish. You'll stop being conscious of them.
Suddenly, Matsuo stopped poking his shoulder.
This is the first step in Zen. From there, you try to reach enlightenment. You know how in Zen you sit cross-legged? That's called zazen. You focus hard on that posture, your left and right legs crossed together. Focus on the fact that you have one right leg and one left leg, that they make this shape that shows you that you have two legs. That's the first step to enlightenment. You saw the DVD where I talked about the Buddha, right? Not one who imagines the world as it is, or imagines the world wrongly, nor one who does not imagine, nor one who has obliterated his imagination. Those who can understand this will obliterate form. That's what the Buddha said. These words can't be understood just by reading them. They can't be interpreted logically. Not one who doesn't imagine, nor one who has obliterated his imagination. What's that? One is one, and two is two. But you can't understand this sort of thing through our normal thought patterns. It's like saying, one is one, and one is also two. Just like your legs when you practice zazen. And I also want you to think of it like the particles in the vacuum at the start of the universe, popping in and out of existence. Speaking in terms of physics, they're neither nothing nor something. Like how light is a particle and also a wave. The further we force ourselves into this micro-world, the more things deviate from the logic of words, even if that's the most accurate way to explain them scientifically. The truth of the universe is probably somewhere in this seemingly illogical space. Through Zen, humans can distance themselves from the logic of words and melt into the true form of the universe. Enlightenment, or nirvana, is probably the peace we feel at that moment. Matsuo regarded Narazaki for a moment. Why did I tell you that? I don't know. Why? Narazaki asked, surprised. I have no idea. Don't ask me. Just as Narazaki wasn't sure why Matsuo had brought up breathing, he had no idea why he thought of it again when Minano began undressing. He thought she was beautiful. He didn't feel so much romantically attracted to her as he felt a primal, immediate desire to have sex. Whenever Narazaki saw her, he was overcome by feelings of sexual desire. Sometimes he even stole glances at her when he was sure she wouldn't notice. When she began undressing, Narazaki suddenly found himself taking deep breaths. Why am I doing this? Strangely, he felt as though Matsuo were there inside his breathing. Mineno-san. He knew he had already decided not to sleep with her when he said her name. He saw that she was not in her right mind. Men should not have sex with women who will regret it later. Mineno-san, you're very attractive and beautiful, and honestly, I really do want to do this, Narazaki said, pulling her body gently toward his. If he'd been anywhere else, he wouldn't have been able to turn down a woman undressing like that. But what are you doing now? You'll regret this later. You had better go back to sleep. As he spoke, Mineno crumbled on top of the futon. Startled, Narazaki realized she was asleep. He wasn't sure whether to button up her blouse, and in the end, he just covered her with a blanket. As he was about to leave Mineno, he heard her say a name, Takahara-kun. He knew immediately that she was talking in her sleep, but he stood there for a moment and watched her. Kun. So Takahara must be a man. Ryoko Tachibana's last name had been Takahara once. He knew from the documents Kobayashi had found. But Takahara was a common name. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Now Narazaki smoked on the veranda, wondering who Takahara was. He began to imagine what would have happened had he slept with Mineno, but immediately stopped himself. What's wrong with me? Of course, sexual desire is normal. But like this? Was I always the sort of person who could only think about girls? Have I been brainwashed? Does the cult promote excessive sex just to make people easier to brainwash?
He suddenly began to get hard. He had started imagining having sex with Minino again. He would press his tongue against hers and undress her, stroking her body, push her over on the futon. Even if she came back to her senses in the middle of things and told him to stop, Narazaki wouldn't.
"This is your fault," he'd say. "We're already doing this. We're doing it."
He'd suck on her lips. He'd play with her body, enjoying her unwillingness and confusion. It was a terrible fantasy.
But isn't that what everyone is like on the inside? Even if a man acts like a gentleman, he still has fantasies like that.
He didn't feel any guilt over it, but there was a woman standing in front of him. Komaki. When he tried to speak, she kissed him. Narazaki was surprised, his eyes still wide open. She pulled her lips away and smiled at Narazaki.
"What?"
Narazaki finally managed to ask.
"Komaki-san?"
"Let's go back to Sawatari-sama." Narazaki stared at her in shock.
"You're..."
"I was sent here, just like you. Come on, we're going back. We've been summoned." The image of her happily setting up for the talk flashed through Narazaki's mind. She was part of Sawatari's cult? She was a spy, just like him?
I had no idea. I can't think straight.
"Sawatari-sama told me to get you. He asked why no one called you back sooner. He seemed very worried about you."
"He's not worried. That's a lie,"
Narazaki thought. But part of him was happy. No one had ever worried about him.
No.
As soon as his thoughts turned to the people at the mansion, Komaki kissed him again, gently but deeply. Her fingers stroked his ears. She ran her mouth along his neck. Narazaki still could not process that she was a member of the cult, but the situation was progressing. "Let's go back to our home." Narazaki took her hand when she offered it. His hand moved on its own, as if abandoning the confused part of him. He felt his body follow Komaki, trying to convince him.
"You could expose the true nature of the cult and save this mansion."
This wasn't about Komaki's round hips or any of those other women.
"I have no desire to be complimented by Sawatari. Destruction is a temporary thing. I can come back to it at any time."
He kept telling himself that.
"When I was with the woman at that cult, I was outside of reason. I was outside of logic. A place where I forgot myself. Isn't there a point when sex is piled upon sex, where we can move beyond reason?"
It was peaceful, he thought. It was like being inside someone else's nirvana. That place had seeped into his whole body.
We were like the naked men and women before they ate the fruit of knowledge.
Mineno woke up on a futon. She was crying. "This is the second time I've woken up crying today," she thought. "What kind of cycle am I stuck in?" She noticed her blouse was open and tried to remember what happened. It was like trying to remember through a hangover. Did I say something weird to Narazaki-kun? Why don't I feel mortified? It's because I'm not interested in him at all. Whatever I said to him doesn't matter. But what would I do if he tried to sleep with me? What did I do? He covered me with his blanket and left. How can I care so little about him when he treats me so kindly? I'm a terrible woman. That's what I think of myself. I'm a stupid woman who just keeps running back to someone who doesn't care about me. Takahara-kun. But I can't stop. My mind... She remembered her recording and got up from the futon. Out of habit, she transferred the recording from her smartphone to a USB drive. Once it was there, she felt like it was safe. But what am I going to do now that I've saved it? This terrifying recording. I have to stop Takahara-kun. But how? I can't contact him. I don't know where he is. Suddenly, she felt hot and headed for the window. As she opened it, she noticed herself looking down into the garden. Her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. Komaki was offering her hand to Narazaki. What were they doing? Narazaki took her hand. Mineno's heart began to race. Yoshida was suspicious of the two of them. He wondered if Komaki was a spy from Sawatari's cult. Had Narazaki-kun been lured in by them? Has he been to the hideout? If they have, Mineno thought. If they have been there. Mineno hurried out of the room, only taking the time to grab her wallet, cell phone, and the USB drive. If I follow them, she thought, if I follow them, I can get into the cult. I can see Takahara-kun. 3. In hindsight, it was obvious they would take a car. From the back seat of her taxi, Mineno stared at the station wagon in front of her. Even if she found out where their base was, Takahara might not be there. He might have already left with Ryoko Tachibana. But that's fine, she found herself thinking. Even if they lock me up, everything will work out. Then Takahara-kun will come back to me. I don't care if he thinks I'm a nuisance. I want to tell him what I feel. I've taken all I can handle. The station wagon slowed down, then came to a sudden stop. Mineno panicked and had the taxi stop too. Narazaki, Komaki, and a man she didn't recognize got out of the car. Mineno paid the driver and hurried to follow. They went down a narrow alley with few lights. Could this really be where their hideout is? It seems like a normal residential area. Mineno felt more and more hopeless. Will they actually lock me up? Do I have the courage for this? At the concrete wall at the end of the alley, they turned left, past a home with garish potted plants in front of it, then turned right at a corner with a telephone pole. Mineno followed them, keeping her distance. Can I really go through with this? Mineno kept thinking. I should stop. I should see where they go and then sneak back. Walking along those narrow, dark alleys, she grew more and more scared. What am I doing? These past few days I've been off. But I want to know where they're going. And Yoshida-san has been trying to find their hideout for a long time, too. She followed as they turned another corner. Narazaki and Komaki were walking side by side. Mineno's lips grew dry. She couldn't keep her thoughts straight. Haven't I come far enough? I can come back tomorrow with Yoshida-san, but I've come so far already. I'm confused. But she kept walking. This is dangerous. I'm not ready. I'm confused. I'm just being swept along by the situation. When Mineno was young, a big man she didn't know once called out to her. He showed her a flyer. He couldn't speak clearly. He told her that he had a speech impediment and that he wanted to buy the product on the flyer, but he couldn't explain that to the clerks at the shop. He was embarrassed, so he wanted her to go with him and tell them what he wanted. He spoke slowly, with halting words. She'd had the same feeling then. She knew she shouldn't go anywhere with a strange man, but she'd felt bad for him and followed. She'd felt confused, but she'd just let things happen. When they reached his small blue car, she realized she didn't know what she was doing. Once the doors closed, she wouldn't be able to go back. It was a special trap prepared just for her. He offered her his hand. It was large and rough. His sleeves were worn and his fingernails dirty. She felt like things would start happening quickly the second she touched his hand. She ran away as fast as she could, convinced that if he could really drive that car, he must have lied about his problem with the flyer. In hindsight, that had been silly. Speech disorders and motor skills had nothing to do with each other. But she was just a kid and didn't know what was happening, and she knew something didn't add up. It had been the right decision. A few months later, she'd seen the same man arguing with someone at a bus stop. He was talking normally. Her heart was racing, and she made herself breathe deeply. The lights in the alley were blinking. I keep turning down the alleys they take, even though I'm not ready, even though I'm not brave enough. Something's off. I'm so nervous, and I'm confused. I'm missing something. A man grabbed her from behind, and a towel was thrust in her mouth. It stunk of disinfectant. Where had he come from? There was no one there.
Since you've made it this far, we can't let you go home, he said quietly. He was strong.
This isn't disinfectant. She couldn't even attempt to run away from him. This man had nothing to do with the man with the speech impediment, but it seemed to her as if her past was telling her,
"We finally got you. Everything's going to be fine," the man whispered in her ear. "When you wake up, you will be our great leader's woman." "Why are we walking?"
Narazaki asked Komaki. The man who had been walking with them had disappeared. Narazaki didn't know what was going on. "We can't use the parking lot today."
"The car didn't have any curtains this time. Now I pretty much know where the compound is, which means—"
Narazaki felt a hint of nervousness.
"You won't let me go back."
Komaki smiled at Narazaki's words. She didn't affirm or deny them.
"If I'm going to run, I have to go now," Narazaki thought. "If I don't get back now, I won't ever be able to. The man is gone. If I start running, Komaki-san won't be able to do anything."
The narrow alley gave way to a wide street.
"Here it is,"
Komaki said. A tall apartment complex rose against the night sky.
"This is where I was," Narazaki thought.
It was hard to believe.
Right in this residential area, in this clump of apartment buildings, there's a secret cult hideout.
But that didn't matter.
"If I'm going to run, I have to go now."
The man was back. He was carrying an unconscious woman. Narazaki's heart beat fast as he recognized her clothes.
"Isn't that Mineno-san? Why is she here? Why is that man carrying her?" "Mineno-san!"
Narazaki shouted, but the man ignored him and continued through the open back door of the apartment building. Narazaki ran after him, but several other men were waiting. They grabbed him.
"What's going on? What's going on?"
The men held Narazaki back, but they seemed uncertain. Narazaki struggled, but he couldn't break free.
"Wait, she has nothing to do with this. Let her go."
"Her? Her who?"
"Let go! Come on!"
"What's the matter? Where are your friends? What happened?" "I'm sorry. This was our mistake," Komaki said, stepping through the door. She wasn't out of breath. She did not appear flustered at all. "She followed us, so we had no choice but to take her in. But she'll be fine. She does have a connection to our group, and the leader is interested in her. She's not my type, but she's beautiful."
"Let me go."
"What should we do? He seems to be quite excited."
"We have no choice. We'd better put him to sleep."
They held a towel up to his face.
"I can't inhale. If I inhale, I won't be able to move."
"You know, it's very strange,"
Komaki whispered into Narazaki's ear as he struggled.
"At the last minute, you got scared and wanted to run away. I couldn't have stopped you. You could have escaped. But in the end, you didn't run. It's the sort of phenomenon that can't be explained logically with words. Because Mineno-san followed us, you had a chance to escape. But because Mineno-san followed us, you couldn't run away."
Narazaki was still struggling, but his mind had begun to cloud.
"This, too, must be part of Sawadari-sama's power. How interesting. I wonder what will happen."
Her head hurt. Her back as well. The floor was bare concrete. It felt rough. Sleeping there would shred your clothes, she thought. Mineno's heart began to race. When she'd last been conscious, she'd been standing in the middle of a street.
"Where am I? Is this their hideout?"
She panicked and checked her clothes. Nothing had been removed. The door opened and a man came in. Mineno tried to get up, but she still didn't have the strength. "You're awake." She looked up at the large man and grew scared. His face was beautiful, but also disgusting. She didn't want to be fucked by this man. We have to pat you down." Mineno tried to move away, but she couldn't even make herself stand up. She held down her skirt.
"Someone!"
Mineno cried out, but her throat felt hoarse, and she couldn't raise her voice. The room was small. There was nowhere to run. She flailed her arms, but there was nothing to grab onto. There was no one to save her. The ceiling was low. The dim light cast her and the man's shadows on the wall. She screamed and tried to push herself away, her clothing scraping against the rough floor. "Look," the man said. His voice seemed to leak out joyfully, without his willing it. "Don't get the wrong idea. I wouldn't force myself on a woman." Minano looked up at him standing there. He looked concerned. "Do I look like that sort of man to you? I'm shocked." He spoke as though he were genuinely hurt. "But we have to pat you down. No, wait a second. Let me get a woman to search you." He smiled awkwardly. Finally, a woman came in. Her shadow stretched across the wall. Her hair was long. "I'll wait outside." The man stepped out of the room. The woman stared at Minano, sizing her up. "Ha! You!" "What? Are you really Takahara-sama's woman, like Komaki-san says?" Minano looked at her. Takahara-sama. From the sound of those words and the way she was looking at her, Minano knew this woman was after Takahara. The woman approached her. She grabbed Minano's breast. "Stop! Ha! You!" Her hand went up to Minano's skirt. She ran her hand over Minano's underwear, over her privates. Minano tried to struggle, but her body wouldn't move. The woman ran her eyes over Minano's breasts and hips, her eyes full of hate. "So this is the kind of woman he likes. Wow." Groping, she took Minano's wallet and phone from her jacket. She noticed the USB last. "I need that. Is this something special?" The woman studied the USB. "It's not important to you. Give it back." "How interesting. I think I'll keep this." Minano's throat went dry. On the recording, Takahara spoke of making sure the leader didn't find out. Would Minano's USB get him killed? She'd heard that many members of this cult had been killed. "Wait," Minano said. "Please." But she couldn't move. The woman left the room, smiling. 4. "You're up sooner than I expected," Komaki told Narazaki when he came to. "Don't worry, everything's fine." "Wait." "For what?" "Minano-san has nothing to do with this," Narazaki finally managed to say. When he tried to get up, he realized that he was on a bed. His head hurt, but the pain wasn't unbearable. "I said, don't worry, didn't I?" Komaki turned around and unbuttoned her blouse. "She's Takahara-sama's woman." "Takahara?" "Yeah. He's one of the officers here. Practically speaking, he's number 2. Narazaki stared at Komaki blankly. "She's part of this cult?" "Oh, no. She's not a believer. But since she's his woman, it's not that strange she wound up here." "But—" "Yeah, she'll have to meet with the leader. He might make her his." Narazaki tried to leave, but Komaki held him back by the arm. Her blouse was open, and he could see her bra. "You were looking for Rina-sama, right?" "Rina?" "Ryoko Tachibana." Komaki smiled. "She's also an officer, and Takahara-sama's sister, and lover." "What?" "They're step-siblings. They're not related by blood, and they've always been lovers, forever and ever. They're a strange pair." Narazaki thought about his time with Ryoko Tachibana. Why did she approach me? Why did she come to me if she had someone like that? An officer? What was she after? His thoughts were mixed up. Smiling, Komaki unhooked her skirt. "You don't have to worry about what will happen to Minano-san. She's already someone's woman. Her and Rina-sama and Takahara-sama. You're not part of their little affair." "But," Narazaki finally said, "you just said she might become the leader's." "Don't worry about that. The leader doesn't sleep with anyone who isn't obsessed with him. If he does fuck her, it will be of her own will."
She will have just moved on from Takahara-sama.
But isn't that brainwashing?
Komaki smiled at Narazaki's words.
You say such funny things.
She brought her body to his.
Brainwashing. Romance. How are they different?
Her neck gave off a sweet smell. Her body was thin but sexy. She wrapped her arms around Narazaki's back.
Why worry about other people's women?
She kissed him and pushed him onto the bed.
You can do what you want to me. I know how you looked at me at the mansion. Do what you imagined then. You can do whatever you want. Whatever you want.
What should I do?
I'm running out of time.
Ryoko Tachibana stood up from her chair, then lay down in bed. She had been moving between the chair and bed for a while now.
I can't handle this, she thought. I can't handle him or myself.
It was Monday. She couldn't make herself relax.
If I listen hard, I can probably hear those other women's voices.
On Mondays, the building always felt like it was shaking, like the air were infected with what they were doing.
This is the leader's place. This space appeared in the world just for him. I can't go there and have sex with some man I don't love, she thought. Does it make them feel free? Don't they feel like they'll never be able to take it back? I've imagined having sex with a strange man, but I could never actually do it in real life.
But what was real life? Her mind went to places she didn't want it to. How were her feelings different from normal ideas of chastity? Wasn't she just scared? Tachibana closed her eyes. This was a gift, being so connected to him, even before they had discovered sex.
It feels good. It feels good.
They had been whispering that to each other since they were children. When they were 13, Takara put his penis inside her for the first time. Takara and Tachibana lived in their own private state of happiness. But that happiness came too early and was probably the sort of thing one should not experience. It had bred a hatred in them for the rest of the world. They wanted to prove together that they were removed from everyone else by doing something they shouldn't, because hatred and pleasure were so closely tied together. The greater the pleasure they felt, the more they felt they were arriving at something great and black that stared down on their insignificance. Even as they got closer, they knew that great black thing would take no responsibility for what became of them. It would use them up and abandon them. There was a knock at the door, and a woman came in. A Kupro girl.
Even though today's Monday, did she take the day off? Rina-sama, I have something to tell you. Ha, Rina, Tachibana thought. As if we could keep on running from it.
It had been his suggestion she use a fake name.
It's about Takahara-sama.
Tachibana stared at the woman.
That's right. She came on to him. But I thought she was sent to counseling. She should be on the 21st floor. She has a strange air about her.
She was holding a tape recorder.
Today is Monday. Should you be here? Yes, I took the day off.
And what about the 21st floor? When Tachibana asked, the woman glared at her.
The leader wouldn't sleep with me. I just sat there in his room. I think that's why he forgave my desire for Takahara-sama.
I wonder.
Please, listen to this.
She hit the switch on the recorder. She had recorded it off Mineno's USB. Takara's voice rang out. He talked of his plan to fool the leader and incite the believers. Tachibana's heart began to race. This was proof. The proof that Tachibana had been searching for.
With this, she thought, with this I can stop him, but he's already gone so far.
What is this?
I know that you and Takahara-sama are dating, and that you have permission, the woman said. But I don't think he loves you anymore. He stays by your side because you want him.
What are you trying to say?
Please, give up on Takahara-sama. If you do that, I will I'll destroy this, and I won't tell the leader.
Tachibana looked at the woman, who showed no signs of faltering.
If the leader learns about this, Takahara-sama will probably be killed. You understand, right? If you leave him, you can save him. So, please, don't come any closer. She's crazy for him, Tachibana thought. She isn't making sound decisions. He always acts so nice if he's even a tiny bit interested in a girl, and then he causes these kinds of problems. Please, calm down. Can I get you a drink? No, thank you. Give me some time to think. This is too much. Tachibana stood up, hit the switch on her electric kettle, and made some black tea. Black tea helped her calm down. She made a cup for the girl as well. She couldn't let herself be carried away by the girl's frenzy. She needed to act like her normal, everyday self. The woman was glaring at Tachibana, but when she finally took a sip of tea, she let out a short sigh. It didn't show in her expression or her voice, but Tachibana knew she was nervous. She seems rather brave, Tachibana thought, but she's also truly stupid. I can't stand this kind of woman. All right. Please stay calm and listen to me. What you just heard, that was a hallucination. What? I didn't hear anything. You played me the sounds of trains. What are you saying? Have you been thinking about suicide? We may have to send you to counseling again. I've had enough of this. The woman grabbed the recorder from Tachibana and stood up. She was tall. If they fought, Tachibana would lose. I'll play this for Takahara-sama. He'll know that I have control of his life. He's mine. As long as I have this... She collapsed onto the carpet. Tachibana gingerly picked up the recorder from beside her. The drug had worked more slowly than she'd hoped. Tachibana undressed, then prepared herself to go out. Seeing the clothes she'd taken off lying next to the woman on the floor made Tachibana feel disgusting, so she picked them up. Next to her, she now saw, was a USB drive. Could the original recording be on this? Tachibana picked that up as well. This idiot, Tachibana thought, as she looked at the shadows of the breasts and hips of the defenseless woman. I wonder if he slept with this idiot. Rine-sama! Her door was flung open and men entered. They were crying. What? What is it? Rine-sama, we have to take you. What? We're sorry. They seized her arms. She tried to shake them off, but they were strong. What happened? What's wrong? We can't say. We're sorry. Tachibana quickly slid the recorder and the USB drive into her pocket. The men were crying, but that did not stop them from taking her. They didn't pay any attention to the woman on the floor. Wait, please, calm down. I was just drinking some tea. We're sorry. Who told you to do this? At least tell me that much. We can't say. We can't say. They hauled her out of the room. They were crying, but wouldn't answer any of her questions. Maybe they were taking her to the down room, where they put believers who start scenes. Yes, just as she thought, they led her down a long hall and opened the down room door. This is only temporary. Just stay here a little while. They left. She didn't know what was happening. The only way an officer could be treated like this was at the command of the leader, or by the decision of the officer's council. But why? Who? They had waited until a Monday, when almost everyone was busy elsewhere. Tachibana felt short of breath, but she tried to get up. Then she finally realized she was not alone. 5. Yoshiko took Matsuo's body back to the mansion in a cab. The old members came to meet her, and they laid his body out on a futon. It was the middle of the night, but many had rushed over when they heard of Matsuo's death. They looked at Matsuo's body, which seemed to have gotten much smaller, and cried quietly. But, one of the members said, but he's making a kind of strange face. Someone let out a quiet laugh. Everyone had already vaguely noticed. He's grinning. He must have died thinking something dirty. Everyone laughed.
They laughed while still crying. Yoshiko laughed too, but there was a warmth lingering on her cheek.
I can't tell them he was kissing me when he died, she thought. That precious memory is mine alone.
Matsuo had said they didn't need to have a funeral for him. He claimed that dying was becoming one with nothingness, that living was existing alienated from the great nothingness. Dying was just going back to where you came from. It was completely natural.
Think about before you were born,
Yoshiko had heard Matsuo say long ago.
There was nothing, right? But that's somehow comforting. Or think about when you're sleeping. If you die asleep, you won't even notice that you've died. Death is a natural thing. Living is being alienated from that peace. It's weirder than death.
This is probably some sort of Zen thinking, Yoshiko thought, but we still have to bury him.
Yoshida-kun,
she called, although he was already at Yoshiko's side. Yoshiko always addressed him with kun. He was 44, but to Yoshiko, he was still a youth. Mineno's gone, Yoshida said decisively. His eyes were wet, but he was trying to focus on the things he'd have to do. And not just her, Narazaki-kun too, and Komaki-san. Yoshiko was struck dumb. This is what I think. Narazaki-kun and Komaki-san were summoned back to the cult. Mineno noticed and followed them, or they noticed her and took her with them. None of them will answer their phones. Yoshiko felt her mind wandering, but then suddenly returned to her senses. Now wasn't the time to be shocked. Yoshiko stood. She had faith in her legs. They could still move smoothly.
Everyone listen. Mine-chan is gone. So are Narazaki-kun and Komaki-san. There is a chance they were taken to Sawatari-san's cult.
A rustling ran through the hall.
I will go to the police. Everyone else, please split up and look for them. I know we don't have any clues, but we can't sit here and do nothing.
Everyone knew of Sawatari's cult. They began discussing how to look for their friends. Matsuo had said it was possible that no one would be able to stop what was going to happen.
But even if that's the case, we have to resist. Right,
Yoshiko whispered in her head, looking at Matsuo.
We have to resist. If Shotaro were still here, it's what he would do. Yoshida-kun, can you take care of Shotaro's burial at your temple?
Of course, he nodded. Matsuo-san was always a little resistant to normal religion, and going to another world after death. Unease lingered on Yoshida's face, but he made himself smile. He turned to Matsuo. But I'll say a prayer just in case. Mineno was shocked to realize that the woman the men thrust through the door was Ryoko Tachibana. But Mineno saw the surprise in Tachibana's eyes as well, and knew she too had not expected this meeting. Overcome by jealousy, Mineno forgot about her own situation.
Why this woman?
Sure, her face is beautiful, but there's nothing appealing about her. Her hair was too long, and her makeup wasn't right.
The only thing you've got on me is that you used to be Takahara-kun's sister. You just met him first.
But Mineno didn't say anything. She kept her intense feelings bottled up. She always hesitated to argue with others. She'd hated herself for hiding her true feelings from those she disliked.
You? Why?
Ryoko Tachibana asked first. Mineno worried about what to say. She didn't want to say anything she'd regret later.
I was brought here.
Brought? This is your first time here, right?
Yes.
If that's true, you'll have to meet the leader.
What?
Do you know what he'll do? Their eyes met. It lasted just a few seconds, but to Tachibana, it felt like close to a minute, and to Mineno, several. Tachibana seemed to be thinking about terrible things, to see a dark future for Mineno. But Mineno couldn't help but feel that she was also confused about something. Eventually, Tachibana heaved a small sigh. It's been a long time. I'm sure you have a lot you want to say, But now there's something we must do before you tell me what you think of me. Let me warn you, when you meet the leader, he will have sex with you.
Why?
Yes, it's insane, but there's nothing we can do about that. The inner workings of any cult are far more removed from the normal workings of the world. Cults produce a sort of fictional world within themselves in order to keep themselves running.
So he'll rape me?
Not necessarily, even if he forces you at first. I don't know quite how to put it, but the leader has this disgusting power. You'll understand when you meet him. He's special. I never did it with him, though. I had a special induction.
Because you joined as Takahara-kun's woman, Mineno thought.
But there is one way you can avoid that, and it may lead to exactly what you're trying to accomplish. We want the same things right now.
What do you mean?
You're the one who brought this here, right? Ryoko Tachibana took out the recorder and then the USB drive. Mineno was shocked.
How did you...
These wound up in my possession. I believe we want the same things. Make the leader listen to this. Above them in the great hall, many men and women were devouring each other, their lust let loose. It all tangled together, spewed forth a tremendous uproar surpassing both logic and emotion.
But if I do that, Takahara-kun will be killed.
Don't worry. He won't be killed. Trust me. He's number 2 here. There are many believers who worship him as well. The leader won't hand down that kind of judgment, or at the very least, not right away. If you show him this, he'll have more important things to take care of than raping you. This whole cult will be shaken up, and all that man wants is to maintain this cult, this hell.
And you?
I'm not a believer. I'm an officer. But Tachibana swallowed her words. But Mineno knew what she was going to say next. She'd come to save Takahara-kun. That must have been it.
I can't believe Takahara-kun won't be punished.
He'll probably be punished, and eventually he may be killed. We'll go to the police before then.
You are being held captive here.
Once the police know where this place is, they'll have no trouble getting a warrant.
Tachibana-san.
The only one who can stop Takahara-kun is the leader. The only way to stop him is to lock him up somewhere. You listened to this, didn't you? You know what sort of situation he's got himself into. Tachibana's voice grew louder. He will really go through with it. It may be a few days from now. It may be tomorrow. We don't have time. If he does do this, he really will be killed. The Japanese police don't just arrest terror suspects. You know how conservative the government is now? They'll shoot to kill, make him an example. Maybe some people will criticize that, but now, in this political climate, the mass media won't criticize the police or the government for violating international laws and successfully shooting down a terrorist. The media will just be dragged along, rejoicing. Even on the internet, everyone will side with the police. They'll make Takahara out to be the brains behind a terrorist plot. His whole life will be destroyed. There's no time. The only one who can show this to the leader is you. No matter how important the matter, the leader won't meet with any of us unless we're called. That rule is absolute. I tried to meet him earlier, but I couldn't get in. But he'll probably call for you in the next couple of hours. You're the only one who can show this to him.
And what about letting the police know?
Of course, that would be the best thing for us to do. But that's not an option. We're both locked up. We'd likely never get out of this building. But if there's some sort of panic, we might have a chance. The ceiling was low, and the room was small. Mineno thought of the other idea that must have occurred to Tachibana, an idea she had rejected. She could have not told Mineno about the USB and just let her be raped by the leader. She could have let Mineno get brainwashed and become the leader's woman. Then one of the people standing between her and Takahara would be out of the picture. It was a terrible thought, because if she hadn't handed over the USB drive and let Mineno get raped, it would have meant giving up this precious opportunity to stop Takahara. She must have thought about it, imagined a way to destroy me even though it would put Takahara-kun's life in danger. She might have hated me that much. Maybe she's also thought that if Takahara-kun dies, she won't have to worry about him anymore. Thought he should just die, along with the woman he cheated on her with. Has she spent so much time worrying about Takahara-kun that she could even consider letting him die? Has she been whittling away her own life? To love someone, to sacrifice years of your life, and then consider his death when you can't do anything about it. His death would destroy her as well. Could she feel she's been dragged so low that she wouldn't mind being destroyed on the inside if that meant it was all over? Mineno felt as though she somehow understood that feeling. But even if there is some sort of panic, how will we tell the police about this place? There's no guarantee anyone will let you out of this room. Yeah, that's the only problem we have left. It's against the rules to have a cell phone here. The only ones who do are the leader and Takahara-kun, and none of the believers will let us tell the police about this place. Mineno thought of something. She spoke quietly. Narazaki-kun is here. What? Narazaki-kun is here somewhere. He could... Narazaki-kun? Tachibana's eyes were wide with surprise. Mineno didn't understand. What's wrong? Narazaki-kun? Yeah, he's here. Didn't you lure him here? Me? What? Tachibana-san? Tachibana's body had gone limp. There was something wrong. Narazaki-kun first came to our group to look for her. Did they have some kind of relationship? If that's the case, if I can get her and Narazaki-kun together... Mineno's thoughts wandered. If I just say the right thing, maybe everything will work out. Tachibana was staring blankly off into the distance. Maybe if I tell her Narazaki's put everything he has into searching for her, that he was so dedicated to finding her that he even came to this cult. That wouldn't be a lie. I don't know the details, but it wouldn't be a lie. But that won't work, Mineno thought. I don't have the courage to say that. I never do what I should, and I regret it later. Why? Why do I always do this? I don't know much, but I'm sure he's here, Mineno said. She was sick of hearing her own non-committal words. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he can get out of here if we start a scene over Takahara-kun. Maybe he could get out. Maybe he could. Even as she spoke, Tachibana's expression remained blank. The door opened suddenly. It was the same large man as before. Mineno-san, the leader has summoned you. Ryoko Tachibana stealthily passed the recorder to Mineno, who took it in her hand behind her back. There was a moment of contact when Mineno's index finger touched the tip of Tachibana's. It was warm. Hate ran through her body. Takahara-kun slept with this woman. This woman made him happy. Please, this is the only way left, Tachibana said quietly. Mineno nodded, but she hated Tachibana even more than before. Maybe if she had taken advantage of me as if I were a child, I wouldn't hate her so much. Even if I resented her, I wouldn't hate her like this. Out of the room, she glanced at the face of her escort. He looked weak-willed and obedient. It will probably work. She waited for the door behind her to close heavily and spoke sweetly. I'm sorry, but can I see Takahara-kun before we go? She felt as though something had passed through her body. What? That's impossible. Please, before I meet the leader, just for a second. Mineno's voice shook as she spoke. It was actually shaking, so there was no need to act. I know that you have been seeing Takahara-sama, he said kindly, and I adore him. So maybe we can make something up to buy a little time. Yeah, we'll say you went to the bathroom.
All right.
Takara-sama was just taking something to the basement, he continued innocently. He seemed to be in a rush, so I didn't talk to him, but if we head there now, we can probably catch him. 6. Mineno felt her body stiffen as the elevator descended. Even though she had asked to meet Takahara, it seemed like the small elevator was carrying her along against her will. The door opened. The dimness spread out before her was unbroken by even a single light.
Oh, where's the switch?
Whispered the tall man. Mineno caught sight of it on the wall to her right, but she was afraid to light up the room. She wasn't sure what sort of face to make when she saw him, and she knew her face was hideous now. Ryoko Tachibana's plan wasn't the only way to solve this problem.
I can meet with Takara-kun directly. Even if Tachibana-san couldn't convince him, I can.
Mineno repeated what she would do again and again in her head.
I'll get him alone. I'll play him this recording. I'll confess that I recorded it. Then I'll lie. I'll tell him the leader listened to it, and that the police already know. If I tell him that, he'll only have one choice. Run away with me. I'll tell him to run away with me. We'll run away together, not just from this cult and the police. We'll run from the whole world and our lives. Together.
After that, she would tell the police how to find the cult. She'd tell them that Narazaki had been kidnapped. She wasn't sure why, but she felt guilty.
It's like I'm leaving in Narazaki-kun's place. But he would be free soon. When Takara-kun finds out the truth, will he leave me? He may want to kill me. That's fine, if I can just have him to myself for a moment.
She didn't want to think about what would come after that confrontation.
I'm sorry, Yo-chan-san, Mineno thought. But please understand. There are women in this world who can't be like you. There are many women who, unlike you, don't get to meet a man like Matsuo-san. Oh, they're here. I wonder what they're doing, the man whispered.
In the distance, she could see 3 men. They were working on something.
What are they doing? It looks interesting. Let's be quiet and surprise them.
Mineno stared at the man's back as he approached the group cheerfully. She was too nervous to move forward. There was a scream, Mineno's escort, then lots of voices, but Mineno couldn't make them out. Someone had grabbed the tall man's shoulder and was asking him something.
Who's there?
Then came an even louder voice. Someone's here! One of the men came running for her. Mineno thought about running for a second, but her body was frozen and she couldn't move. Takahara was there, right in front of her.
Mineno!
Takahara was panting. When he saw Mineno, he went stiff.
I'm sorry. Why am I apologizing? Mineno wondered.
But those were the only words she could get out.
I'm sorry.
What happened? Why are you here? Takahara-san! Someone shouted from the dark. I'm fine. You take care of him, Takahara yelled back. Something crawled up Mineno's throat. This was the first time she'd seen Takahara like that.
It's no good. I don't know what happened, but this is no good.
Mineno took a deep breath.
But now's my only chance. I have to do it. I was brought here. I was careless.
Takahara couldn't fully grasp Mineno's words. He had not yet recovered from the surprise of seeing her.
Who? Why you? I don't know, but that doesn't matter.
Mineno grabbed the recorder in her pocket, but she wasn't brave enough.
You're planning something scary, aren't you?
What?
They know. They know already. What you were trying to do in secret from the leader.
Takahara stared at her.
The police know too. So...
Mineno's hand moved suddenly.
Let's run away together.
Mineno reached tentatively out into the darkness. She offered her hand to a man who could see nothing but destruction in his future. A man who could see nothing but this hell, closed off from the rest of the world. Takahara's head hurt. That familiar pain suddenly overcame him. What are you saying? Start from the beginning.
There's no time. There's no time.
What do you know? What are you saying? I don't know what you're talking about. Takahara was yelling. His usual kindness was gone. Minano was scared. But it had to be now. I recorded you. Your phone call. I recorded it by accident, and now they all know. Recorded? You mean when... Here. Minano took out her tape recorder and showed him. He stared at it. Minano had expected Takahara to be upset, but for some reason he looked calm. Is this Takahara-kun? Is this really the same Takahara-kun? You're lying, Takahara said quietly. Minano shook her head. You're wrong. I really did. You couldn't have. Maybe you really recorded it, but you couldn't have gotten it to the police or to the leader. Takahara looked straight at Minano. There was no love in his eyes, only the determination to prove Minano wrong. If the leader listened to this, why are you holding that recording now? I'm sure he would hold on to it as evidence. There's no way the police could know. You wouldn't give this to the police without talking to me first. And why are you acting so desperate now? You've just been playing with me, right? What are you trying to prove? Minano felt dizzy. Stop joking around. She couldn't stop herself anymore. She spoke quietly, without control of what she was saying. You know what kind of woman I am. You just pretended not to. I don't have any other man. Of course I lied, but I do have the recording. I love you. Let's run away together. Come on, let's run away together. I hate hysterical women, Minano thought. But that's what I've become now. I had to do this. My only saving grace is that I have a soft voice. I love you, Minano said again, even though she knew her words wouldn't reach him. Let's end this, Takahara whispered. He spoke with all the force of a man who didn't have the courage to hurt his lover. That is, if you think we've been dating. No, that's a cowardly way of putting it. This is all my fault. I'm no good. Leave me. Minano began to grow angry. Your fault? What are you saying? Let's end this. That recording. Do what you want with it. Minano wanted to hit him, but she felt herself hesitating. If you were brought here, that means you'll have to meet the leader. Takahara smiled. It was clearly forced. You'll become his woman. He must be much better than me. Minano stared at Takahara as though she had lost all her strength. She was tired. It's fine. You don't have to say that, she said. She couldn't find any energy in her body. I don't know what's happening anymore, but hold me. Just for a moment. Everything feels terrible right now, and I'm lonely. I'm so lonely I could die, and I have nowhere to go. Takahara took one step toward her, but then he looked at his own hands. They were covered in dirt. They had touched a corpse. You won't even hold me? Minano asked. It seemed strange to her that she could still stand on her two legs. Really? You won't even hold me? Takahara was just looking at his own hands. Minano must have blacked out. She didn't fall over. She was still standing, but she lost a fragment of her memory. The next thing she knew, she was with the tall man from before, leaving the basement. The tall man was unsettled. He was saying something to her. Minano tried to listen. Takahara-sama said to hide you in my room, and then, this will be really hard, but to find some way to get you out. It's against the rules, and we really aren't supposed to do it, but I believe in Takahara-sama. And what I saw there, I believe in him. He said he would take all the responsibility. Minano smiled. Takahara-kun wouldn't give up on his half-assed kindness until the bitter end. Everything would work the way he wanted it to. He would stop her from meeting the leader so the leader wouldn't hear the recording. And this way, too, he wouldn't have to feel guilty imagining her getting fucked by the leader. If I play this for the leader, I can stop his terror attack and in the end save his life. Ryoko Tachibana may be right. To save his life, I have no choice but to show this to the leader. Minano began to cry. She threw the recorder on the ground. I won't save him. He can go through this stupid attack and die in shame. He can suffer the guilt of imagining me sleeping with the leader. The man walking next to her was flustered. He didn't seem to notice that she'd tossed the recorder. Keep going. Take me there, Minano told him. She was smiling lifelessly. To the leader. He can do whatever he wants to me. 7. Not yet, the man said, gripping his cell phone. The paperwork. It's not done yet. You know what that means, right? He appeared to be in his 50s. The suit he was wearing wasn't cheap, but it wasn't particularly expensive either. His shoes and watch weren't tacky, but one couldn't say they were particularly refined. His face was not particularly ugly, but it wasn't the sort that would attract women. He snapped his phone shut and looked lazily to one side. Next to him was a man in his 30s. He wore a nice suit and was staring at a computer screen. His eyes were large and his eyebrows neatly plucked. Women would find him attractive. Do you know why the judge will give him the death penalty? The man in his 50s asked. The man in his 30s looked up from his computer to show that he was listening. Because he's all about precedent. When most judges give the death penalty, they're thinking about the precedents. Judges just follow the example set for them in the past when they give their verdict. It lessens their own inner burden. One judge doesn't have any right to make exceptions. If nothing else, he can tell himself that. He took a sip from his tea. He did not seem to enjoy it. Recently, that practice has been criticized. People have been saying judges should stop blindly following precedents. They should think about each case on its own and give each its own unique sentence. They're right. But at the same time, that would increase the psychological burden on judges. Who's happy to give out the death penalty? No one really wants to. Why are you telling me this?